Mecha battle starting from Gundam. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1319, Conflict of the Brasuda Family. The plenary meeting was over, and everyone logged off one by one. Even Lelouch, Shamna and others left the headquarters, leaving Yang Hui, Ryukinosaki and Cornelia. The screen also left Wang Rumi, Katie, Malu and Bakilulu. Next was a short family gathering. Thank you for your hard work. Even though they were separated by the screen and thousands of miles away from each other, Yang Hui could feel the deep longing. Thousands of words could only be turned into such a simple sentence. The women on the screen smiled brightly. They did not blame Yang Hui. They each shouldered heavy responsibilities and missions. Every action was related to the life and death of tens of thousands of people. Yang Hui was the leader of the Promise Caller. What they could do was to encourage Yang Hui, support Yang Hui, and help him when he needed help the most. As for companionship and getting along, they still had a long time. I heard that Lux plotted against you again. Wang Lumei teased. After all, she was also a scheming person. Although she was not as scheming as Lux, she was second only to Lux. When she was really scheming, even CC was not her opponent. Did she tell you? Yang Hui asked with a face full of resentment. He strongly condemned Lux's behavior of always dragging him, the commander-in-chief of the entire army, to the concert to be an actor. Well, condemnation. That's not the case. Wang Lumei smiled, but did not make Yang Hui feel relieved, because he guessed that there must be something else. It was to notify us to watch the concert before it started. Well, a familiar taste, worthy of Lux. You deserve it. Katie scolded unhappily. Well, I agree with this point very much. Everyone nodded in agreement at the same time, making Yang Hui's head lower and lower, almost touching the ground. Ho ha ho ha. XN. After talking about their thoughts to each other, Yang Hui cut off the communication with the girls. After all, everyone was busy, and it was already the limit to spare more than 10 minutes to talk about their thoughts. Wang and Rebel had to review the overall plan, check for omissions, and see if there were any key factors that were missed. At the same time, they had to formulate a bait plan for Infinite Demon. Wang Lumei had no military, but she worked with Cruz and was responsible for the intelligence work of the Promise Caller. Cruz was in charge of the military's intelligence department, and Wang Lumei was in charge of the civilian intelligence organization. Bakilulu was still not far from Shengu Star. The Celestial Squad had just finished its armed reconnaissance mission, and now it was waiting for the arrival of the army and launching an offensive operation. It was equivalent to the outpost of the Promise Caller, and it was likely to be discovered by Uruguru, so they had to remain vigilant. Malu and Katie also had their own fleets to manage, and their bases also needed to be guarded. In general, they were all busy people and couldn't talk on the phone for too long. Actually, you can chat for a while. Lelouch was waiting outside the door, on the one hand to prevent others from entering and disturbing, and on the other hand, he wanted to talk to Yang Hui about something. No, that's enough. They are not vases. Yang Hui said proudly. Haha, yes, the greatest luck in your life is to have so many outstanding wives. Lelouch teased. She may not respect Yang Hui much, but she respects her sisters-in-law very much. Except for the newly joined Ryukinosaki, each of them is a person who can stand on their own. Even CC and Cornelia, who he is most afraid of, and even Yulin and Sima, who can only drive Ms., are also the trump cards in the army. Of course, the reason why she doesn't respect them is because they are too familiar with each other. They grew up together. Although Yang Hui is not, Lelouch is. This brother who is not serious on weekdays but absolutely reliable at critical moments, he will not respect, but only care, so Lelouch wants Yang Hui to chat with his sisters-in-law more. After all, they haven't seen each other for a long time. As for official business, there are so many companions, the worst thing is to share more. Lelouch also believed that others would agree. After all, Yang Hui was a failed commander-in-chief of the entire army. He could have been in charge of the rear and commanded the troops, but he always liked to drive his Ms to the most dangerous places and always liked to take other people's jobs. That's right, you can't envy it. Wait until you get Yuffie done. Yang Hui once again clamped Lelouch under his armpits and rubbed his hair hard. How could he not see that Lelouch was caring and taking care of him? Let go. You bastard. Lelouch struggled hard and suddenly wanted to express his brotherhood, but it was all destroyed by Yang Hui. But after struggling for a while, the big hand that was ravaging his hair left his head. Lelouch turned his head in astonishment and looked at Yang Hui, only to see that he was smiling heartily and looking at him like that. Don't worry, your brother and sister-in-law are not that fragile. Tisk. Lelouch struggled to break free, spat and walked away on his own, not caring whether Yang Hui followed or not. However, Lelouch, who had his back to Yang Hui, had a warm smile on his face. Yang Hui smiled and did not tease Lelouch anymore. He followed him silently until... Let me go. Takamori. Roddy. Don't be impulsive. Not far away, they encountered a conflict. Lattice F Pursuit of the SRX team glared at Elzum with his fists clenched and raised. If it weren't for Ida Takamori and Ando Masaki holding him tightly, this punch should have landed on Elzum's face. Elzum had no intention of dodging. Although his eyes could not be seen because of the sunglasses, it could be seen that although he could face Lattice F Pursuit, his heart was not at peace. Stop. Yang Hui shouted, preventing the escalation of the conflict. Colonel Yang Hui. They are DC's people. Lattice F Pursuit shouted immediately when he saw Yang Hui coming. I know. Yang Hui nodded to Elzum, and then said to Lattice F Pursuit, Mr. Elzum and Mr. Zenga did not hide their identities. Then why? Because they are the same as you. Yang Hui knew what Lattice F Pursuit wanted to say, and immediately interrupted. Yang Hui knew the conflict between Elzum and Lattice F Pursuit. Yang Hui knew what happened. He could only say that he understood. Elzum was incompetent at the time and was indeed calculated by the other party. Although he could do better, it was a helpless ending in that situation. Elzum should indeed be responsible, but not entirely responsible. Lattice F Pursuit should not hate Elzum, but the real murderer. There is also the hostility between DC and the Federation. Ida Longsheng and others are not clear about what Marshal Bian's intentions are, so hatred is also normal. But this is not an excuse for Lattice F Pursuit to mess around here. There are too many people from other worlds in Dressy Crews. Once someone creates a conflict, the fragile trust that has been initially established is likely to collapse and shatter. What do you mean? Lattice F Pursuit looked at Yang Hui with a sharp gaze. He would not give up until he got a satisfactory answer. Whether you are from the Federation Army or DC, friends or enemies, your identities are the same here. You are people who are far away from home and want to go home. Yang Hui said to Lady F Pursuit, and at the same time, he also said to all the members from other worlds, in your world, you may be enemies, but now, the other party has expressed goodwill and is willing to work together to find a way home. Then your original identities should not be a reason to attack each other. You have the same goal, which is to go home, to return to your original world. As for the conflicts between you, leave them to be resolved after you go back. But they are DC. Don't generalize all enemies, Lady F Pursuit. Yang Hui scolded harshly. Although they are enemies, there are also existences that deserve recognition and respect. You are not Takamori, Masaki, or Al. You should know that war has never been a dispute between justice and evil. Lady F Pursuit was silent, not knowing how to answer. He was not a child anymore. He admitted that Yang Hui was right. War is a difference in standpoints, and there has never been a distinction between evil and justice, but he also wanted to refute. It was because of his inaction that he killed. Wait, Mr. Yang Hui, why did you call my name? Ida Takamori suddenly asked in surprise. No, how much do you underestimate me? I'm not a child. Ando Masaki also complained. Being singled out at this time, doesn't it mean that he is just like Ida Takamori, a child who can't distinguish the situation? Damn it. How can I be on the same level as Takamori? As for Al, who was called last, he didn't say anything. He didn't care about the truth of the war, at all. He only cared about various robots. As for good and evil, well, those who destroyed his robot utopia were evil people. Is this the focus? And everyone complained in their hearts, but it was precisely because of the complaints of Ida Takamori and Ando Masaki that the tense atmosphere eased a little and was not so tense. Lie. Yang Hui walked up to Lattice F Pursuit, patted him on the shoulder, and said earnestly, there are some things I don't know, so I can't comfort you, but the first impression Mr. Elzum and Mr. Zenga gave me is that they are very upright people, and they are definitely not the kind of people who would arbitrarily provoke wars for their own selfish desires. You cannot believe them, but please believe me, and then, in future contacts and interactions, use your own eyes to see, and use your heart to feel, and maybe you will find something you have never discovered before. Mr. Yang Hui. Lattice F. Pursuta gritted his teeth. He couldn't believe Elzem now, but he believed Yang Hui. Tisk. If possible, I don't want to have any contact with him again, so Mr. Yang Hui, please separate us in future combat deployments. Chapter 1320 Bridge, Request. Captain Sanai, what's going on? Yang Hui questioned Sanai Greywall, who had just arrived. Elzem had made a request at the beginning not to meet with Lattice F. Prosciutto for the time being. The relationship between the brothers was very stiff and needed some time to ease. Yang Hui had no reason not to agree to this request. It was impossible for them to not meet in the same unit, but it was also impossible to resolve the conflict between the brothers immediately. Dredge crews would stay in Jilkustan for a few days and wait for the arrival of the Dazru fleet before leaving. These few days were enough for Yang Hui to understand the conflict between the two brothers in detail and ease it. But that was also under the condition of careful planning, not a sudden meeting. So after Yang Hui agreed to Elzem, he directly forwarded it to Sanai Greywall, and the other party also agreed well, but in the end, the opening meeting came out, and the two bumped into each other and had a dispute. Unlucky, we just happened to run into each other. Mitsuha Greywall was also embarrassed. She certainly agreed to Elzem's request. There were more and more visitors from other worlds in Dredge crews, and internal unity was very important. If there were discordant voices inside, it would be difficult for visitors from other worlds who would join in the future to trust them. But, what a coincidence. Lattice F. Pursuta and his companions from the SRX team and Ando Masaki were on their first round of vacation. They went down from Dreisliga to Jilkustan to hang out. They were new here and were not familiar with Jilkustan. Lattice F. Pursuta and others had questions to ask Yang Hui, so they planned to find Yang Hui first. It just so happened that Elzem also wanted to talk more with Yang Hui about something, and wanted to have more contact with him. After all, the Promise Corps could go to various worlds to perform missions. It was possible that one day it would be their world's turn. Not to mention whether they were enemies or allies, the missions that the Promise Corps needed to perform, none of them were safe, especially the war with another huge force that invaded other worlds. Their world is already full of disasters. Although DC dislikes the war that interrupts the long-term peace, that is only in the eyes of the people. In fact, the Earth has long been targeted by several extraterrestrial civilizations and has been contacted. General Bayan does not trust those extraterrestrial civilizations, so he deliberately started a war to awaken the blood and fighting spirit of mankind, and stimulate the development of military-industrial enterprises to prepare for the real enemy. So, once the Promise Corps descends on their world, does it mean that, in addition to extraterrestrial civilizations, they will face even more severe tests? Therefore, Elzem wanted to have more contact with Yang Hui. After all, he was the commander-in-chief of the Promise Corps, and he wanted to know more about the unknown enemy and the Promise Corps. As a result, just like this, the two sides met not far from the headquarters without knowing it. Elzem took the lead in discovering Lattice F. Pursuta, but the other party found that he was not slow either. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he was stopped and then had a dispute. So Sanai Greywall was also quite innocent. I'll leave the lie side to you, is that okay? Both parties in the dispute needed to be appeased. Mitsuha Greywall was more familiar with ladies after Asada, so Yang Hui handed the SRX team side to her, and Elzem's side was his own. No problem. Sorry to interrupt, can we go together? At this time, Iron came over with an Anbu Kayasuk and excellent Browning, and asked Mitsuha Greywall and Yang Hui for instructions. As members of the Steel Dragon team, they certainly knew the members of the SRX team in Ando Masaki, and as for DC's Elzem and Zenga, it was a bit complicated, so it was better to separate for the time being. No problem. Mitsuha Greywall was delighted, just not knowing how to invite the other party to board, Drestriga. The two sides parted unhappily. Because of their trust in Yang Hui, the anger in their hearts was suppressed, but it did not mean that it disappeared, so, for the unity within the team, Yang Hui could also carry out ideological counseling work. Mr. Elzem. I'm sorry to make you laugh, Mr. Yang Hui. Elzem smiled bitterly. He knew very well what Yang Hui was going to do when he came to him at this time. If it's to comfort me, I don't need it. After all, it was indeed my fault that year. I couldn't save her. I heard from Captain Sanai that you have something to ask me. How about we go together for a while? Yang Hui didn't ask what happened. Elzem was a mature man. If he didn't tell some secrets, he wouldn't ask. If he wanted to tell them, he would tell them naturally. So Yang Hui changed his way and started from Elzem's original purpose. Thank you very much. Elzem naturally thought that Yang Hui was going to relieve his emotions from another aspect, but he also had goals to achieve. Lelouch, I'll leave this to you. Yes, no problem. After Lelouch nodded, Yang Hui and Elzem left side by side. Looking at their leaving backs, Lelouch smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's not easy to lead a large team. It's indeed a bit complicated. Cornelia and Nagakuni Nasaki did not follow. This was Yang Hui's job, and only Yang Hui could do it, but he can handle it. Yes. So, you want to know more about the Temple of Slaughter? After listening to Elzem's request on the way side by side, Yang Hui asked Elzem. So that's how it is. Is the other side called the Temple of Slaughter? Unfortunately, our intelligence on the Temple of Slaughter is also very scarce. Yang Hui shook his head helplessly. So far, the only time we have really encountered the Temple of Slaughter was in the last mission. The other side dispatched 2 knights. To be honest, they are very strong. With the strength they have shown so far, in a one-on-one situation, including me, there are no more than 10 people who can guarantee a 100% one-on-one victory. So they are so powerful. Elzem was shocked. He had carefully browsed through Yang Hui's information in the central database. He was very strong, stronger than imagined. Even the top combat forces in their world, such as Bai Hechao and General Bayan, could not compare to him. He alone was a strategic level unit and had the ability to destroy the world. Not only Yang Hui's body, Erstellen, creation, his own driving skills were also top-notch, not to mention his scientific research capabilities, strategic command, teaching capabilities, and so on. Yes, it is very powerful. Although the weakness is obvious, it is not easy to target the weakness in front of a powerful force. Moreover, we do not know how many knights there are. Is everyone fighting on their own or has a tacit team tactic? We do not know whether there are higher-level cotters above the knights. Cotters. Yes, only cotters. In addition to cotters, the subordinates of the Slaughter Temple also control countless races, such as the devouring snakes and festum we have encountered. Even these races should not be underestimated. The huge number and special abilities are very tricky. Yang Hui added. The biggest threat to the Slaughter Temple is the unknown, the lack of intelligence, the huge number and the tricky special abilities. Take the devouring snakes and festum as examples. The former's devouring evolution, super regeneration ability, and special energy that the GN force field and the pinpoint defense system cannot resist at all. The latter's assimilation and learning abilities are all very terrifying. Not to mention, after Yang Hui and Graham teamed up to kill the Bloody Knight, they saw a scene where they could confirm dozens of knights, as well as dimensional beasts, some kind of insects and other hostile races. So far, they have encountered snake and festum, and 2 knights. The rest are unknown. Mr. Yang Hui, if you come to our world. To be honest, I hope to go to your world, but I don't want to go to your world. Yang Hui shook his head. Why? I hope because your world also has what we need, such as various special machines, such as telekinetics, such as black hole engines. Elzem was silent. He couldn't refute this. The Dawn series and Rising Sun series are already very excellent machines. The most powerful thing is that they are half mechanical and half life forms, which can grow together with the pilots, and have powerful assimilation capabilities and various special SDP or awakening abilities. But their world is not completely inferior, such as black hole engines and various special machines, which are all very powerful. The enemies they have to face are getting stronger and stronger, and they also need more powerful technology to develop themselves. The thing is not hope. With the current level of Promise Fortress, we may very likely encounter the Temple of Slaughter, and we have also been targeted by the Temple of Slaughter. If it is not a mission that forces the Legion battle mode, it would be fine. If it is, that means your world has been invaded by the Temple of Slaughter, and we are not sure of winning. I understand, Mr. Yang Hui. If I can go back, I will convey this matter to Commander Bayan. Elzem could hear Yang Hui's sincerity and he was not acting. If this was true, then DC would have to make other plans for the war with the Federation. After all, the enemies they need to be wary of are not just advanced alien civilizations. Please. With Elzem as a bridge, Yang Hui believed that if they went to the world of Robot Wars OG and the DC war was not over, Marshal Bian would not directly regard them as enemies. Elzem's words were still very convincing to Marshal Bian. In addition, I would like to ask for your permission to open up some of the technologies we need. If you are too late to support us, we also need the opportunity to resist alone. You can rest assured about this. There is a companion in your world who is participating in the development of various projects at the Federal Academy of Sciences. There is a technical exchange in the transaction with him. Excuse me, who is it? Elzem asked. No matter whether it is DC or the Earth Federation, they are not completely trustworthy. DC is not a monolithic entity. There are 2 or 3 different factions. Not to mention the Earth Federation. If they go back with new and powerful technology and develop it, the first to suffer will be DC. His name is Killiam Yika. Chapter 1321. Graham has made a contribution. But there is no reward. I see. Is Killiam here too? Zhang Jia nodded after hearing Elzem share the content of his conversation with Yang Hui. He and Killiam Yika were also old acquaintances. Back then, he, Elzem, and Killiam were all members of the Special Combat Skills Training Team of the Earth Federation. This is troublesome. With Killiam's ability, even if he doesn't fully understand the technology inside the Promise Core, he will remember it all. When the war between DC and the Federation comes, he won't tell. Originally, Elzem was still worried that after Killiam brought the technology inside the Promise Core back to the original world, the Earth Federation would be greatly strengthened and DC would be in danger, but Zhang Jia interrupted him. Why? He and the Federation are not completely on the same page. He knows what is important. Zhang Jia was very confident in his judgment. I understand, but I have already reached a deal with Mr. Yang Hui. We also need to pay attention to these technologies. Well, that's fine. How is your side? Not bad. At this point, Zhang Jia, who had been serious all the time, actually showed a satisfied smile on his face. So, you and Zhang Jia had a fight. At the same time, Graham also found Yang Hui and told him what happened after he met Zhang Jia. Sparring, that's called sparring. Graham yelled angrily. How can a fight between martial artists be described as a fight? We don't want to be pretentious. ? Is there a difference? Yang Hui raised his eyebrows and continued to ask. Of course there is. Graham's face became darker and darker, and he wanted to draw his sword and chop Yang Hui. This bastard, can't he not be disliked? Although Graham was transferred to Dredge Cruise, his authority was very high, the same as Char's, and he only obeyed Yang Hui's orders. They could accept or reject the orders of Mitsuba Greywall, but they could not be forced to do anything. In addition, Amuro and Camus were already on Dredge, who could deal with emergencies, so Graham left Dredge and wandered around Zilkustan. Who knows? Just because I looked at you in the crowd, looked at you more. Graham and Zhang's eyes met. It was their first meeting, and neither of them knew each other, but a strong momentum burst out, and their eyes collided with sparks. A powerful warrior. A powerful warrior. The same thought rose in the hearts of the two at the same time, and their fists clenched unconsciously, eager to try, but they suppressed the expectation and enthusiasm in their hearts, because this was a public place and it was not suitable for fighting. Of course, they did not intend to give up this plan. They communicated with each other with just their eyes and thoughts. Graham tilted his head and signaled Zhang Jia to follow. Zhang Jia was not afraid and followed Graham into the palace and came to the training room inside the palace. Then, the two of them exchanged ideas. Graham combined the Eastern invincible style he learned from Master Dongfang Bubei with his own understanding and growth and brought it to full play. Zhang Jia was not to be outdone. He opened and closed the wooden sword in his hand, with a momentum of one man standing against 10,000 men. The two fought evenly, but Graham's physical fitness and the exquisiteness of Eastern invincible style were better than Zhang Jia, so Zhang Jia was defeated by Graham. Zhang Jia was not a man who would not admit defeat. Not only that, he recognized Graham even more. The conversation between the warriors was completed in the fight, which was more convincing than light words. How do you feel? Yang Hui asked Graham about his impression of Zhang Jia. A very resolute and upright man. Graham made the most intuitive evaluation. He is not swinging the sword in his hand, but he regards himself as the sharpest sword, following his own judgment and cutting off all the evil in the world. I have also read his information. He is definitely not the kind of man who starts a war for his own selfish desires, and he will never succumb to some kind of coercion. Graham is just crazy and passionate, but not stupid. After the competition with Zangia, Graham guessed that Zangia's identity was unusual, because when entering the palace, the guards of the palace did not ask any questions. These guards are all members of the Promise Corps. Jill Custon's headquarters is in the palace, and it is definitely impossible to use unfamiliar people as guards. Therefore, even if Graham led people in, they would go through the procedures and ask questions. But there was no such thing, which means that the guards knew Zangia and were quite familiar with him, so there was no question. And the people who are familiar with the guards and can enter and leave the palace freely. Excluding members of the Promise Corps, there is only one possibility left, a visitor from another world who is willing to fight alongside them. So after the competition, he immediately investigated Zangia and soon got the answer. That's true. Then, Yang Hui told Graham his impression of Zangia and praised him for doing a good job. Yo? So I have made a great contribution. Graham teased. Of course. Yang Hui smiled and nodded. Graham did make a great contribution. Zangia is one of the right-hand men of General Bian. Even Elzem cannot compare to Zangia in the heart of General Bian. Yang Hui initially gained Elzem's favor, and Graham was recognized by Zangia. If he goes to the world of Robot Wars OG in the future, the Promise Corps and DC will be potential allies. Should there be a reward? Graham asked with expectation. I don't have time to fight with you. Yang Hui stared at Graham with dead fish eyes. Without Graham saying it, Yang Hui knew what he wanted, but he really didn't have the time to compete with Graham. I told you that it was a sparring, not a fight. Yes, it was a sparring, not a fight. Yang Hui. Because of meeting Elzem, Lattice F. Pursuto was no longer in the mood to take a vacation, so he simply returned to Drestria. Ida Takamori, Gulinai and Ando Masaki naturally couldn't just stand by and watch, and they were also worried about Lattice F. Pursuto's condition, so they followed him back. Following them to Drestria were Nanbu Kayasuke, Excellent Browning and Iram. They were all from the same world and members of the same unit, so they naturally had to talk about their experiences in this world. I didn't expect you to come to this world too. Yeah, the situation is really terrible. Huh? Why? Seeing that the expressions of Iram, Nanbu Kayasuke, Excellent Browning and others were not very good, he didn't understand why, but he knew that asking when you don't understand is a good habit. Stupid, look at everyone yourself. Even Ando Masaki understood what everyone was worried about. What's going on? Ida Takamori was still confused and asked while scratching his hair. Takamori, everyone is a member of the Steel Dragon team. Gulin K reminded. So? Isn't this just right? We are all acquaintances. Ida Takamori smiled cheerfully. Alice. And if it were normal, Ida Takamori's smile would bring strength to everyone, but now. I really have the urge to hammer him to death. The war between the Federation and DC has fallen into a disadvantage. The Steel Dragon team is the Federation's hope to break the deadlock, and now, we are here. Gulin K patiently explained the current situation to Ida Takamori. Who said they are teammates? Then what? All members of the SRX team are here, only Brit is absent from the ATX team, Captain Ilum and the Wind Demon Sebasta are also there. Think about how much combat power the Steel Dragon team has left now. Gulin K continued. Isn't everyone in great danger? Even if Ida Takamori was careless, he understood at this time that it was not them who were in danger, but the companions who stayed in the original world, who were also in the war. Yes, so, we must find a way back quickly. Nanbu Kayasuke said seriously, what have you gained from following this army? Nothing. Gulin K shook her head. Lattice F. Pursuto was not in a good state, so she had to explain the situation. Although there are a large number of visitors from other worlds on the ship, almost everyone was suddenly brought to this world from their original world. The only unstable channel that can be confirmed is the blue hole, but we don't dare to act rashly without exploring the situation inside. Besides, it's not connected to our world. What about you? Well, we didn't gain anything here either. Nanbu Kayasuke shook his head. Or we have no way to explore the situation at all. Alam added, it's a strange world, and it's more chaotic than ours. We dare not act on our own. We can only follow the Earth Federation Army of this world, or the Promise Corps, and have been stationed in Zilkustan. To be honest, if I hadn't seen you guys here, I would have thought it was our luck to come to this world." Gulen K sighed, feeling a little regretful and anxious. "Ah. Did Captain Gulen have a romantic encounter?" Excellent Browning asked playfully. "Of course not." Gulen K blushed. Although she understood that Excellent Browning was using her own way to ease the dull atmosphere, she still couldn't cope with it. Then, Gulen K told Nanbu Xiangji, Iram and Excellent Browning in detail about their experience and what had happened until now. "Eh? Then you are so lucky," Iram exclaimed. To be honest, after they helped Zilkustan resist foreign enemies, they also got various benefits, and the biggest gain was training. To be honest, Iram started from a professional perspective. Compared with the training content of the Promise Corps, their training was just a child's play. The strength of the three people has been significantly improved. And the SRX team has gained even more. All the machines have been updated. The hidden dangers have been solved, and various enhancements and upgrades have been carried out. It is simply a plus version. Yes, that was true before I met you. That guy named Yang Hui is pretty good. Excellent Browning teased, it's a pity that he has a reputation, otherwise I might give him a chance. That's not necessary. Not to mention that Mr. Yang Hui's real age doesn't qualify him as a young man. As far as we know, Mr. Yang Hui has several wives, and each of them is very outstanding. Lattice F. Pursuta, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. "Eh? Lie. Are you okay?" Ida Longsheng was surprised. "Sorry, I made you worry, I'm fine." Lattice F. Pursuta shook his head, telling everyone not to worry about him, and that he was still good at adjusting his mentality. Great. X and everyone was very happy to see that Lattice F. Boo contacted him and got back to his normal state, and the haze disappeared a lot. "So, is Yang Hui a scumbag?" Excellent Browning asked expectantly. She really liked to eat melons the most. Excellent. Nanbu Kyasu had a headache. Now was not the time to gossip, and it was very rude to talk about other people's private affairs behind their backs. Haha, sorry, I'm just a little curious." Excellent Browning stuck out her tongue playfully and didn't ask any more questions. "That's nothing. Mr. Yang Hui doesn't care what others say about him," Ida Takamori said with a smile. Then, buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, an alarm sounded, attracting everyone's attention. "It seems we have to talk about it later, the enemy is coming." Everyone nodded at each other and ran towards the locker room at the same time. At the same time, the ship's broadcast sounded. "A large-scale dimensional distortion phenomenon has been discovered 100 kilometers away from Zilkustan. It has been confirmed that there are huge numbers of mechanical beasts, metal beasts, and magical beasts. All personnel are on level 1 combat configuration. Ms. troops are ready to attack." Repeat. Chapter 1322, Newcomers Battlefield. How long has it been? Why are they here again? Karen, who had just sat in the cockpit, complained angrily. Indeed, this frequency is too high. Kyoruji Suzaku, who had always kept a low profile, could not help but complain. As a member of the 12 Zodiacs, they had destroyed the most enemies, but they were also the most exhausted. "Okay, stop complaining. Since the enemies are here, we should destroy them all. Don't let any of them cross the defense line." Jeremiah reprimanded seriously, "And your highness is in Zilkustan, don't embarrass yourself in front of your highness." Then you have to be 120% alert." Gino sighed. "In front of Yang Hui, you can't show your level of slacking off, otherwise you will definitely be scolded." Yes, and the same is true for the other people in the 12 Zodiacs. Although they didn't slack off in every battle, they were in two different states when Yang Hui was there and when Yang Hui was not there. If Yang Hui was not there, they would exert 80% to 100% of their combat effectiveness. If Yang Hui was there, they would have to exert 120% of their strength to let Yang Hui see their growth. "Okay, stop talking nonsense, and attack in turn." Finally, Fujito Kagashiro, as the strongest of the 12 Zodiacs, gave the order, and the enlarged version of Gemini, which was upgraded to the Rising Sun series, stepped onto the catapult deck and rushed out of the battleship under the push of the electromagnetic catapult. The rest of the people were not willing to lag behind, and attacked in turn, heading to their respective battlefields according to the instructions. Yeah, you are really passionate. Cruz Weba, another ace team member of the Tessa fleet, teased. Nonsense, Mr. Fujito and the others were trained by His Excellency Yang Hui himself. His Excellency Yang Hui is watching them, how dare they not be serious? Melissa Mao, who is on the same team, rolled her eyes, and was also troubled by the unseriousness of her teammates. The commander-in-chief must not be lazy and Zilkustan, otherwise he will die miserably. Sosuke Sagara calmly said the most terrible fact. Of course, this was for Cruz Weba. Then we really can't be lazy. Big sister, I'll go first. Cruz Weba, attack. As expected of Mr. Yang Hui, Weba is serious. It's rare. Melissa Mao praised. Okay, attack in turn. Don't let this guy get too enthusiastic. Team leader Belfgang Clauset smiled and reminded Melissa Mao and Sagara Sosuke, manipulating his own machine to step onto the catapult on the catapult deck. Understood. X2 on the bridge of the Macros-class battleship, the flagship of the Tessa fleet, the Mithril, Tessa's expression became serious and serious after listening to the report from her subordinates. She issued orders in an orderly manner. After all the Ms troops have attacked, the Suzaku class will retreat, and the Bayou class will move forward. The composite defense force field will be activated, a fusion of GN force field plus pinpoint defense system plus gravity protection barrier, maintaining 70% output power. The White Tiger class weapon system will be activated, and the heavy quantum reaction cannon will be charged and on standby. Understood. The Ms troops attack has been completed by 87%. It is expected that all of them will attack in 3 minutes. Suzaku class, please retreat to the designated position according to instructions. Bayou class will move forward, and the composite defense force field will be deployed at 70% output power. All weapon systems of the White Tiger class will be activated, and the heavy quantum reaction cannon will begin to charge. Commander, I don't think this level of battle requires the use of heavy quantum reaction cannons. Richard Madukas, the deputy commander, reminded Tessa, and the heavy quantum reaction cannon will cause too much damage to the Earth's environment. It's better to be prepared. If you recharge after an enemy appears that ordinary attacks can't work, it will be too late. Teresa Testarossa explained seriously. Understood. Richard Madukas's mouth curled up with relief. Since the Mithril period in the Full Metal Panic world, he has been following Teresa Testarossa in battles. He is the person who knows Teresa Testarossa best and never questions her orders in battle. This is absolute trust. But since Teresa Testarossa was promoted to fleet commander, Richard Madukas would raise questions from time to time in battle. It was not a simple questioning, but another way to remind Teresa Testarossa to rationally consider the intention of each order and issue any order rigorously. Commander. All Ms units have completed the attack. The array is deployed. Our ship's Macros attack has entered the preparation procedure. Understood. Commander, Drey Cruz has joined the battle from the Z3 direction, and requested to take over the defense zone from X83 to Z42. Drey Cruz? Who else from the Dawn series has participated in the battle? The defense zone that Mitsuhagre Wallace requested for is not small. It cannot be handed over to them casually. A rigorous comparison of combat power must be carried out. Amuro's machine, Camille's machine, Mikazuki's machine, Char's machine and Lala's machine will join the battle. Aren't the Commander-in-Chief and General Graham going to join the battle? Teresa Testarossa thought about it and immediately understood Yang Hui's intention. This is to prepare for military training. On the battlefield, there are 3 top aces, Amuro, Camille and Char, who are dominating the field. Unless the knights, or forces of the same level appear, they don't need to go all out. Moreover, Yang Hui and Graham can't just be spectators all the time. The machines should have been transported from the Drestriga to the ground. If there's an emergency, they will definitely attack to provide support. Okay, leave it to them. Adjutant Richard, include Drestriga and White Fortress in the formation and reformulate the fleet array. Understood. Dance. Ship slashing sword. Big wheel. The huge ship slashing sword in the hand of Grungist Zero was thrown out suddenly, spinning into a hurricane. The sharp wind blade and the blade drew a graceful arc in the surging enemy planes, and finally returned to the hands of Grungist Zero. The enemy planes that were blown by the hurricane, whether they were metal beasts or mechanical beasts, turned into wreckage and debris all over the ground. Chester. After the ship's slashing sword returned to his hand, Grungust Zero did not stop at all. He stepped forward with the ship's slashing sword in his hand and swung it, which set off a fierce gust of wind, sweeping away all the enemy planes that filled the gaps, leaving a gap in the ocean composed of various enemy planes. I'm Zenga. Zenga's on board. The sword that cuts off evil. HAA. Hyasuke. Focus on the battle in front of you now, Ixerlin. Nanbu Hyasuke has mixed feelings about Zenga. Before this, Zenga was the captain of the ATX team. His majestic temperament and strong strength became the backbone of the team and the support of the team. As long as Zenga was present, just looking at his back made people feel extremely relieved. But now, Zenga betrayed them and joined DC. Nanbu Hyasuke knew that Zenga was not the kind of villain who would easily betray. There must be some reason, but why? Why did he come to another world and put aside the war between DC and the Federation without telling them? Are they not trustworthy? Zenga was once the object of Nanbu Hyasuke's admiration. Now that the goal he longed for has collapsed, Nanbu Hyasuke is also very confused, especially since Zenga is right beside him. Although they are fighting side by side again, they are still enemies. So Nanbu Xiangji tried his best to ignore Zenga's existence and focus on this battle. He knew very well that although everyone was showing their might and destroying the enemy with great force, he knew after several battles to defend Zilkustan that the real test would come after everyone's physical strength and energy were exhausted. Xiangji. Be careful. The white knight in the sky fired one after another, clearing the enemy planes and Goody's blind spot, but there were too many enemies and a few were missed. Seeing that the enemy planes were ready to hit Goody's back, Axel and Browning exclaimed and reminded. Tisk. It's too late. We can only resist. Nanbu Xiangji's reaction speed was not slow. He controlled Goody to turn around suddenly, and the pile driver on his right arm hit a metal beast's head fiercely, forcing him back, but there were still a few enemy planes rushing towards him, and he had no time to repel them. He could only cross his hands in front of his chest and resist the opponent's attack. At this moment, thick energy beams gushed out, passing over both sides of Gutetsu, clearing two clean and tidy passages around Gutetsu. At the same time, several beams of light fell from the sky, accurately hitting the remaining enemy planes. T-Link. Flying kick. The fighter plane dived and transformed into a misform in midair. The speed and inertia carried it down like a meteor, in a flying kick posture, and the telekinetic green light wrapped around its right foot. Boom. The meteor fell to the ground, splashing smoke and dust all over the sky. The new R1's eyes shone with green light, and he slowly stood up. Hyasuke, are you okay? Takamori. Hyasuke Nanbu was rescued, and his mood was still quite complicated. It had only been a short time since they last met, and Takamori had made such great progress. It's not just me. Welcome landed. R3 and Sebasta flew through the air, forming a two-man formation to tear apart the enemy planes in the air. R2 came in front of Gutetsu, activated the whole body's armed system, and fired all bullets. The dense barrage fell into the enemy planes like raindrops, directly washing the ground. Rai, K, Masaki. Wow. Everyone is so awesome now. Excellent, Browning praised. The progress of the four was visible to the naked eye. They were not so awesome before. Don't get distracted during the battle, Nanbu Hyasuke. Lattice F Persettle reminded Nanbu Hyasuke. Understood. Let's get on. Tactical Formation A04. Understood. X3 Tactical Formation A04? What is that? X2. Chapter 1323 Intense Battle. The number is still so terrifying, more than when we were in the new Fuji Research City. Aggie St. Claus complained with sweat all over his forehead. He pulled the trigger and the gravity beam gun in the hands of the Fiercepert 30 opened fire. The purple-black beam penetrated more than a dozen enemy planes before gradually dissipating. Talk less, Aggie, save your energy. Huasuo reminded Aggie St. Claus. In the last battle, Aggie St. Claus was the first to run out of energy. Talking consumes a little energy and strength, but a little adds up. In a fierce and protracted battle, the slightest consumption may be fatal. You are so lame, Aggie. Have you been taught a lesson by Huasuo? Jun has Hong teased in the communication channel. You talk a lot too. Isagi Shunichi complained. I am a sniper. I don't need to charge into battle. As long as I have enough ammunition, I am invincible. Jun has Hong retorted with a smile. It seemed very relaxed, but he was also sweating profusely and the smile on his face was very stiff. Everyone, stop arguing. As the captain of the rabbit team, he stood up at the right time to remind everyone to be united and friendly, but no one accepted it, and instead he was blamed by everyone. Aizu, you're rushing too fast. Keep the formation. This is Kujimiya. You're rushing so fast, it's hard for me to cooperate with you. This is Asaji Shunichi. Stupid, don't swing around on my beam. This is Shunin Shu. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. This is Iri Tamaki. It turned out that Itachi Aizu was driving the Red 5 to fight, getting more and more excited and fanatical, and was about to leave the formation. I know. After being blamed by everyone, Hitachi Aizu regained his composure, the inexplicably ignited flames extinguished, and he timidly slowed down and returned to the formation. Aizu, are you okay? Kujimiya asked with concern. She discovered in the last battle that Hitachi Aizu's condition was very abnormal. Although he had always dreamed of becoming a hero, he never had the habit of getting excited in battle. After discovering this problem, Kujimiya asked Hitachi Aizu after the last battle in the new Fuji Research City. Hitachi Aizu couldn't explain it, and he didn't even have any feelings or memories. Kujimiya felt that something was wrong, so he took Hitachi to the infirmary for examination. He asked Mabe to examine Hitachi Aizu in person, and the result was that there was nothing wrong. So at that time, Kujimiya suspected that he was overthinking it. Maybe it was normal to do this occasionally? But now, Kujimiya began to suspect that something had happened to Itachi Aizu that they didn't know about. I'm fine, Kid, I'm sorry to make you worry. Hitachi Aizu answered gently. Colonel Yang Hui's signature smile on your face is disgusting. Kujimiya wanted to answer properly, but he couldn't hold back his complaining spirit, especially to Itachi Aizu. Why is this? Stupid Aizu. Don't be distracted during the battle. Just when Hitachi Aizu was disappointed because of Kujimiya-ki's complaints, Hongwu's movement suddenly paused, and the enemy plane seized the opportunity, and various energy rays surrounded him from all directions. Fortunately, Lan Yu had always been by Hongwu's side. He pulled Hongwu away from the current position the moment he discovered them, thus avoiding being besieged and seriously injured. However, their situation was still dangerous, as enemies surrounded them from all directions. Go! Amid Iri Huan's shouts, Pink 3 pierced into the enemy's encirclement from the side like a sharp blade, cutting it open as easily as cutting a meat pie. Missiles fired in unison, and beams swept around, tearing a huge hole in the encirclement. Good job. Huan. Oh duo, don't ignore my existence. As soon as the words fell, Jinsi also opened fire. The charged particle cannon shot out from the muzzle one after another, piercing through the chests of several enemy planes, completely opening a path for Lan Yi and Hongwu to break out. Thanks, Jun. Haha, remember to owe me one. Sorry. Kujimiya apologized. She knew that it was because of her complaints that Hongwu and Lan Yi were in crisis. Okay, Katsura, let's save the reflection meeting for after the battle. Don't be distracted. There's still Dedured. You too. Although the captain is Dedured Hitachi, Asaji Shunichi is still reliable at critical moments. Understood. X2 you're getting more and more tacit. Everyone, reorganize the formation. The Ravenbird 30 and V Gundam Unit 1 also came over and joined the Rabbit team. Huso. There are more and more enemies. We must control the consumption of physical strength and energy. We can reduce the loss by cooperating with each other. Aggie St. Claus suggested. No problem. And this suggestion was agreed by all members of the Rabbit team. The battle had only been going on for 20 minutes, and their consumption was not small. The enemies were still appearing continuously. If they dragged it on, they would definitely not be able to hold on. Really, Colonel Yang Hui took action, and these rotten fish and shrimps would be cleared up quickly, right? Junhez Hong couldn't help complaining. Don't complain, the colonel is training us. Aggie St. Claus explained for Yang Hui. I know the truth too. Jun and Zhuang didn't really blame Yang Hui for tormenting them. They just said it casually to find out the tension and boredom accumulated in their hearts. If you know, don't say anything. Get ready. The enemy is coming again. Understood. XN. Geta, Beam. Great Demon Hurricane. Welcome to the Destruction Fist. In the battle on the other side, the Yorankai, the Great Demon, and the true Geta Dragon formed a three-machine formation. As the top three machines of the super system, all kinds of large-scale gorgeous moves were thrown out like money. Go and Jimmy have really grown up a lot. Jian Ti praised. 10 years ago, the two were still children. At that time, they also participated in the battle to save Yang Hui. 10 years have passed. The old generation of heroes are gone, and the new generation of heroes have grown up and carried the banner of heroes with their strong shoulders. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Ti, we will not stop. Tian Hui answered firmly. Yes, for them, we will become stronger. Jidao Jimi agreed. Haha, you are worthy of the name of brave, but... Ryoma stopped talking halfway, the wild smile on his face disappeared, replaced by an extremely solemn expression. This number is not easy to deal with. So far, the number of enemy planes that have appeared has far exceeded all the battles they have participated in. Even the recent defense of the new Fuji Research City is not as good as this time. The number of enemy planes that can be calculated to have been killed has exceeded 2,000, and the enemy planes are still appearing continuously. If it weren't for the Tessa fleet taking charge of a large part of the defense area, leaving only a small part for them, I am afraid that Zilkustan would have been lost. Ryoma, Mamoru, Jimmy, did you notice? These enemy planes are stronger than those we have encountered before. Ken Tetsuya reminded the three. Yes, I noticed it too, Mr. Tetsuya. Tian Hui Mamoru nodded in agreement. Although the appearance has not changed at all, the performance of the body has at least improved by one level. If nothing unexpected happens, it is related to the strange red light. Jidao Jimmy added. As Jidao GC said, not only did all the enemy planes appear differently from before, they suddenly appeared in a scarlet red glow, and after they appeared, the scarlet glow also surrounded their bodies. Just by observing with the naked eye, one could detect an ominous aura. No matter how strong they are no match for us. Go. Taiyi, guard, GC. You're right, we can't lose. There are people behind us, we can't let them pass. Go, guard. G-stones are running at full power. Understood. Heaven and, guard. GC. Be careful. Just as the Yaoenkai was about to use its ultimate move, Heaven and Hell, to clear the enemy planes in front of it, dozens of thick star rays attacked from the rear of the battlefield, completely locking the Yaoenkai. Fortunately, Jian Taiyi noticed it in advance, and the great demon god's arms crossed in front of him, shining with a metallic luster. Demon shield. Suddenly, the crossed arms unfolded a huge, heavy shield, just in time to block the star ray. The dazzling light made it difficult to open their eyes. The huge force pushed the great demon and the Fang King Kai back 1 or 2 kilometers before stopping. As the energy of the star ray weakened and dissipated, the smooth surface of the demon shield had been melted by the high temperature for several layers, and it was almost broken. Iron. Who? Jissy, are you all okay? The real Geta Dragon held a long-handled giant axe and swept the enemy planes that wanted to surround it. Liu Longma asked with concern. It's okay. Jian Tai replied in a low voice, they are here too. It seems that this is right. Yang Hui's prediction was correct. They really came to join in the fun. The sight crossed the battlefield. Behind the metal beasts, mechanical beasts, and demon beasts, countless dark gray enemy planes took steps and walked out of the scarlet light. On the back of each one, there were 2 huge heavy cannons. As for the power, the great demon had just experienced it personally, it was very dangerous. We must kill them. For the 4 of them made the same decision at the same time. If it was just the enemy planes in front of them, they would not be a threat except for their numbers. However, there were countless powerful heavy artillery in the back, and no one dared to act rashly. The battle was limited. Ryoma, go, Jimmy, open a gap for me. Jian Ti was ready to rush to the back alone to deal with those gray unknown machines. Even if they could not destroy them all, they had to completely disrupt them and not let them threaten their companions on the front line. Okay. X3 When the 3 machines were preparing to act, Amuro's voice came from the communication channel, you hold on to your current position, and we will deal with those enemy planes. Before Jian Ti, Ryuma, Tian Hago and Jidaoji could answer, they saw 4 meteors streaking through the sky, passing through countless obstacles and landing behind the enemy. In an instant, flames shot up into the sky, continuously. Chapter 1324, Extortion and Main Target. So many enemies. It seems that they are determined to get this door. Yang Hui of the headquarters looked at the endless red marks and showed a cold smile on his face. The problem is not here. Lelouch was not relaxed at all, and his expression became more and more solemn. He thought of a very critical question: where did the enemy get so many troops? How long has it been since the last attack? The troops this time are more than the last time. This is what Lelouch is most worried about. If the local troops are really endless, they can be dragged to death. If it is the Temple of Slaughter, I am not surprised. Yang Hui was not surprised by the enemy's troop strength. In the world of Fafnir in the sky, the festum of the Temple of Slaughter can be called endless. In fact, the races and civilizations that can become the overlords of the universe are endless in number. For example, ELS and Vajra do not need the existence of the Temple of Slaughter. In terms of number alone, they are beyond their imagination. We can't go on like this. If we keep the attack frequency and intensity so high, even if the Dazzle fleet comes, it will be useless. Lelouch's face was full of solemnity. This was no longer a matter of strategy or tactics, but a simple suppression of numbers and human wave tactics. This was an open conspiracy, which forced people to seek a way to break through head-on. Not to mention, Lelouch was about to leave Zilkustan with Drestriga. Without him, Teresa Testarossa and Dazzle, who is on the way, were not enough to take charge of the overall situation. Commander-in-Chief Yang Hui, I request a stay. Lelouch made an application to Yang Hui in the most formal way. Now he and Yang Hui were not brothers, but subordinates. Approved. Yang Hui thought for a moment and agreed to Lelouch's application. Zilkustan would become a strategic location, and there was also Infinite Demon that was about to be transported over. There was a high possibility that more precious and important targets would be concentrated in the future. It really needed someone who could take charge of the overall situation. Understood. Lelouch, new enemy troops have appeared behind the enemy, all equipped with heavy artillery. Send a message to Char, Lala, Amuro and Camus to destroy all the artillery behind the enemy. Understood. Yang Hui, you and Graham should go prepare. Lelouch looked at Yang Hui and said, Char, Lala Singh, Amuro and Camus are already the trump cards that dominate the scene. If they are deployed, then new trump cards need to be prepared. No problem. Yang Hui nodded and gave a look to Graham, who was on standby. The two walked side by side to the locker room, changed into their pilot suits and boarded their respective machines. Do you think they will appear? Graham asked Yang Hui. The chances are slim. It has been more than half a year since we came to this world. The other party has only revealed their true colors now. They must have been restricted by something. This restriction is very strong and it is not easy to remove it. Yang Hui analyzed all the current information and gave an answer. What if it is another cat and mouse game? Graham asked with a smile. It's possible, but the chances are not high. Yang Hui thought about it and denied Graham's guess. They may be arrogant and presumptuous, but they are definitely not stupid. We killed the Joyful Knight and the Bloody Knight, and a lot of our intelligence should have been sent back. Even if they look down on us, they will not think that we are not a threat, and their target. Target. Yes, target. This world is completely different from the world of Farna in the sky. If the world of Farna in the sky is just for profit and they take it down along the way, then this world is one of their main targets. It can be actively detected by Mephis, and a large-scale invasion is emphasized. It is definitely not as easy as the world of Farna in the sky. So, this world should be very important to the Temple of Slaughter, so important that they must get it. I understand. Yang Hui convinced Graham. The fact that he could actively detect this world before accepting the mission and issue a mandatory emergency mission was enough to prove that the Temple of Slaughter was serious this time. Although he didn't know how serious it was definitely not as simple as two knights and a controlled race. Maybe. This time, they can unveil the mystery of the Temple of Slaughter, and may encounter a joint attack of dozens or even dozens of knights. Be prepared. If they really appear, they will be our opponents. Yang Hui said seriously. Then I am looking forward to it. The system started up and everything was normal. Don Ersterlin, Creation, and Flagabskneden, Cut, slowly rose into the air and came to the middle of the battlefield, watching the fierce battle. It really makes my blood boil. Graham was eager to move. It was more painful for him to watch the battle without participating than to take his life. Leave the scum to them. They also need to grow up. Excellent armies are tempered in wars intertwined with blood and tears. They are just rookies no matter how much training and exercises they have experienced. I know the limit. Although Graham was itching, he was still sensible and could endure it. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the opportunity to take action came immediately. Graham. Got it. Ha ha thunder. Lightning condensed at the fingertips of the great demon god, turning into a long whip and sweeping across. Countless mechanical beasts were turned into dust under the violent bombardment of lightning. Get a tomahawk. The mighty real Get a Dragon swept across with a huge battle axe in his hand and quickly came to the side of the great demon god. Tetsuya, can you still hold on? Ryuma's own condition was not very good. Although there was no threat from the heavy artillery behind the enemy, his physical strength and energy consumption were too great, and he was already fighting with his body force to support himself. No problem. Okay. Then go ahead. Get a chest, light, flame. The great demon god and real Get a Dragon stood back to back, and the great demon god's chest began to burn with flames. The green round bead on real Get a Dragon's forehead condensed and burst at the same time, one red and one green, spinning and sweeping countless enemy planes around. Ha now, you know how powerful I am, right? Ha. Ryuma taunted as if to vent his anger, not caring whether the other party could hear him or not. Stop talking. Ryuma, save your energy, the next wave is coming soon. It's not that Giantai can't stand Ryuma's chattering, but at this moment, it's better to save as much energy as possible. After all, no one knows how many enemy planes will appear later. Of course I know. Tetsuya. Be careful. What? Bang ugh. Tetsuya. Chapter 1325 Resurrection finally appeared. In the smoke and dust, dozens of figures suddenly rushed out. One of them suddenly appeared on the side of the great demon and kicked it to the ground. The remaining few blocked the Shinjita dragon who wanted to rescue it. Hey, see you again, Giantai. It's you. How is it possible? You are not. The huge impact force brought the great demon to the ground. Before he got up, Giantai saw the true face of the attacker, but what made him unbelievable was that he saw with his own eyes that the person who had died more than once appeared in front of him again, and, more than one. Dead? Yes, I am dead, but we are back from hell again. In front of Giantai, 5 intact Ashura Baron P1s were lined up side by side, and 5 deep voices overlapped, just like the real evil spirits returning from hell, which was terrifying. How is this possible? You guys. Hey ha, it's been a long time since we last met. No, it should be said that this is our first meeting, right? Ryuma, after all, we weren't the ones who got killed. And on the Shingator inside, there were also 5 Brocken T9s. Count Brocken, who was supposed to have been killed by Kabuto Koji himself during the 10-year war, was also resurrected, and there were more than 1, but 5. Damn it. What the hell is going on? Why are there so many Barons Ashura and Brocken? Ryuma felt his head buzzing, and he couldn't figure out the situation at all. If it was just a resurrection, he could still accept it. After all, Baron Ashura had already resurrected in the new Fuji Research City, and his resurrection and the appearance of Count Brocken were reasonable, but why are there so many? Do you think I'll tell you? Idiot. If you stay here obediently, you won't get hurt. Ryuma, our goal is only Kintetsu. The voices of 5 overlapping Brocken Barons came from 5 Brocken T9s, surrounding the real Gatoran with a covetous look, and did not take the initiative to attack, but blocked all possible routes to rescue the great demon god. Damn it. Since you won't get out of the way, I'll open a passage. Gata. Don't even think about it. Iron Cross Spray. When the real Gatoran was about to use its ultimate move, the 5 Brocken T9s took the lead, surrounding the real Gatoran and spitting out fragrance. Green rain-like energy spray was spit out from the single floating head, covering the real Gatoran and interrupting its movements. Ugh. Damn it. How despicable. Ryuma cursed while trying to suppress the pain of the impact. If the previous battle had not consumed a lot of his physical strength and energy, how could a defeated general like Baron Brocken be his opponent? Yes, I agree. It's really despicable. Who? Swish. The moment the voice fell, the meteor fell, and the sharp sword light flashed. The meteor took the real Gatoran out of the encirclement of the 5 Brocken T9s, and kicked away the two Azure P1s that surrounded the Great Demon God, and joined the Great Demon God, protecting the Great Demon God and Real Gatorin behind him. Graham. Asshole. What right does the sneak attacker have to say that I am despicable? The two Brocken T9s were cut in half by the Flagabskneten cut when they passed by, and exploded into fireworks in the air. The three surviving barons of Brocken cursed. I'm so anxious, I haven't finished talking yet. Graham said leisurely, but when it comes to the enemy, there's no need to be martial. Asshole. Brocken, you're a loser. You can't even keep an eye on one person. Shut up. Idiot, you didn't react. As the right-hand man of Dr. Hell, Baron Ashura and Count Brocken are incompatible. In order to compete for the title of Dr. Hell's first subordinate, they are likely to have internal conflicts during the battle. By the way, do you underestimate me so much? What? X8 swish swish swish. Without any signs, Flagabskneten cut suddenly disappeared from sight, and appeared again. It had come between Baron Ashura and Count Brocken. Waving the sword in his hand, the cold light flashed, and the four closest Azure P1 and Brocken T9 were chopped into pieces, including the cockpit. How is it possible? This is Super Alloy Na, which surpasses Super Alloy Z. How could it be cut off so easily? X4 the remaining Ashura barons and Count Brocken exclaimed. Their machines were not intact, with stronger defense and attack power. Even Mazinger Z's Rocket Fist and Great Mazinger's Devil Sword could not break through them directly. How could they be cut off so easily? Really? Why on earth? Although Graham was passionate, he was not the hero in the passionate comics. He liked to explain his abilities to the enemy in a caring manner during the battle, and, as the words fell, a cold light flashed, and two more Brocken T9s and Ashura P1s were cut in half. Of the 10 enemies that made Ryuma and Kentetsu feel difficult, only one Ashura Baron and one Count Brocken were left. The last two were left alive by Graham because he wanted to capture them alive. Although it was easy for him to kill them, it was not so easy for others. After dying once or twice, they could be resurrected all the time. If they didn't figure out the secret, it would be very troublesome in the future. Damn, you bastard. Actually. Brocken. Use the one given to us by the adults. Okay. Suddenly, scarlet energy appeared out of thin air and enveloped the promoted Ashura P1 and Brocken T9. The storm made it impossible for Flagabskneten cut to approach immediately. This is Ryoma, Tetsuya, you guys back off. The scarlet energy gave Graham a familiar feeling. This energy must be from that group of guys. But X2 back off. Be careful. Ken Tetsuya had a complicated expression. After a short and intense psychological struggle, he decided to follow Graham's instructions. Tetsuya. Ryoma was shocked. Why did Ken Tetsuya agree at this time? He was not that kind of man. Retreat first, Ryoma. Our condition is not good. The condition of Baron Ashura and Count Brocken is very abnormal. We can't hold Graham back. Jiantai also shouted, also venting his unwillingness. Tisk, I get it. Ryoma was also unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. The previous battle consumed too much of their energy. Ashura P1 and Brocken T9 had undergone new changes and became more terrifying. If they participated in the battle now, they would only hold back. After the Great Demon and the Real Gatorin retreated a distance, Graham's attention was all focused on the mutated Ashura P1 and Brocken T9. As time passed by, 2 or 3 minutes later, the Scarlet Storm began to weaken. Ashura P1 and Brocken T9 showed a new and ferocious posture. The armor became thicker and the face became more ferocious. The pitch-black liquid flowed in the gap, and part of the body was reincarnated in the solid and liquid states, and it was not fixed at all. It is indeed their power. Scarlet Energy Storm, familiar feeling, dark mysterious liquid, this is the power of the Temple of Slaughter. Haha, it seems that you are not so loyal. You abandoned Dr. Hell and joined the Night Gang to smash it. Graham taunted, and at the same time he was trying to get information. Humph, we are naturally the most loyal servants of Lord Hell. This is just a small help provided by our partners. You are not allowed to slander our loyalty. Baron Ashura and Count Brocken refuted Graham at the same time, and also provided a little information. The Hell Legion and the Night have formed an alliance, so we can't let you leave. Boom. Just as Graham was about to drive the Flagabskneten cut to rush up and cut Ashura P1 and Brocken T9 into human sticks and capture them. A majestic energy burst out in the sky, the air was turbulent, and the white clouds were swept away. At the same time, the scarlet thunderclouds covered the bright sun in the clear sky. Chapter 1326, Cutting off the concept. At the edge of the sky, the blown-off, Dawn Erstellen, creation, stabilized its body, opened a faint light curtain to resist the scouring of the aftermath. Yang Hui frowned, stared at the center of the storm with a solemn face, and as time passed, after 2 or 3 minutes, accompanied by a shrill roar, the gradually weakening storm was torn apart, revealing the true face of the center of the storm. The huge mechanical beast, the 3 dragon heads of Jisa J1, the rotating ring blade of the Death Cross V9DE, the drilling arms of Mantis K9, the double horsetail sickle of Ganlada K7, the 2 lizard heads of Dabris M2, the chest fan of Stronka T4, the spiked wheels of Dum-Dum L2, the rocket launcher of Geniseta F9, a large number of mechanical beasts' characteristics can be found on it. What is this? The combat power of a single one is not enough, so it is the ultimate stitched monster. Yang Hui sneered at the huge mechanical beast in front of him, and he really didn't know how to complain about the weird taste. But the point is, the power of the night. This was the only reason why Yang Hui was serious. The huge stitched monster was meaningless in front of Erstellen, creation. It was just a bigger live target. But, if the power of the night or the Temple of Slaughter was added, it would be a different story. The dark liquid flowed at the joints of the various parts. A part of the body had changed in the direction of a living creature. The metal turned into flesh and blood, but it was not completely flesh and blood. It was in a state between half machine and half creature. Roar. Tisk. It's so noisy. Before the words fell, Erstellen, creation, raised his hand, and the golden particles condensed into countless GN Super Dragoons, which opened fire one after another around the huge mechanical beast, and at the same time deployed a piece of separate defense force field, surrounding it, blocking the huge mechanical beast's random attacks in a hurry, and preventing it from interfering with other parts of the battlefield. The saturation attack lasted for about 5 minutes before stopping. The flames and smoke from the explosion had completely covered the giant mechanical beast, making it difficult to see its condition. Although Yang Hui was sure that it was not dead, Yang Hui's plan was not just to kill it. When the flames weakened and the smoke dissipated, the giant mechanical beast revealed its true appearance. It was in tatters, with charred and damaged everywhere caused by the explosion, but it looked like only flesh wounds, and did not cause serious damage at all. In addition, the black liquid was flowing throughout the body, slowly repairing its broken body. The self-healing ability is much worse, but the defense is not bad. It can withstand 5 minutes of saturation attack without being seriously damaged. Yang Hui observed the giant mechanical beast, recorded the data he had tested, and then the GN Super Dragoon changed from a gun type to a sword type, flying around, turning into a swarm of bees to wrap around the giant mechanical beast, and the sword light flashed one after another, all hitting the joints of the whole body. The mechanical structure can withstand 3 high-frequency vibration blade slashes, 2 times of half-machine and half-organic, 1 time of complete transformation into a biological body and 1 time of failure to solidify. The defense of the biological body is greatly reduced, but the flexibility is greatly improved. Is it an unfinished product? Logically, the Knight would not be stupid enough to create a meaningless stitched monster. After receiving the power, the giant mechanical beast should become stronger. According to the comparison before and after, it should be a transformation from a machine to half-machine, half-organic or a whole biological body, but this transformation weakened the original strong defense. Although the flexibility increased, it did not make up for the reduced defense. Then, Yang Hui could think of 2 situations. One is that this power was only given to the mechanical beast, completely ignoring whether it could control it, and it did not fully control it, which led to the current incomplete changes. The other is that the huge mechanical beast in front of him is an unfinished product, a test product used by the Knight for testing. The high-frequency vibration blade's ability to withstand slashes has been tested, and then, before he finished speaking, the sword-type GN Super Dragoons dispersed and surrounded the giant mechanical beast, which changed again. The sharp points turned into dark muzzles, and the purple-red quantum reaction cannons were ready to fire. Boom boom boom. Roar. The purple-red spiral beams fell on the giant mechanical beast like heavy hammers, and the limbs stretched out from all parts of the body were completely broken without any resistance. But what surprised Yang Hui was that the quantum reaction cannons did not penetrate directly when bombarding the trunk of the huge body. They were blocked by some invisible thin force field and could not touch its main trunk at all. Huh? Yang Hui frowned slightly. When the gun-type GN Super Dragoons attacked just now, this unknown defensive force field did not appear, so it was certain that the main trunk had suffered damage. Is it automatically identifying a fatal attack, or we can't play this game anymore? Yang Hui analyzed the giant mechanical beast, but found that its self-healing speed was getting faster, accelerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yang Hui had a terrible guess in his mind and could not continue testing. The golden light condensed into a hilt in the right hand of Dawnbreaker Erstrelin, creation, and the purple-black wormhole energy extended from the hilt toward the sky. The blade, at least 3 kilometers long, fell with the force of splitting Mount Hui as Dawnbreaker Erstrelin, creation, swung his hand, touching the top of the giant mechanical beast's head, just like a knife cutting tofu, cutting it smoothly, without any hindrance, all the way down. Swish, the purple-black line connected the sky and the earth. The sword blade, as a paintbrush, left a thin, invisible cut on the ground and then retracted. The huge mechanical beast in the air stopped all its movements. There was no roar or scream. Even the black liquid that accelerated the repair of the body stopped, and then turned into heavy rain along the body and sprinkled on the ground. The huge mechanical beast itself, starting from the thin line in the center, split into 2 halves and fell to the ground. The defense force field cannot resist the wormhole energy. It may be too fast. The judgment mechanism has no time to trigger, or it has no time to grow. Yang Hui recorded the last information he obtained, and Dawn Erstrelin, creation, turned around. Boom! A fire burst into the sky behind him. Yang Hui, the survivor you wanted. At this time, Graham drove the Flagabskneten cut to the side of Dawn Erstrelin, creation, holding the Azure P1 and Brocken T9, whose limbs were cut off and exposed, and each had a sword stuck in the chest. Wow! Awesome! Yang Hui only looked at the Azure P1 and Brocken T9, and saw that the sword stuck in the chest completely cut off all the energy of the body without hurting the core cockpit and the driver. This is not something that can be done at the physical level, but Graham used the power of cut to cut off the concept of energy conduction. Even if the energy remains intact and the transmission line is repaired, the body cannot continue to operate. Haha, a little progress, but it's not very effective yet. Graham said with a smile. This move is his latest developed ability, transcending the concept of cutting at the physical level, but it sometimes works and sometimes doesn't work, and he has not mastered it completely. Then you still dare to use it? Aren't you afraid that you can kill them with one sword? Yang Hui asked Graham. If this trick doesn't work, we can't catch them either. Graham shrugged. The changed Azure P1 and Brocken T9 can either be killed or not caught. No matter how much damage they cause, the black liquid will repair the body itself. That's right, it seems that they are the leaders of this attack. As he said, Yang Hui focused on the entire battlefield. The enemy's offensive began to weaken. No new enemy planes appeared. The remaining enemy planes were also in chaos. They were just a group of lambs to be slaughtered. Did you gain anything? A little, but it's not good news. Let's go down. Understood. Dawn Erstrelin, creation, and Flagabskneten, cut, landed on the ground with the prisoners. After 15 minutes, the battle on the entire battlefield was declared over. The situation is not optimistic. We can't defend this place with only the Tussa fleet and the Dazzle fleet. After arriving at the headquarters and assigning the task of cleaning up the battlefield, Yang Hui immediately contacted Rebel and Wong remotely, and said solemnly, I have successfully persuaded Director Sayaka and Kabuto Koji of the new Photonics Research Institute. Kira and Athrin will escort the Infinite Demon to Zilkustan together and then station there. Wong said to Yang Hui, it's not enough. Mikazuki and the others will stay, and then transfer Shin and Minato. Yang Hui gave instructions to Wong and Rebel. Is it really necessary? Including Kira and Athrin, Zilkustan has concentrated 5 successfully awakened Dawn series. Is this combat power too much? You know, the next time is when people are urgently needed. I'm still worried that it's not enough. Yang Hui shook his head. The battle record of this battle has not been reported yet, and Wong and Rebel did not realize the seriousness of the problem. Then, Yang Hui briefed the two on his findings and the situation of this battle. As expected, after listening to it, Wang and Rebel did not think that Yang Hui was making a fuss. So your speculation is that it is a test product? And it will grow on its own. Rebel confirmed with a serious face. The information and data obtained so far, there is a high probability that this is correct. There is no experimental proof, so it can only be speculated. Well, after a moment of silence, Rebel said to Yang Hui, I will transfer Shinan and Aho and their teams over, and I have seen the records reported recently. Fujito's body can be transformed, and he is just one step away from the final step. In this way, it should be enough. If Fujito Kagashiro can successfully break through and awaken in the battle, then Jill Custon will gather 6 top combat forces. Such a lineup is enough to support even if the real Knight attacks until reinforcements arrive. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1327, Wise Knight, Appearance. A series of deployments were decided, and Yang Hui did not continue to stay in the headquarters. Lelouch, Wang, and Revel had to continue to formulate the transportation operations of the Infinite Demon God, and he also had an important task to complete. You are here. Well, did they say it? In the interrogation room of Jill Custon, Yang Hui looked through the glass at Baron Ashura and Count Brocken, who were imprisoned separately. What he had to do was to pry open their mouths as much as possible to find out why they could be resurrected infinitely and what kind of connection they had with the Knight. No, they kept silent after being caught and said nothing. Graham shook his head. Have they been tortured? The criminal law is useless to them. Jian Tai, who was also observing from the side, also replied, they are artificial creatures created by Dr. Hell. Although they have pain nerves, their spirits are completely different from humans. The criminal law will only make them more excited. Is the demon envoy on the way? In this way, there is no point in simply guarding and interrogating them, and these two people are not something that must be kept, so they can be replaced by the demon envoys to obtain their memories. It's on the way and will arrive tomorrow. For the Promise Corps, the magic envoys are still quite precious. Now many magic envoys have replaced the identities of this world and serve in very important positions. The magic envoys who can replace their bodies at any time usually stay at the headquarters of the intelligence department, waiting for the important prisoners who need to be replaced to be caught, and then go to various parts of the world, or wait for the prisoners to be escorted back to the headquarters of the intelligence department. Obviously, Baron Azura and Count Brocken are prisoners of this level, and the Hull Corps is elusive, so it is not convenient to escort them to the headquarters of the intelligence department. Colonel Yang Hui, their condition is very wrong. Jian Tai also expressed his concerns. Why? Yang Hui asked. Based on my understanding of them, they shouldn't be so quiet. Jian Tai also began to recall the bits and pieces of his contact with Baron Ashura and Count Brocken. Even if they were caught, they couldn't be so quiet. I always feel that there is some conspiracy. I'll go in and take a look. I'll go with you. Graham followed Yang Hui into the interrogation room. It was not that he didn't believe that Yang Hui had the ability to protect himself, but it was Graham's duty to protect Yang Hui. He was originally one of Yang Hui's guards. Although as a trump card, he would receive orders to perform other tasks, but when he was by Yang Hui's side, he had to perform his guard duties perfectly. Moreover, Jian Tai also said that the state of Baron Ashura and Count Brocken was very wrong. For both public and private reasons, he should stay by Yang Hui's side. Yang Hui did not refute Graham's actions. He walked into Baron Ashura's prison room with Graham. The silent Baron Ashura just raised his eyelids and glanced at Yang Hui, and then closed them again, with an attitude of letting others slaughter him and not revealing a single word, even if he was beaten to death. No. But as soon as Yang Hui entered the room, his mental wave swept over Baron Ashura's body and found something abnormal. Its mental wave is very immature, just like a newborn baby. You mean, clones? Have you conducted biometric tests? Yang Hui asked Graham. He could not make an accurate judgment based on the strength of the mental wave alone, and he had to combine it with a biological characteristics test. It has been done, but the results are not out yet. Graham nodded and replied. Then wait for the results to come out. You won't get any answers you want. Suddenly, Baron Ashura, who had been silent all the time, spoke up and interrupted Yang Hui. Graham immediately protected Yang Hui behind him, holding the tactical dagger on his waist tightly in his hand, and his eyes locked on the Death Star that appeared on Baron Ashura's body. Who are you? Yang Hui patted Graham's shoulder, signaling him not to act immediately. Yang Hui found that although they looked the same and had the same voice, the feedback from the mental wave had already told Yang Hui that the person he was talking to was definitely not Baron Ashura. Haven't you been looking for us? Baron Ashura suddenly had a strange smile on his face. Are you finally willing to show up? Knight. Yang Hui immediately understood that the person who controlled Baron Ashura was the knight that the Promised Legion had been looking for after coming to this world. Unexpectedly, this time in Jill Custon, not only did they encounter clues of the knight and the Temple of Slaughter, but they even came into direct contact with the knight. No, Mr. Yang Hui, please don't put yourself in a high position. We are not hiding from you, but we just have a little trouble that has not been solved, so please don't think too highly of yourself. I hope you can be more powerful than the Joy Knight and the Bloody Knight. In this way, we will find it more interesting. Yang Hui's mouth curled up in a cold arc, and he responded to the unknown knight in front of him without flinching. Joy and blood? A waste of depraved and selfish desires, a fool with a high opinion of himself. Please don't compare us with them, otherwise, we might be angry. Oh? Then I'm interested, let me see how angry you are. Yang Hui sneered and mocked, even bypassing Graham's protection and putting his face close to Baron Ashura. This is an obvious provocation, Mr. Yang Hui. It may be useful to others, but sorry, it doesn't work for me. Let me introduce myself. I am the Wise Knight. Haha, so hiding your head and showing your tail can be called wise. I'm grateful for your lesson. Okay, Mr. Yang Hui, don't use this kind of low-level sarcasm and provocation to test me. It's boring and annoying if you still want to chat. Oh? Are you going to tell me where you are hiding? That's great, and it can save us a lot of time. I'm here to persuade you to surrender, Mr. Yang Hui. Swish. After hearing only the first half of the sentence, Yang Hui didn't hesitate at all. He snatched the tactical dagger from Graham's hand and stabbed it straight into Baron Ashura's head. Before the blood sprayed, he directly activated his assimilation ability and turned Baron Ashura into flying green dust. Boring test. Yang Hui threw the tactical dagger to Graham expressionlessly and turned to walk out of the room. Just get rid of it. Graham put the tactical dagger back into the sheath on his waist as if nothing had happened, and asked Yang Hui jokingly. Simple probing and luring are useless. This, Knight of Wisdom, is very tricky. Yang Hui said with a serious expression. I can see that. After a smile, Graham's face also sank. If every knight was as arrogant as the Knight of Joy and the Knight of Blood, then they would be relieved. After all, there is no enemy that is easier to deal with than an enemy without a brain. But the Knight of Wisdom, encountered this time obviously has a brain, and this kind of opponent is the most difficult to deal with. What they will face is not only powerful strength, but also endless conspiracies and tricks. Let's go to the other side. Still continue? Didn't you say it was useless? Graham looked at Yang Hui in surprise. I understand that you just interrupted the conversation and cleared out Baron Ashura to make the world a little quieter, but didn't the negotiations break down? Still want to continue? It's just a show. Otherwise, how can I let him know that I have a bad temper? Yang Hui smiled meaningfully. You have a dirty heart for playing tactics. Graham couldn't help but curse. Just now, he really thought that Yang Hui was angry and killed Baron Ashura to vent his anger. Mr. Yang Hui. As soon as he walked out of Baron Ashura's prison cell, Jiantia and Liu Longma came to Yang Hui. Judging from their expressions, they must have many questions to ask, but now is not the time to talk about these. Let's talk after I finish talking to him. Okay. Although they were outside the prison room, they heard all the conversations between Yang Hui and the Wise Knight, and naturally had a lot of doubts in their hearts, such as what is a knight? Why was Baron Ashura suddenly controlled? But Yang Hui said that Earl Brocken on the other side seemed to have undergone some changes, so Jiantia and Liu Longma decided to be patient and wait until Yang Hui finished talking before asking. Arriving at Count Brocken's prison cell, as expected, Count Brocken, who had been keeping his head down and keeping his mouth shut, waited for Yang Hui and Graham to come in with the same weird smile on his face. Haha, it's not a good habit to have a bad temper, Mr. Yang Hui. Sorry, I heard a mad dog barking and couldn't help it for a while. Haha, interesting. The smile of Knight of Wisdom became even weirder. Since Mr. Yang Hui doesn't like my proposal, then I won't mention it, but I really don't think you can stop us. You can obviously live, why do you have to die? Sorry, I'm stubborn and don't like to turn back even if I hit the wall. You should understand this better, right? Or, well, it seems that you are called wisdom, but you are not valued very much? My wisdom is not good in front of adults. I'm just a little smart. I can see that, so you are not valued. It seems that we can't talk anymore. It's a pity, Mr. Yang Hui. We didn't have much to talk about with you from the beginning. So it's a pity. If we talk about regrets, it should be you, no, should we say he is more regretful? The corners of Yang Hui's mouth drew a dangerous arc, which made Graham subconsciously tense. His hand pressed on the tactical dagger at his waist again. He knew that Yang Hui was about to start the final test. This move might bring about a fatal crisis. Interesting statement, Mr. Yang Hui. The adult is omnipotent. The word regret has never been in his dictionary. What about his Graham? What about Wong? What about Liu Mei? What about Lux? What about Katie? And when Yang Hui read out the names one by one, the strange smile on the face of Wise Knight disappeared in an instant. His face became more and more gloomy, the murderous intent on his body became more and more intense, and the atmosphere in the prison cell became more and more violent. You are looking for death? Chapter 1328. Don't tell anyone. Graham, who is on alert, observed with caution that a flash of scarlet light flashed across Count Brocken's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he threw the combat dagger and hit the Death Star, cutting off all of Count Brocken's life force. The dangerous aura immediately dissipated. Sorry, I interrupted your conversation again. I'm not in a good mood either. Graham made a joke. Reliable. Yang Hui gave Graham a thumbs up. The conversation had reached that point. How could it continue? The other party was obviously preparing to use some means. If he didn't take action, would he save it for the new year? As for the Graham, Wang Liu and others who Yang Hui used to stimulate the Wise Knight, just now, Graham was very rational and didn't investigate further. Everyone could guess the result. After all, everyone knew that Yang Hui had a deep darkness and madness buried in his heart. It was only because of their existence that this darkness and madness were firmly imprisoned. And the other party was so crazy that the result was self-evident. Colonel Yang Hui, can we talk now? Jian Ti saw Yang Hui and Graham walk out of the cell after killing Count Brocken again, and asked impatiently. The more he listened to the conversation, the more information he knew, and the more doubts he found. Although he and Liu Longma were not the kind of people who would get to the bottom of things, there were some things he had to figure out. These Barons Ashura and Count Brocken are probably clones. Their mental waves are very immature. We should be able to determine them after the specific biological characteristics test results come out. They are not on the same camp as the Hell Legion you are familiar with, and we can't get any useful information from them. You know that's not what I want to ask? Jian Ti's face darkened. Yang Hui avoided the important point and answered something that he didn't want to hear at all. You are so impatient. Yang Hui sighed and shook his head, and said to Jian Ti and Liu Longma with a serious face, the information I am going to tell you next, except for the two of you, don't tell anyone, including Dreki Cruz's companions, or even your closest people. The information about the Temple of Slaughter and the Knights must be made public internally, but not now. Many things have not been investigated clearly, and their whereabouts are also the biggest mystery. Before all this has achieved initial results, it is not appropriate to let the people of this world know, especially the members of Dreki Cruz, most of whom are young members. The current war is their first war. Only a few people in the entire Earth Federation army, including the visitors from other worlds who have joined, know this information. But Jian Ti and Liu Longma are different. They participated in the war 10 years ago. Since 10 years ago, they have been fighting until now. Whether in terms of belief or reason, they are much stronger than the newcomers of Dreki Cruz. They have stronger acceptance and can think more rationally, so telling them, it doesn't matter. This is also a preparation in advance, so as to avoid the news coming too suddenly and everyone can't accept it. No problem. X2 Jian Tia and Liu Longma also realized the seriousness of the problem. After hesitating for a moment, they looked at each other. They couldn't just ignore the crisis that threatened world peace. Your world is facing a crisis of destruction. It's not all the forces you know, but a huge organization from another world, or a parallel world, the Temple of Slaughter. The Temple of Slaughter. Yes, the Temple of Slaughter, an organization that transcends a single world, will bring disaster and destruction wherever it passes, and is also the biggest enemy of the Promised Legion. Yang Hui told the two of them seriously and gave Graham a look. Graham understood, walked to the control panel and turned off all the equipment, and then ordered people to guard outside and not let anyone in. After arranging everything, Yang Hui continued, the person who just controlled Baron Ashura and Count Brocken is called Wise Knight. All those with a name, Knight, are cadres of the Temple of Slaughter. They are very powerful. Even within the Promised Legion, there are no more than 10 people who are capable of defeating the opponent one-on-one. In the last world, we encountered. Then, Yang Hui relayed the head-on collision between the Fafnir world of the sky and the Temple of Slaughter, as well as the experience of the battle between the Macros F world and the Snake tribe, with a video of the battle record, to Jian Tia and Liu Longma. As they listened and watched, Jian Tia and Liu Longma's faces became more and more ugly, and the big stone pressing on their hearts became heavier and heavier. This kind of enemy. How are they going to deal with it? It's not that they haven't dealt with endless armies, and it's not that they haven't fought against huge enemies that can destroy a planet with one blow, but the latter is basically only one. And it's at the leader level. As long as they defeat it in one go, the endless army will automatically be defeated. And what about the Temple of Slaughter? Just looking at the battle records in the Macros F world, there were 2 Snake Kings that were as big as planets and could destroy a planet with one strike. There were also cadres at the level of Knights. Although they could not destroy a planet with one strike, their individual strength was not weak. Although Yang Hui and his team had just awakened when they first fought, their strength was still very strong. Compared with now, the main difference was in the development of their abilities and the running in of their machines. The basic performance of their machines, driving skills, tactical coordination, combat awareness, etc., were not lost. Even so, the process of defeating Joy Knight and Bloody Knight was full of various thrills. So a world has been targeted by the Temple of Slaughter? Liu Longma asked Yang Hui. Yes. Yang Hui did not hesitate at all and dispelled all the luck of Liu Longma and Jian Ti in advance. We came to this world because we received an urgent mission. I understand. Jian Ti and Liu Longma are not children, nor are they cowards who shirk responsibility and say such foolish words as it is because of you killing the temple that you came to our world. They are warriors. After learning the enemy's intelligence, what they need to do is to make all preparations, fight the enemy and stop their conspiracy. Moreover, they also understand why Yang Hui does not allow them to spread this information. Even the two of them with big hearts feel uncomfortable when accepting it, not to mention other young people. If they are not careful, they may cause unrest. It is better to wait until they grow up a little more. Thank you for your trouble. Yang Hui was very polite to Jian Ti and Liu Longma. After all, they have not joined the Promised Legion yet. Their current identity is collaborators, not companions who share life and death. It's my job, Colonel Yang Hui, no need to be so polite. Jian Ti nodded seriously and agreed to Yang Hui's request. Don't look down on me, Yang Hui. We are real men. Liu Longma grinned and said generously, but I have a request. Please tell me. After watching your fight, and that Temple of Slaughter and Knights? I'm a little itchy. You can spar with me when you have nothing to do. Is that okay? Liu Longma asked with a smile. Of course. Yang Hui naturally had no reason to refuse the request to spar with each other. Only by sparring with opponents of the same level can we make progress. Who doesn't want to become stronger? And Yang Hui heard the worry hidden under the passion. Passion is only one aspect. Hidden under the passion is worry. Even Liu Longma began to doubt his own strength and could not save the world. Horizontal ellipsis. In the mysterious blue space, a black sphere floats in the middle. Inside the sphere, there is a building similar to a courtyard. On each platform, there is a person wearing a black robe. A careful count shows that there are 15 of them. The person wearing a black robe standing on the main seat clenched his hands, and the black and red energy weaved into a substantial coat. This bunch of damn ants. They are really courting death. Okay, stop barking there. What did you say? Haha, instead of being furious here, why not plan how to speed up the removal of the restraints and break their necks with your own hands? HMPH. I know better than you. Master Hands, take those toys and test data of yours. Huff, huff, that's what I've been waiting for. Wait, I will definitely make the most perfect work. No, 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 it should be more perfect. The teachings of adults are still so refreshing. Although I agree with your admiration for adults, if you dare to fantasize about adults again, can I chop off your head? Haha, try it if you can, idiot. Very good, I've wanted to tear your disgusting face apart for a long time. Stop it. The main seat, Knight of Wisdom, shouted, interrupting the quarrel. Other interested spectators also looked at Knight of Wisdom. Do you two want to learn from those two idiots, Joy and Bloody? What did you say? It seems that you want to be killed too. Don't forget, my lord has appointed me as the commander-in-chief of this operation. My lord also values this world very much. The plan to seize this world must not fail. Internal strife is fine, but if we go out, only one of us can come back alive. Tisk. X2 everyone present was unruly. Except for the person who created them, they would not obey anyone, and no one was allowed to ride on their heads. The reason why the wise knight could command them was also that person's order. The obedience instructions engraved in their genes made it impossible for them to disobey, no matter how unwilling they were. I will be responsible for revising the plan. You should continue with the current plan and free us from our restraints as soon as possible so that we can offer this world to you as soon as possible. Before that, everyone should take care of themselves. If anyone makes trouble again, don't blame me for being rude. Understood. XNOK, the chess piece is back. Get ready. We still need him now. As soon as the voice fell, everyone in the seats put on a black metal helmet and looked towards the entrance of the hall. As the footsteps got closer and closer, a man in a white suit and silver-gray hair walked in. He was not a human. Not only did he have a third eye like a decoration on his forehead, but he also had 2 pairs of horns on his head. Teacher, masters, I'm back. Chapter 1329, I'm so excited. 3 days had passed since the war, and no enemy troops had attacked again. Everyone had a rare rest time, but it was obviously rest time, but everyone only slept for a day before immediately entering the intense training life. All the MIS troops came to the training room at the same time and started training on their own. In addition to completing the daily training subjects, they also had their own team confrontation. Good opportunity. Wait. Don't be too. Swish. Boom. I knew this would be the result. The simulated training room of Drestriga simulated the battlefield. This time the simulated environment was a dense forest, with towering trees with an average height of 40 meters. The largest machine could not be seen in it at all, and even the sunlight could only shine through the sparse gaps. The visibility was extremely low, and there were thick tree trunks all around, which was one of the most complex scenes. Al drove his favorite machine and teamed up with Edge St. Claus and Huso to fight against the 12 Zodiacs, who were invited to come up during their vacation. No, it should be said that only one of them was Fujito Kagashiro. Quietly, Al first spotted Fujito Kagami's Gemini, and approached quietly, intending to attack from behind. Fortunately, Edge's Fair Spurt 30 was not far away. When he came over, he saw Agarka trying to attack Gemini. He was about to speak to stop him, but it was too late. Then he saw the following scene. Agarka rushed up, and Agarka was cut in half by Gemini. This was not the first time they fought Fujito Kagami. His superb martial arts, top driving skills, rich combat experience, and excellent combat awareness were definitely the ace among aces in the former Federal Army, comparable to Amuro in those days. Moreover, if you know more about the internal structure of the Promise Corps, you will know that those who can drive the Dawn series are the top aces who have successfully awakened, and those who have not yet awakened are the ace reserves. The current Gemini is the newly replaced Dawn series, which is enough to prove Fujito Kagami's strength and status in the Promise Corps. Against an opponent of this level, such a low-end sneak attack is completely useless. Aren't you going to attack? After killing Al and Agarka, Gemini turned around and looked in the direction of the Fair Spurt 30, and asked in the public channel, I'm not sure about a one-on-one fight. Aggie St. Claus scratched his hair, But he didn't plan to fight head-on. He drove the fierce Bird 30 to retreat with the help of the complex terrain. He planned to meet up with Husuo first, and then attack Gemini from both sides. There might be a glimmer of hope. However, in the duel, Fujito Kagemashiro was an absolute warrior, but on the battlefield, he was a fierce wolf. How could he let go of his prey? In an instant, Gemini was wrapped in GN particles, and his body floated off the ground, with flames behind him, chasing after him at an incredible speed. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? In this environment? At this speed? Won't a plane be destroyed and people killed? Irem watched this scene and shouted in disbelief. He has always been very confident in his own strength, but he was sure that he didn't dare to do so, otherwise it would definitely be a dead end. You haven't fought them yet, have you? Mabet asked Irem. I haven't, I plan to observe first. Irem replied with a smile. He was still a very strategic person. He didn't plan to fight directly, but to observe his future companions carefully first, and then conduct confrontation training, so that he wouldn't suffer losses without knowing anything. And the previous simulated battlefields, Irem happened to watch none of the complicated scenes, which led to this scene. You'll know when you watch it. Irem began to watch with full concentration, and then, his eyes widened, and he felt that his three views had suffered a huge blow. Maintaining a super high speed, Gemini was like a beam of light, turning back and forth in the dense woods. No, absolutely not like that. With this idea in mind, Irem came to a small screen and clicked a few times, slowing down the video recording just now, because what he saw was not Gemini avoiding the thick tree trunk blocking the way forward with a strange corner maneuver, but actively crashing into it, and then turning. Sure enough, through the slow-motion video recording, he confirmed that it was not an avoidance at all, but an act of stepping on the tree trunk, and then using the strength of his legs to push away from the tree trunk. This operation was repeated many times. But it was also because of this that he found it even more incredible, because such an operation was more difficult than avoidance. The angle and position of contact with a tree trunk, the timing and direction of force. If you are not careful, you will fail. And the most critical thing is that the machine will suffer huge damage. The effect of force is mutual. Falling on an obstacle at such a fast speed, although adjusted to the most suitable angle, will still bring a huge burden to the machine, especially the legs and waist. How could it be repeated so many times and the machine is safe and sound? Have you read the information of the Dawn series and Rising Sun series? Camus, who served as an observer and recorder behind him, stepped forward and asked Irem. Are you talking about assimilation? That's right. The assimilation of the Rising Sun series cannot self-repair, but the Dawn series can. Although Gemini has not yet awakened, Fujito has developed his Festum factor to a very high level. Gemini is just his dedicated machine and requires almost no running in. It can be done after consuming a certain amount of physical strength. Monster. Alim sighed, but immediately thought of Camus beside him, Amuro behind him, and Yang Hui and others, and immediately explained awkwardly, sorry, I didn't mean that. It doesn't matter. Camus did not misunderstand Ilim's words, and this was actually the truth. The boss said that it is not shameful to give up some things in order to protect what you love. I've learned something. Alim did not have this awareness. Fighting bravely was fine, but giving up his human identity and turning himself into a monster in order to gain power, he couldn't do it. So, stop flirting with the members of Team Shorak and train hard. Irem's mouth twitched. His personality determined that he would not be content, especially when there was a team composed entirely of mature older sisters on Drestriga. Although he was rejected countless times, he still did not give up and insisted on flirting with them. Damn this man's desire to win. Takamori, you lost. Just when Irem was embarrassed, he happened to see the three members of Team SRX and Ando Masaki walking over dejectedly, and he knew that they had lost again. Well, we lost, and we lost miserably. Ida Takamori said frustratedly. It's because you were too impulsive. As soon as you saw the opportunity, you rushed forward stubbornly, but ended up being ambushed. We had a chance to win. Ando Masaki scolded angrily. You're almost the same. Lattice F. Brasida glanced at Ando Masaki, and the blame and disgust in his eyes could not be hidden. I thought I saved Takamori, but I was stabbed twice by the enemy sniper. Gulen K interrupted Ando Masaki's defense and added a knife. Ando Masaki shut up and lowered his head with Ida Takamori. You are still too naive? It's just a simple double trap. Karen, Audron Zevon and Orpheus Zevon, who were fighting against the SRX team and Ando Masaki, arrived, and Karen gave instructions with pride. How can a double trap be simple? Even the most calm Lattice F. Bracita complained with her face covered. Ordinary traps are enough to make people suffer, and double traps? Temporarily arranged on the battlefield? Simple? She was educated by His Highness in this way. As Karen's good friend, Audron Zevon naturally would not miss this opportunity. Audron. Karen blushed and rushed over to cover Audron Zevon's mouth. Don't mention the dark history of the past. Stop it, Colin, Audron. Office Zevon advised with a headache. We all made mistakes in the battle just now. Wait for your reprimand. Huh? No way. X2 Colin and Audron Zevon were stunned at the same time, looking at Office Zevon in horror, but before Office Zevon could confirm and explain, they heard the terrifying call behind them. Colin, Audron, Office, come here. Turning around, I saw that Jeremiah, the eldest brother of the 12 Zodiacs, had a dark face and was burning with anger. 12 Zodiacs, even if Fujito Kagemashiro was the strongest and replaced Jeremiah as the captain, and even Colin and Suzuka were about to surpass Jeremiah, no one dared to disobey Jeremiah's words. Even if Fujito Kagemashiro was not afraid, he had to listen to Jeremiah. There was no other way. Fujito Kagemashiro joined later, and Colin and others were considered Jeremiah's juniors. When they first joined, they were also taught a lesson. So, Colin and Audron Zevon had to go and be scolded no matter how reluctant they were. Hey, these two girls, when will they be able to stand on their own? Can't they learn from Monica? Mr. Yang Hui boss. A familiar voice turned his head and saw that Yang Hui was shaking his head and sighing with his arms folded. Boss, when did you come? Amuro asked, but he didn't notice it at all. I came just now. I didn't disturb you because you were very focused. Yang Hui smiled and said, how is the situation? Not bad, everyone's spirits are high, and the previous battle has been a big stimulus. Amuro reported while sending the latest training results to Yang Hui. It's really good, and they are all growing steadily. Yang Hui took a look and nodded with satisfaction. That's right. 2 consecutive battles are quite exciting. Amuro said, as if he recalled the experience of Yang Hui leading them to conquer all over the world. When he joined, it was still good. The first batch of members, including Young, Kashima Isama, and Fort Romfillo, were the ones who really fought their way out in the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Chapter 1330 Return to the Universe, Happy Army Day. You haven't joined yet. Yang Hui looked around and didn't find any records of Irem, the ATX team, Zenga and Elzem, so he looked up and asked Irem. Not yet, we plan to observe the situation first and get to know the new companions before joining. Irem replied, as for Zenga and Elzem, I don't know. Well, so your way of getting to know them is to chat up single female members. Yang Hui teased. Even if he was not in Dreisliga, he had heard about Irem's glorious deeds. Oh, Adhoha. I understand your thoughts. After all, we were all strangers before, but... After the joke, Yang Hui's expression became serious. You can start joining. In 3 days, the reinforcements from Jill Custon will all arrive, and we will also return to the universe. We will inevitably fight, and there will be no extra time for you to leisurely get to know everyone. I understand. Yang Hui's advice made Irem unable to refute. After all, a deal had been reached. Dreddy Cruz and the Earth Federation of this world helped find a way to return to the original world, and they needed to fight. Come on. Yang Hui patted Ilem's shoulder, and then left the training room. With Amuro and Camus in charge, and the 12 Zodiacs and the Rose Witch Knights, there would be no trouble. He was going to see Zenga and Elzem. After asking a few people, Yang Hui finally found the two in a remote viewing corridor. Mr. Yang Hui. When Elzem saw Yang Hui coming, he took the initiative to greet Yang Hui, and Zenga nodded. He was just like that, and it was a high recognition for him to nod. What? Are you not used to the environment here? No, not really, it's just... At this point, Elzem was a little helpless. After all, their identities were special. If they were not from the same world, it would be fine, but the SRX team, the ATX team, Ando Masaki, and Ilum were enemies in the original world. You don't look like shy people. Yang Hui said with a smile. It's not a matter of being shy, it's just, Alice. My personal suggestion is to build good relationships with everyone as soon as possible. At least you are not a member of your world. Otherwise, you will be very uncomfortable in the future, and we will be very uncomfortable too. On the same battleship, with two people who don't fit in, everyone will feel uncomfortable, and even worse, it will trigger all kinds of rumors, and it is possible that it will develop into exclusion and targeting. Yang Hui doesn't want this to happen in his team. Don't worry, Mr. Yang Hui, we understand this. Elzem assured. It's easy to talk to others, but it's just Lattice F. Pursuta, his younger brother, who makes him a little unsure about how to face it. He can't let go of what happened back then, but after so many years, he has figured out who the real person to hate is and how to take revenge, but Lattice F. Pursuta is obviously not so mature yet. By the way, take this. Yang Hui threw a file storage device to Elzem. What is this? Elzem was stunned and asked in confusion. I have selected the standard technology in the core from the previous transaction and found the one you can use. It is the same model as the one in the Institute for Killian. Of course, it is only the one available so far. Yang Hui said. This. In an instant, Elzem felt that the data storage device in his hand was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. This was the capital of DC's soaring success and the foundation of the Promise Caller. Just like that, it was easily handed over to him. When he had not yet made any achievements and they did not know or trust each other. Mental waves. Yang Hui sensed what Elzem was thinking, and smiled as he pointed to his head. It's different from telekinesis in that it weakens the interference ability at the physical level and strengthens the ability to sense and communicate. Plus, I'm already very good at sensing and communicating. I can understand what kind of people you are simply by using mental waves. Of course, the induction of mental waves is not as mysterious as Yang Hui said, but Yang Hui's sensing and communication abilities are indeed top-notch in the Promise Caller. Communication and sensing are also his best areas. Coupled with his top-notch computing ability, he combines the emotions, psychological activities, changes in physical characteristics, and other factors sensed during contact. The calculated results are enough to judge a person's true self. Not to mention, Yang Hui also has the help of the memory bank. What a convenient ability. Elzem praised. I didn't dare to use it at the beginning. Yang Hui laughed at himself, recalling when he just became a pure-blooded transformer, without the assistance of GN particles, without the buffering and amplification of the dual furnace frequency synchronization system, he really didn't dare to enter the transformer mode. Imagine that the voices of all the people around you are pouring into your brain at the same time, that feeling. It's not easy for you either. No one living in this world has an easy life. Yang Hui shrugged his shoulders, and would not boast of his own strength and greatness because of this. That is something that only conceited and inferior idiots would do. Yet, that's true. Then, Yang Hui chatted with Elzem and Zenga for a long time, talking about everything, including their experiences in the world of Gundam OG, Yang Hui's experience when he just started in the world of Gundam U, and the dangers, anecdotes, and life when performing missions in various worlds. They talked about everything, just like good friends who can talk about anything, sighing together, laughing together, getting angry together, and regretting together. They chatted until the evening, and after dinner, Yang Hui separated from the two. Elzem and Zenga were also deeply touched and very grateful to Yang Hui, because, in addition to the viewing corridor at the beginning, they later accepted Yang Hui's invitation and walked around, dressed together, so the three people's happy chat was seen by many people, including the SRX team and ATX team in the training room. They all knew that Yang Hui was not only helping them relax, but also telling everyone in Drestriga that they were trustworthy people. This was actively helping them stand up. The next battle, we have to be serious. Zenga said seriously, and even if they separated, his smile did not disappear. Yes, this trust is a bit heavy. Elzem touched the place on his chest where the data storage device Yang Hui gave them was placed. I have a feeling, Zenga. What? He seems to know us very well. Elzem said. Yes. Zenga nodded, he also felt it. Well this. Never mind. Elzem wanted to say something, but felt that he shouldn't be so suspicious. Let's go, Zenga, let's go to the simulation training room together. It's time to get in touch with everyone. Okay. 3 days later, reinforcements from the Promise Corps arrived one after another. The first to arrive were Zhen and Inato. They directly broke through the atmosphere alone and landed in Zilkustan. When they saw Zhen for the first time, Yang Hui rushed up to him and gave him a big fight, blaming him for procrastinating. He asked him to meet up early in the morning to help him unlock Dawn Erstellen creation, but he was dragged down by various trivial matters and had to wait until now to meet. Zhen didn't dare to talk back. Since he had been educated many times and was saved many times by Yang Hui in battle, Yang Hui had become his idol. He lowered his head and accepted the education, regardless of whether Yang Hui was right or not. Then, visitors from other worlds from all over the world arrived in Zilkustan, which made Yang Hui sigh that the composition of this world was so complicated, such as Ichiro Agami, Shinjiro Okoa, Sakura Shinguji, Erika Fontaine, and Gemini Sandlas from Sakura Wars, such as Kentaro Gu from Super Electromagnetic Man Polgus V, and Hayato Heiji from Shinkansen Transformer Robot, and even Ultraman. However, they were not the Giant of Light from the M78 Nebula, but Shinjiro Hayata, Dan Moriboshi, and Seiji Hakuto from the Mobile Ultraman world. Among them, there was also a very special person, who also came from the Iron-Blooded Orphans world, but not from the same Iron-Blooded Orphans world, McGinnis Farid, the man called Chocolate by Mikazuki. Although he also felt that his experience was very strange, his ability to accept was still quite strong. After all, he had encountered things about crossing into another world, so it was reasonable to meet people he knew from different worlds, right? Yang Hui personally received every guest from another world and invited them to board the Dressplinger. Fortunately, before arriving in Zilkustan, they had reached an agreement with the Federation to help each other. They also learned about Dreki Cruz on the way, so the process was quite smooth. Dreki Cruz's combat power was also greatly strengthened. At least the MIS troops were not short of people, and the number alone was worthy of the carrier-based troops of the 2-kilometer-long Universal Mothership. Finally, on the third day, Dazzle's fleet arrived above Zilkustan. Because of Dazzle's identity, he and his leadership team did not come to the ground, but completed the handover of the task through video communication. Yang Hui, Minerva. Char's fleet is in the Taiyan universe, what are you afraid of? Yang Hui looked at the timid Dazzle on the screen and rolled his eyes. Can he maintain the image of a humanoid Gundam? Question mark. But Heyman left, and I left too. Char is not here either, and over there. Don't worry about it. Minerva is more mature than you think. Besides, don't we still have Banagher? Don't mention that bastard to me. He's the one I'm worried about. Oh. Yang Hui held his forehead and sighed. It turned out that the wild boar that had taken his cabbage was the key point. Okay, Minerva is not young anymore. Well, she's grown up now, and she has her own ideas. Let young people handle their own affairs. Don't mess around. But wait until the Battle of Kamiya and the counterattack against Zanskar are over, and when there are vacancies, we'll send someone to replace you. Okay, then it's settled. We must. Without waiting for Dazzle to finish, Yang Hui hung up the phone. He really couldn't bear to watch it any longer. If it continued, Yang Hui probably wouldn't be able to help but drive Erstellen creation directly to Dazzle's flagship and rush in to beat him up. Colonel Yang Hui, the reinforcements have all arrived, and General Rebel has also sent an order. It's time for us to set off. Sanai Grewale said to Yang Hui. To be honest, her head was a little dizzy. Was that gorilla just now really Dazzle's Abby? How? It was completely different from the rumors. Well, let's go, Captain Sanai. Understood. Sanai Grewale nodded and immediately gave the order. From now on, Dreki Cruz will ascend into space, follow General Rebel's order, go to the GGG orbital base to receive supplies, and then go to the designated space area to meet up with friendly forces and participate in the Battle of Kamiya Star. Understood. Chapter 1331 The Power and Plan Z. Dreki Cruz, who ascended to space, came directly to the GGG orbital base for resupply. This time, Sanai Grewal and others finally met the leadership team of the new GGG. The last time they came to the GGG orbital base, because Rebel and his accompanying team temporarily took over the orbital base, the members either went to Earth to support Yanhehu and GDOGC, or stayed at their respective jobs without any opportunities. Nice to meet you, Captain Sanai, Colonel Yang Hui. I am the chief of the new GGG, Agathon. Welcome to the GGG orbital base. Nice to meet you, Commander Agathon. Dreki Cruz has arrived at the GGG orbital base for resupply. and I hope you will fully cooperate. Sanai Greywall stretched out his hand and shook hands with Commander Agathon. Please rest assured, we have also received General Rebel's order. All the supplies are ready and can start the supply operation at any time. Thank you. Sanai Greywall thanked and said the second thing mentioned in the order. General Rebel's order mentioned that Dreddy Crews would assist GGG in implementing Plan Z, but did not mention the specific content of the plan. Please tell us the details. Of course, no problem. When mentioning Plan Z, Commander Agasson's eyes lit up. This was the plan he'd dreamed of completing, to bring back his partners and family members whose lives and deaths were unknown. At that time, he accepted the advice of Supervisor Yang Hui and reported Plan Z to the Federation Army headquarters without reservation. He immediately received higher recognition from Rebel and Wang. The two also personally improved the entire plan, which greatly increased the feasibility and success rate of the plan, which moved Commander Agasson very much and recognized the current Earth Federation Army even more. It's just... But Commander Agasson did not immediately tell the information to Sanai Greywall, Yang Hui and others, because this plan requires the full cooperation of Dreddy Crews and is very risky, even if Wang and Rebel have perfected the plan. So he believes that it is responsible to inform all members of Dreddy Crews of this information. If possible, I suggest that all members of Dreddy Crews can listen to the relevant content of Plan Z. That's no problem. Sanai Greywall nodded in agreement. She also planned to do so. Due to limited space, team members who cannot come can listen to our conversation through the ship's radio. Specific mission briefings and combat deployments will be issued after this conversation. I see. It's great to have your support. Thank you very much for taking care of our young people during this time. Leave the preparation and supplies to us. Then we will obey your orders. Although the systems are different, we are also one of the agencies under the Earth Federation Army, so you're welcome. Inspector Yang Longley echoed and introduced himself at the right time. I'm GGG's Inspector Yang Longley, please give me your guidance. Well, this is a rare opportunity. Before introducing the Z plan, let's also have the rising stars of our team join us. You guys, introduce yourselves. Commander Agasson said to the young men behind him. I'm the mobile unit's communicator Hana Hatsuno, please give me your guidance. I'm the maintenance department's communicator Suo Oshiyama. I'm the research department's communicator Norihiko, and I'm also a synchrosensor, so I also serve as the junior sensor pilot of the Kibokai. Hello. Now, everyone knew each other, and Commander Agathon didn't keep anyone in suspense, and began to explain the details of Plan Z. I'm sure you all know that our Gutsi Global Guard is the successor organization of the former Gusty Galaxy Guard. Because of the war in the Triple Solar System, although the previous generation of members saved the world, they were all trapped in the universe that was about to be destroyed, and their lives and deaths were unknown. Plan Z is a plan formulated to rescue them, rescue the heroes. Rescue the heroes. To be honest, Mitsuho Greywall had thought about whether Plan Z was a combat capability enhancement plan, or a development and exploration plan, but she never thought that the ultimate goal would be to rescue the previous generation of heroes who disappeared 10 years ago. Really, can they be rescued? Reynold Harding asked in a somewhat unimaginable way. According to the records within the Federation Army, they are in a space-time earlier than the Big Bang, a universe 15 billion years ago. Mitsuho Greywall was equally unbelievable and raised her doubts. This is indeed very difficult, but not impossible. Tian Heima stood beside Chief Agasson to make additional explanations. Although he was a member of Dreddy Crews, he was also a new generation of heroes of GGG and an important companion of the old generation of heroes. Naturally, he was eager to rescue them. The fact is right in front of us. Mamoru and I traveled through 15 billion years of space-time and returned to Earth. Jideo Jishi said. He and Mamoru were both from the Triple Solar System, not Earthlings. Before the old generation of heroes completely disappeared, they sent back 2 children from the Triple Solar System, namely Tian Heima and Jideo Jishi. They were the best proof of the feasibility of the plan. It was possible to bring people back from the space-time of the Triple Solar System. So, Mamoru and Jimi were able to travel through 15 billion years of time and space, so they must have used some special means, energy? Or technology? Yang Hui thought for a moment and asked. The key to our ability to travel through time and space is the power, the super energy that exists on Jupiter. Tian Hai Mamoru said. Jupiter again. As soon as Jupiter was mentioned, Yang Hui couldn't help but complain in his heart. It was really a strong sense of deja vu. Any villain forces were thrown to the universe and Mars, and any special appearance tribes and special powers were thrown to Jupiter. But I heard that the power is too strong, and there is currently no means to control it. Sanigriwale asked while recalling the corresponding information. It is indeed the kind of power that will bring destruction. In fact, the main body of the alien machine, Z main brain, was destroyed because it could not control the power. Gdog said. However, the huge meteorite that the original species of the 31st machine world tried to smash into the Earth was sent to the past by the power. Tianhehu added, and the huge meteorite that was sent back to 65 million years ago became the cause of the extinction of dinosaurs on the Earth in that era. In other words, although the power is a destructive force, it can also be said to be an energy that can travel through time and space. Tianhehu and Gdog complemented each other, allowing Yang Hui to roughly understand what kind of energy the so-called the power is. The characteristics are violent, the quality and quantity are very high, and it can connect time and space. Is it the result of the violent characteristics of energy and high quality and powerful flying bricks, or is it the characteristic of connecting time and space itself? It's really curious. Colonel Yang Hui. Seeing Yang Hui muttering to himself, his eyes gradually became hot, and the corners of the mouths of everyone present twitched. Sorry, I thought of something. Yang Hui shook his head, asking everyone not to care, and then continued to ask, so you judge that the power will be the key to opening the door to the triple solar system? Yes. All the members from GGG nodded. Although the mission of our new GGG is to protect the Earth, we also hope to rescue the old GGG, and we believe that in order to complete Plan Z, we must conduct a field investigation on Jupiter. Commander Agassiz said seriously, but this matter is of great importance. Once it fails, the consequences will not be borne by the GGG alone. So I accepted the advice of Inspector Yang and reported the plan to General Rebel, who then improved it with the Imperial Chief of Staff, and invited Dreddy Cruz to assist in investigating Jupiter and the power. No problem. General Rebel's order also mentioned that we must fully cooperate with you in implementing Plan Z. Moreover, they are the heroes who saved the Earth. I am honored to be able to participate in the plan to save the heroes. I think everyone in Dreddy Cruz has the same idea. As the deputy captain, I also agree with the captain's opinion. At critical moments, the deputy captain has to support Mitsuha Greywale. Of course I agree. Seeing a lot of eyes on him, Yang Hui shrugged his shoulders and agreed. First, the power of the previous generation of heroes is a great help to the Federal Army. Secondly, the return of the heroes can also greatly boost morale. Moreover, I am also very interested in the previous generation of heroes. Oh, yes, there is also the power. Colonel Yang Hui, the power is a very terrible destructive force. How about, forget it? Tianhehu's mouth twitched, and he quickly persuaded him. The scene of the destruction of the Z main brain because it could not control the power 10 years ago was still vivid in his mind. Well, don't worry, I know my limits and won't act rashly. Yang Hui waved his hand, asking Tianhehu and others not to be so nervous. He is not a crazy ambitious person. He knows that the power that cannot be touched casually will not be touched easily. He will definitely study it, but he will also be fully prepared. That's good. X and Tianhehu and others breathed a sigh of relief, especially Tianhehu and Gdog. Once Yang Hui made up his mind, no one could persuade him. But, Commander Agassiz, our team will soon go to the designated space area to meet up with a friendly fleet and will soon participate in the Battle of Kamiya, so regarding assisting with Plan Z. I also know about this, and General Rebel also told me that the Federation will launch large-scale battles around the world in the near future, with the Battle of Kamiya and the Zanskar counterattack as the core. I understand the difficulties of your department, so my idea is that after the Battle of Kamiya is over, if your department has not received any other instructions, please go to Jupiter for investigation. Everything will be based on the plan of the Federation Army headquarters. Although Commander Agassiz was anxious, he also knew what was important. In the face of the Federation Army's big plan, a small plan of an agency, no matter how important it was, had to take a back seat. Dreddy Cruz was also the biggest help for Plan Z, and the biggest guarantee of its success. Without the help of Dreddy Cruz, GGG would never dare to execute it on its own. Chapter 1332, Meeting, Reckless Order. After completing the resupply operation at the GGG orbital base, Dredge crews immediately set out to the designated space region to reunite with a friendly fleet. 3 Macros-class ships. It seems that General Rebel and the Imperial Chief of Staff are very determined to reorganize fleets, an independent force, and us. Uruguay's forces on Kamiya are doomed. Nonsense. I heard that although the Promise has only 4 carrier-based aircraft, there are 3 successfully awakened Dawn series, and one that is as powerful as the successfully awakened Dawn series. Plus our side, hiss. I suddenly feel a little sympathetic to Urugu. Is it my problem? No, we think the same as you. Feel sorry for Urugu for 3 seconds. Because they had to wait for the reinforcements of Zilcuston to change guard, Dredge crews set off the latest and arrived the latest. 3 days ago, Malu's 4th Fleet and Maximin's 15th Fleet arrived in the current space domain and reunited with the Promise. The reason why they haven't launched an attack yet is because they are waiting for the arrival of Dredge crews. Beep beep. Captain, Promise, Archangel, Star C, have sent communication requests. Connect, let Captain Blade come online. Understood. The 4 screens on the bridge lit up at the same time, and Blade, Malu, Bakalulu and Miximan came online. Nice to meet you, Captain Mitsuha. I am Lieutenant General Natal Bakalulu, the captain of Promise. I am Lieutenant General Malu Lamias, the commander of the 4th Fleet of the Promise Caller. Ditto, the commander of the 15th Fleet, Major General Miximan. Hello, 3 generals. I am Lieutenant Colonel Mitsuha Greywall, the head of the independent unit Dredge crews of the Earth Federation Army. Mitsuha Greywall led all the members of the bridge to stand up and salute. These 3 are real generals. They have just joined the Federation Army. Where have they seen such a scene? Malu, Bakalulu and Miximan returned the salute and asked everyone to relax and began to explain the battle plan. According to our investigation, Uluguru has built a large outpost on Kamiya Star, with a permanent force of 10,000, 50% of which are small fighters, 30% are humanoid mobile weapons, and the remaining 20% are small and medium-sized warships. No trace of the Legion commander has been found for the time being. 10,000. The content of the XN communication was not only heard by the bridge, but also played throughout the interior of Drestriga. But when everyone heard Bakalulu say that the enemy had 10,000 troops, they couldn't help but get nervous. They had never faced such a large enemy force, even if half of them were small fighters that were not a big threat. They didn't know the story of ants biting elephants. 10,000 troops. General Bakalulu, we have enough combat power. According to the direct order of the Federation Army headquarters, this battle requires not only the destruction of Uluguru's outpost, but also the 10,000 troops. All of them must stay. All of them? This. The 4 people on the screen were quite calm, only Mitsuha Greywall was panicking. This was simply impossible. With 10,000 troops, it was not so easy to win with their current strength, and they had to annihilate the enemy completely. This was a fantasy. Captain Mitsuha, don't worry. I will explain in detail the battle plan formulated by the Chief of the Imperial General Staff. As he spoke, a blank screen lit up, showing a battle map, which clearly distinguished the distribution of enemy and friendly forces, and also marked the locations where each fleet should go, as well as the tasks that needed to be performed. According to the battle plan, this ship will serve as the flagship of this operation, and I will be the commander-in-chief of this battle. Malu, the 4th Fleet will go to coordinate S-45 to defend the left wing of Uluguru. Miximan, the 15th Fleet will go to coordinate Y-99 to block Uluguru's retreat and do not allow any enemy to pass through your line. Understood. X2 This ship will attack the enemy's right wing together with the White Fortress. Captain Mitsuha, the mission of the Drestriga is to launch a feint attack from the front to track the enemy's main force and buy time for the Promise and the White Fortress to destroy the enemy's outpost. Should this ship conduct a feint attack? Sanai Greywall had to question this order. The combat power of Drestriga was not as good as that of Macros-class battleships. Although the shipborne Miss Force had Yang Hui and others, it was still too few compared to the other 2 fleets. Why was it not the 4th Fleet or the 15th Fleet that was responsible for the frontal feint attack to contain the main force of the enemy, but Drestriga? That's right. Bakalu nodded seriously, and then looked at Yang Hui. Once an enemy corps commander level target is found, it is allowed to be directly annihilated without any prisoners. If necessary, Kamiya Star can be directly destroyed. Understood. Yang Hui nodded. This order was to tell Yang Hui and all the members on the ship who had successfully awakened the Dawn series that they could do whatever they wanted in this battle without any worries. Colonel Yang Hui, isn't this too reckless? Sanai Greywall questioned, not only for her own safety, but also for everyone on Drestriga. No, Drestriga just needs to maintain long-range fire support. There's no need to worry about enemy planes approaching. They can't get close to you. Yang Hui said to Mitsuba Greywall seriously, I will command the MIS troops. As long as Drestriga doesn't show up, there won't be any danger. Huh? Are you going to do something serious? Graham's mouth curled up, and a dangerous arc was drawn. Among all the people on the bridge, only he knew how terrible Yang Hui would be if he was serious. Numbers? Haha, in front of him and Dawn Ersterlin, Creation, who were serious, the most useless thing was numbers. Prevent trouble before it happens, so as to avoid emergencies. Solve it quickly. Yang Hui said with a serious expression. Okay. Graham shrugged, with an expression of a hunter seeing prey on his face. If there is a Legion commander, it's mine. That depends on whether he can survive from my hands. Yang Hui smiled, a crazy and dangerous smile. The battle deployment ends here. All units will start the action immediately. Understood. X3, understood. Sanai Greywall's answer was very hesitant. She was obviously unwilling to accept this ridiculous order, but due to her status and rank, she could not directly refute Bakilulu. After the communication was over, she immediately cast a puzzled look at Yang Hui. She didn't believe that Yang Hui could not see how ridiculous this order was. You will know after the battle begins. Remember, don't go forward, stay behind obediently. Before leaving, Yang Hui reminded Sanai Greywall not to put Drestriga in danger because of a momentary impulse. I understand. Watch carefully, Yang Hui is doing it for the first time in front of you, and let you see why he can sit on the throne of the strongest. Graham also kindly offered reminders and suggestions to Sanai Greywall and others, but this position will be mine sooner or later. Don't talk too much, you'll always be the second. Yang Hui, your Death Star is very dazzling. Try to stab me. Tisk. Get out of the way. Don't block my way. The hatch of the bridge closed, and everyone looked at each other, their minds were in a mess. Okay, first execute the orders of Vice Admiral Bakilulu and Colonel Yang Hui. Notify the entire ship to enter the second-level combat configuration, and all MIS troops are on standby. Once the instructions from the Promise arrive, immediately enter the first-level combat configuration. Got it. Got it. XN on the other side, Yang Hui changed into his driving suit and came to the hangar, and was also surrounded by many people. Colonel Yang Hui, this battle is not easy to fight. Are you too reckless? Aggie St. Claus asked Yang Hui nervously. He knew that he had two reorganized fleets, 4 Macros-class battleships, and top aces like Yang Hui. But after hearing the huge number of the enemy, he couldn't help but worry and nervous. After all, there were tens of thousands of enemy planes. What does this mean? They were so densely packed that you couldn't see the end at a glance, right? Not to mention 10,000 enemy planes. Even if there were 10,000 people, a mouthful of spit from each of them could drown them. Follow the order. The MIS troops obey my command, don't act on your own, and there will be no danger. Yang Hui said to everyone. Now is not the time to explain, and he doesn't plan to explain anything now. Everything is best proved by action. Understood. XN. Although everyone didn't get an explanation, they still trusted Yang Hui and didn't continue to ask questions. They could only continue to hold attention and worry about the future, as well as the trust in Yang Hui, and dispersed, changed into their driving clothes, and sat in their own bodies to wait. Yang Hui checked the system of Dawn Ersterlin, Creation, and after confirming that it was correct, he opened the battle map, activated zero-time difference calculation, and began to calculate. On the battle map, one by one, Yang Hui marked the friendly army symbols on the battle map. Each friendly army symbol represented one of the squads of Drestriga's MIS troops. At the same time, the red symbols representing the enemy were divided out piece by piece under Yang Hui's calculation, and at the same time, their respective routes of action were predicted, and how the enemy should move to block them. 15 minutes later, Yang Hui exited the calculation state of zero-time difference calculation, and sent the final calculation results to each squad in the form of instructions. After the battle begins, Each team will go to the designated coordinates according to my order. Tactical formation B02 is ready and waiting for my order. B02. It's B02. Why is it B02? Isn't that? Various exclamations came from the communication channel, because tactical formation B02 is a pursuit formation without reservation and without room for maneuver. It does not require any defense, only endless attack and pursuit, but, with such a large number of opponents, pursuit? Shouldn't it be based on self-protection? Obey orders. Yang Hui shouted. Got it. Got it. Hey, Rita, what's going on? Jonah Bishuda opened a private channel to ask Rita Bernal. Rita Bernal and Yang Hui are very close, and she must know the reason. This. Rita tilted her head with a relaxed smile on her face. She was about to explain, but the order to attack interrupted her. The battle begins. Drestriga enters the first level combat configuration. The MIS troops attack in turn. Repeat, the MIS troops attack in turn. You'll know in a moment. Rita said with a smile, and then controlled Phoenix to follow the instructions to go to the catapult deck and prepare to attack. A gleam of light flashed in her eyes, which was different from gentleness. It was full of cruelty and bloodthirstiness. I have touched that wall. I hope this time I can break through it. Chapter 1333 A True One-Man Army. When the battle began, the members of Drestriga became nervous when they saw the enemy army that looked like an ocean in front of them. Even Gianti and Little Longma had never faced so many enemies at the same time in the war that year. However, in their sight, after the attack, Ersterlin, creation, turned into a meteor and rushed towards the enemy army, with a long tail of golden light. Uluguru naturally discovered the existence of Drestriga, especially the Ersterlin, creation, that rushed to the front. They swarmed around it. Not only that, they also maintained a relatively strict formation. There were more than a dozen fighters following each humanoid mobile weapon, and the warships also deployed a formation to follow the mobile force. Error correction. At this moment, Yang Hui's pupils not only flowed with colorful light, but also flashed with golden light, making his eyes more sacred. At the same time, according to the deployment and dispersion of the enemy's formation, Yang Hui immediately activated the zero-time difference calculation, and recalculated. In less than a second, he redistributed the enemy forces that were cut off in his mind, and then, Ersterlin, creation, eyes lit up, and on the screen of the cockpit, red lines cut off the red area in the detection system, which was exactly the same as the calculation result of zero-time difference calculation. Then, Ersterlin, creation, spread its wings, and golden particles sprayed wildly, turning the area around it into a golden ocean. The golden particles rushed towards Ersterlin, creation, like a swarm of bees being attacked by its queen. Dozens of red and black wormhole energy balls condensed to form two rings, crossing and surrounding Ersterlin, creation. Go. Don Ersterlin, creation, waved his hand, and the surrounding wormhole energy balls broke away from orbit and shot towards the direction of Uluguru, all heading in different directions, falling into the center of Uluguru's formation along the narrow and chaotic gaps, stopping in each separated area, and then, buzz! That was not an explosion, but a swallowing. Each wormhole turned into a bloody mouth while erupting with terrible high temperature and impact force. The purple-black wormhole expanded rapidly, swallowing up all the objects it touched, and extending to completely cover the separated areas. The wormholes that expanded to the extreme were closely connected, and only in the gaps between the spheres were a few Uluguru surviving. This. Hey, isn't this too much? Attacks with the power of a nuclear bomb, used continuously without limit. The most terrifying thing is not this. Kujimiya has been calculating until the wormhole began to decay and dissipate, and then he came up with a result that, zero-time difference calculation, came up with in an instant. Colonel Yang Hui divided the enemy into more than a dozen areas, and each area ensured that the attack exploded in the center, and could cover the entire area. Is this a coincidence? This is not something that a human can do, right? Not only the MIS troops, but also Mitsuha Greywall and others on Drestriga did the same, using the main system of Drestriga to calculate and came up with the same result as Zer, which is why it is even more unbelievable. Don Ersterlin, creation, destroy no less than 2,000 enemies. Siklian reported the result to Mitsuha Greywall in a trembling voice. 2,000. It was already unbelievable, And now it is even more unacceptable. According to the records, the war 10 years ago held the highest record. Kabuto Koji and Mazinger Z, Kentetsuya and Great Mazinger, Ryu Ryuma and Shin Getter, the three machines destroyed more than 400 mechanical beasts in 1 hour, and defeated Dr. Hell despite many obstacles, ending the war. According to the description of the three people after the war, if it weren't for the Great Mazinger and Shin Getter who desperately opened the way for Mazinger Z and miraculously defeated Dr. Hell, that battle, they would have lost. The reason they won, in addition to strength and will, luck also played a big role. But, even if it was luck, no one could break the record of that year, not even the legendary Amuro of the Federation Army. And now, a fairy tale-like fact is in front of them. Yang Hui and Don Ersterlin, creation, single player and single machine, destroyed 2,000 enemy troops in less than 5 minutes after the battle began. The data is still rising rapidly. When everyone was distracted, Leonix claimed again. They were distracted, but Yang Hui did not slow down. After destroying Uruguay's vanguard, Don Ersterlin, creation, turned into a meteor again and rushed into the main force of the Central Army. Uruguay also recovered from the terrible blow. Small fighters and humanoid mobile weapons surrounded and harassed them. The warships in the rear were not stingy with their artillery fire, but Don Ersterlin, creation, was as graceful as a butterfly. Small square defense force fields floated around them, blocking all the attacks that could not be avoided, and at the same time, they left gracefully through the gaps in the firepower network. While dodging and defending, golden particles condensed into hundreds of GN Super Dragoons in the universe, or the gun type fired, stringing together several small fighters and humanoid mobile weapons, or the sword type flew wantonly, like a sharp kitchen knife, delicately cooking the ingredients, or the cannon type burst and roared, and the purple-black wormhole rays crossed the entire battlefield and penetrated the warships in the rear. One-man army. This is the real one-man army. Iram, who had just joined, muttered with his eyes blank. The title of one-man army is not rare. As far as he knows, Zhang Jia has won this title. The members of the special fighter training team all have similar titles, but they only describe their strong strength. One person has the combat power to wipe out a company or even a battalion. But that's all. The Don Ersterlin, creation, in front of him, as well as various types of GN Super Dragoons, are not attacking randomly. Each of them plays a soldier, a swordsman in combat, an archer in long-range attack, and an artilleryman in firebombing. It seems dazzling, but it really forms a strict army, each doing its job and obeying orders. All planes, the enemy army has begun to flee. Attack with all your strength, leave no room for them, and don't let any of them escape. At this time, Yang Hui's order came, the enemy army had fled, and they could start chasing and killing. Understood. XN. Although the battle lasted only about 10 minutes, after losing consciousness, he began to get excited. How could they miss such a big battle? How could they just be spectators? Question mark. But with this number, they can't chase for long, right? Char, who is working together with Lala Singh, asked Yang Hui in the Siegfried network. These words were not suitable to be said in the public channel. Although the enemy army had begun to flee and had no intention of reorganizing the formation to fight back, which could be described as fleeing in panic, the number was still more than 5,000. The MIS troops of Drestriga were still insignificant in front of such a large number of enemy troops. Even if the enemy was only concerned with escaping, they could chase them without any scruples, but they couldn't chase them for long. On the one hand, the enemy fled too fast, and on the other hand, there were too many of them. For them in an extremely excited state, their physical strength and energy would soon be exhausted. We can chase them as long as we can. Now is the best opportunity to maximize their potential. Whether they can break through the limit depends on themselves. Yang Hui answered Char in the Siegfried network. Yet, who doesn't like to kill endless prey? That feeling makes people unable to stop. A dangerous smile appeared on Char's face. I'm not interested in this kind of prey. Graham's shadow also appeared. Although he also joined the hunt, he didn't try his best. After all, compared to slaughtering pigs, I prefer valuable prey, such as the two machines you missed, Yang Hui. They look delicious. Graham's shadow disappeared as soon as he finished speaking. At the same time, Flagabskneden, cut, disappeared on the spot and turned into a meteor to rush towards two special machines in the chaotic enemy army, one covered with the green lines like a flying fish, and one covered with purple lines. They happened to be gathered together, so they couldn't let them escape. Damn it. What kind of monster is that? Shut up. Rata, regroup quickly. We still have an absolute advantage in numbers. Idiot. If I hadn't held you back, you would have died in the previous explosion. Run for your life now. No one knows what kind of attack that is. Swish. Suddenly, the voice of the pilot of the giant green machine stopped abruptly, and the purple humanoid machine facing it only felt something flashing in front of its eyes. Rata. What's wrong with you? Rata. The childish voice like a child kept calling the pilot of the green machine, but there was no response, and even the lines on the surface of the machine dimmed. The shining of these lines proved that the machine was functioning normally, and their machines were linked to their own lives. The dim lines meant, "Hey, who is it?" The purple humanoid machine quickly distanced itself from the green machine, and saw that the green machine was separated from the center along a thin line, and even the pilot who was smoothly cut in it was clearly visible, with an expression of disbelief still fixed on his face. In the separated central area, Flagabskneden, cut off, showed up, his emerald eyes gleaming with the dim light of the underworld, and the sharp blades in his hands gleaming with a cold light that stung his skin. You're a little slow to react, aren't you? It seems that I need to re-evaluate your value, pray. Graham calmly turned on the public voice channel and said to the purple humanoid body, "Well, but it seems that you don't understand what I'm saying, so isn't it a waste of my words? Damn. Earthlings. Stop looking down on me." Graham originally thought that the other party couldn't understand Earth language, but who knew that not only did he understand, but he could also speak it, and he directly turned on the public frequency and roared at Graham, and at the same time, the purple lines suddenly brightened, and the purple humanoid body exuded a storm of breath-like fighting spirit all over its body. The body began to swell, and the muscle-like armor all over its body became more solid, the claws on its right hand became sharper, and the long whip in its left hand waved, leaving a series of afterimages. Feel honored, Ramada, the one hunting you is me, Legion Warcline. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1334, The Shock Brought by Macros. Wow? Performance explosion? And the change of body structure, it is also a biological body, but in order to make the opponent's arrogant words not so useless, Graham gave Klein enough opportunities. Flagabskneden, cut, elegantly dodged the huge claws, and the sharp swords in both hands either cut off the whip or bounced off the tail. The energy cannon in the palm of the claws shot out, and it couldn't even touch Flagabskneden, cut, at all. Although it can be seen that the performance explosion of Uluguru is different from the form transformation of the Killing Temple, Graham still expected that the opponent could bring him the long-lost blood and excitement, even if it was just a little bit. Unfortunately, there was none. Swish. The sword light flashed, and the claws that were shot down were cut off directly from the wrist. At the same time, Flagabskneden, cut, disappeared on the spot, flashed behind the purple humanoid body, and the left arm with a long whip and the hard long tail were cut off at the root. How is it possible? Klein was terrified. The opponent had not been able to break through the reinforced armor just now, so why could he cut it off so smoothly this time? Question mark. You can't even see such an obvious release, and you still dare to call me prey. Graham sneered. According to the information provided by the Uluguru exiles, in the language of Uluguru, Ramada means prey, and the earth is the hunting ground identified by Uluguru. This is a civilization that spreads the seeds of life throughout the universe and cultivates its own hunting grounds. In Uluguru, the target of hunting is mainly the excellent genes that have been cultivated and then integrated into their own genes. As the head of the Uluguru Legion, he is a rare person with complete self-awareness, and he is also a real high-level person. When they choose their prey, they will definitely choose a target that can make their genes agitated. And Klein. Graham's strength can't make his genes agitated, but Klein is a proud and conceited person. As a Legion of Uluguru, he was actually regarded as prey by the prey. This humiliation is absolutely unacceptable. However, Graham was greatly disappointed. The one he killed before was also the Legion commander, right? If the Legion Battle of Uluguru is only at this level, it's too disappointing. You earthling. I'll send you to meet your colleagues, boring. Damn, Damn Earthling. The purple humanoid was about to escape, but the moment it started, he saw that the Flagabskneten cut that was supposed to be behind him appeared in front of him, holding a sharp sword and pointing directly at him. As soon as his body started, it happened to run into it, and the sharp sword pierced into the chest of the purple humanoid without any obstruction, and penetrated Klein in the body. Too many flaws, the intention is too obvious, Graham sneered. In his sight, no matter when, the purple humanoid's body was covered with Death Stars, and his body was full of flaws. If he wanted to kill him, it was just a matter of an idea. Flagabskneten, cut off, waved his hand casually, and the purple humanoid machine stuck on the sword flew out smoothly, becoming one of the garbage in the universe. There shouldn't be any good prey, right? And Flagabskneten, cut off, was not in a hurry to chase other prey, but just floated in the universe and looked around, observing the battle situation around. Drestriga, Esma's troops were chasing and killing very happily, and they cooperated with each other without interruption, but it was obvious that their physical strength and energy were consumed very quickly, and their movements began to stagnate. Although it can be seen that everyone's morale is high and it is impossible to stop now, but they don't have much time left. According to the battlefield arranged before the battle, the fleeing Ulugu has entered the combat area of the two fleets, right? And boom! Shengu Star was hit by two thick spiral torrents, and they hit the same point. The distortion of space twisted the entire Shengu Star into pieces. Deep gullies appeared everywhere on the surface of the planet, and the point that was hit burst into flames under the cover of light. At the same time, 4 Macros-class battleships that had already transformed surrounded them from 3 directions, followed by dozens of 400-meter-class Macros-class battleships. The Zuanwu class fully deployed its shield and was at the forefront. A large number of small fighters directly crashed into it, destroying the aircraft and killing people. The humanoid mobile weapons and battleships tilted their firepower towards the shield, but could only splash a few ripples. Behind the Zuanwu class, the White Tiger class fired at full power. Except for the super heavy quantum reaction cannon, the micro missiles tilted like a storm, and the secondary guns all over the body roared one after another, leaving countless fireworks wherever they went. The MIS troops could not sit idle either. They formed teams and launched assaults, wantonly killing the remaining enemy forces under the fire cover of the battleships. This sense of oppression is too strong. The Drestriga, which had been in the safe zone, also began to move forward, keeping the firepower tilted while moving cautiously. Mitsuha Greywale had been following Yang Hui's instructions and not being overwhelmed by the credit in front of him. But when everyone on the bridge saw the 4 huge Macros-class battleships transformed into steel giants and pressed forward, even the friendly forces were shocked beyond words. The transformation of the White Fortress in the encounter with the Zanskar Empire was already very shocking, and now the 4 Macros-class battleships transformed and pressed forward, the deterrent power increased exponentially. What shocked the people of Drestriga was not only the 4 fully transformed Macros-class battleships, but also the fleet with clear division of labor and the ME unit with superior combat power. This was the first time that the Promise Corps showed its incomparable combat power in front of them. It was not only powerful battleships and MIS, but also superb fleet tactics and MIS squad tactics. All of this was beyond their common sense. They had no doubt that even without super-generation battleships and machines, even with the same level of technology as the former Earth Federation and the Zanskar Empire, they could still beat the former Earth Federation and the Zanskar Empire to pulp. This is the Promise Corps. Mitsuha Greywale muttered to herself, with a fierce light flashing in her eyes. This was not her own idea, and she didn't know where this anger and hatred came from, but she hated the existence of the Promise Corps very much. However, because her attention was all on the Promise Corps in front of her, she didn't notice that Reynold Harding beside her had recorded her every move. The Promise, called the Uruguru outpost, has been completely destroyed. Drestriga, move forward, cooperate with friendly forces to complete the encirclement, the remnants of the Uruguru army on the entire ship battlefield. Understood. Sanai Greywal was silent for a moment, accepted the order, and ordered Drestriga to start moving forward, with all the firepower in the body not to hold back. Ha ha ha. The 412th, next. Rita, retreat and rest. No, I can feel, just a little bit, as long as you can hold on. Rita Bernal rejected Jonah Bishuda's suggestion. Even if she was soaked and her spirit began to disperse, she had to grit her teeth and persevere. She could already feel that the barrier was just a little bit away from breaking through. Such a good opportunity, once missed. I don't know when I will meet it again. Rita Bernal is a gentle and sunny girl, and she is also very kind. Everyone in the Legion likes her very much and has a good relationship with her, but who made her a soldier brought out by Yang Hui? Pride is engraved in her bones. This kind of pride is not the kind of pride that is superior to others, but the pride of herself. She doesn't want to be unknown in the army. She doesn't want to have to watch her beloved brothers resist the greatest danger at the front every time, while she can only clean up the miscellaneous soldiers in the back. Okay, Rita, retreat and rest. Just as Phoenix was about to chase the next target, a dark green Gundam Miz wearing a cloak suddenly appeared in the place where there was nothing, and stretched out his hand to block Phoenix's way. Who are you? Jonah Bishuda was frightened by the sudden appearance of Destroyer Tarnung, hidden, and subconsciously raised the muzzle of the gun. Neil was quick-witted and grabbed the beam rifle in the hand of the NT Gundam with his other hand and moved it sideways. The beam brushed past the side of Destroyer Tarnung, hidden, and fell into the air. Jonah. It's not an enemy. It's Neil, brother. Rita Bernal said quickly. Sorry, I was too nervous. Jonah Bisuda knew that he almost injured his ally by mistake, and was very ashamed, but he also blamed Neil in his heart. Who wouldn't be scared when Neil suddenly appeared beside him, especially when the battle was fierce? It's okay, young man, it's my fault too. Neil told Jonah Bisuda not to take it too seriously, and then looked at Phoenix with a serious face, and a shadow appeared in Phoenix's cockpit. Your heart is in turmoil, Rita. Haste makes waste, and the promotion to A level can't be rushed. If the time is not right, it will be useless even if you work yourself to death. Brother Neil. I understand, and Yang Hui understands too, so Yang Hui asked me to keep an eye on you from the beginning. Neil explained patiently. Anyway, Angel of Destruction Tarnung, hidden, is not good at large-scale killing, and these miscellaneous soldiers are not very interested, so it is better to leave it to other ordinary members, so he stayed by Phoenix's side to watch Rita Bernal. Brother Yang Hui, okay, Rita, your body can't hold on any longer. Instead of being stubborn, you should digest what you've learned this time and communicate with your body. Although it hasn't awakened yet, it's not completely impossible to communicate. Okay, I understand, Brother Neil. By the way, get ready. You're going to get scolded this time. We can't help you. Ugh. Chapter 1335. As expected, an accident happened. Ha ha ha, really tired. I almost died of exhaustion in the cockpit. Just tell me if it feels good or not. Of course it feels good. It feels so good. I've never felt so good in my life. It would feel even better if the opponent is not only a Lugaru, but also Zansker. That's right. I've been wanting to deal with those bastards for a long time. Don't worry, in addition to us, the Promised Legion has begun to take action all over the world. Their goal is to take back the lost territories occupied by the Zansker Empire. They should be crying for their mothers now, right? Haha. I really want to see their expressions now, hiss. I'm laughing so hard that my stomach hurts. The battle is over. Since the people of Drestriga were the first to join the battle, they had the least combat experience and the worst physical fitness. They were all exhausted, so the job of cleaning up the battlefield was left to Malu's 4th Fleet and Maximin's 15th Fleet. The Miz troops of Drestriga also returned to Drestriga with the help of the Promise Caller. When they came back, no one could walk out of the cockpit by themselves. They were all helped down by the members of the maintenance team, and then they lined up in the corner of the hangar, slumped down, and were tired even to move their fingers. Of course, Yang Hui, Graham, Char, Amuro, Camus, and Lara Singh would not be so tired, so they watched the embarrassment of others together, knowing that they had also gone through this in the past. I didn't expect you to look like this. The first person Yang Hui teased was Zheng Jia. He didn't expect Zheng Jia, who had always been a battle master, to be so embarrassed that he didn't even pay attention to the consumption of physical strength and energy when fighting, and then he was exhausted and collapsed here with everyone else. Really? I'm so ashamed. Okay, stop talking and have a good rest. Yang Hui squatted down and patted Zheng Jia's shoulder. You really can't joke with such a straightforward warrior, because he is too easy to be taken seriously. However, Yang Hui also understood them very well, including Elzum,
Jiantia and Liu Longma, who were also exhausted and collapsed on the side. They were also veterans who had experienced hundreds of battles, but they were still so tired. It can only be said that this was the first time they encountered such a situation. They could destroy the enemy at will. If they didn't kill them, they would let them run away, which would cause endless troubles. If one more ran away, they might face one more in the next battle. So for a while, everyone opened fire at full power without any reservations, and threw their ultimate moves at the places where the enemy was densely packed. "Colonel, aren't you tired?" Aggie St. Claus propped himself up and asked Yang Hui. With a swish, all eyes were focused on Yang Hui. Although Dawnbreaker Erstrelin, creation, did not participate in the final pursuit, Yang Hui was the only one who did the sweep at the beginning. They had also read the information of the Dawn series. The attack comparable to a nuclear bomb was not a specific weapon, but a creative ability from Dawn Erstrelin, creation. Therefore, there was no lack of energy supply, the need to store power, and a series of factors such as heat dissipation. However, these would consume Yang Hui's physical strength. The more objects he created, the greater the power, and the larger the scale, the more his physical and mental consumption would increase. How come he didn't look like he had changed his expression after using such powerful attacks continuously? It means you still have a lot of training to do. Yang Hui smiled, making Aggie St. Claus and others tremble. Do you know the importance of physical fitness now? I understand. And so. I don't want to listen, I don't want to listen, I don't want to listen. Without giving Yang Hui a chance to finish, everyone shook their heads frantically. Even without saying it out loud, they all knew what Yang Hui wanted to say. The current daily training list was already very tight. If he added more, people would die. They would definitely die. Haha, I'm just kidding. Yang Hui smiled, picked up Princess Ryukinosaki, told everyone to have a good rest, and left. He didn't continue to tease everyone. Jokes can ease the enthusiasm and murderous intent in everyone's hearts, but they can't help them recover their physical strength, so they should stop when they are satisfied. I'm so jealous. And everyone looked at the backs of Yang Hui and Ryukinosaki leaving. The men envied Yang Hui. He had a good figure, good looks, and strength. Who wouldn't want such a goddess wife? And Yang Hui has more than one. The women envied Ryukinosaki. Who wouldn't want to have a broad chest to lean on at this time? Question mark. He is also a perfect man with good looks, figure, strength, and ability. Oh, not perfect, he is a scumbag. But now I also want to be scumbag. Yang Hui ignored all this and sent Ryukinosaki back to her room. He helped her wash her body carefully, put on clean pajamas, and covered her with a blanket. He did not leave even when she fell asleep. Ryukinosaki performed very well today and worked very hard. Yang Hui understood that she was trying to prove her worth and was not a vase that Yang Hui kept by his side, so, after the battle, he would spend more time with her as a reward, although Yang Hui never advocated such behavior. Unfortunately, Yang Hui wanted to accompany Ryukinosaki silently until she woke up, but soon Pad received a message from Itsuha Greywale, saying that there was something very important to tell Yang Hui, and a new order had also been sent from the Federal Army headquarters, so Yang Hui had to leave. He tidied up Ryukinosaki's messy hair, then got up and left the room and came to the bridge. Captain Sanai, what happened? Yang Hui did not blame Sanai Greywal for interrupting his rest time. Sanai Greywal was not the kind of person who could not distinguish the important from the unimportant. Since the war had just ended and everyone needed to rest, he specially notified Yang Hui to meet him, and the content that needed to be conveyed needed to be told in person, which must be very important. An accident happened. Sanai Greywal said solemnly, just 5 minutes ago, a giant building complex suddenly landed in the Deuteronex Sea of Mars and fought with the 20th and 21st fleets on standby in the Mars Circle. What's the situation over there? Is there any interference on the other side? Yang Hui frowned. It was really a troubled time. The Federation was carrying out a battle of Shangustar and the counterattack of the Zanskar Empire in various places. Fortunately, with Yang Hui's full efforts and the strong support of the Promised Legion, it was soon over, and the Uruguru army near Shangustar was completely wiped out. But the counterattack of the Zanskar Empire on the other side will not end so quickly, because the occupied areas of the Zanskar Empire are too scattered, and it will definitely take a lot of time to recover them all. According to Wong and Rebels' speculation, it will take at least 2 days for Pru to assist. At this time, The emergence of new hostile forces on Mars will definitely affect the progress of the counterattack of the Zanskar Empire. The situation is still optimistic. According to the intelligence provided by the 20th and 21st Fleets, the other side is an alien civilization called Pentacona. The humanoid mobile weapons they use are called heavy fighters, which have a very strong defense field against energy weapons. However, the Promise Corps has always used standard weapons that can switch between energy and live ammunition modes. Although they were engaged in battle, they not only did not suffer much damage, but also severely damaged Pentacona's heavy fighter unit. However, because the Federal Army was launching a large-scale campaign against the Zanskar Empire, Commander Hulkin and Commander Jeffrey did not dare to act on their own, and limited Pentacona's range of activities to the vicinity of Mars, and did not take the initiative to attack. As for the impact on other war zones, there is no impact at present, but how did they appear? Yang Hui asked. According to the records sent back, the General Staff and the Scientific Research Department conducted an analysis and concluded that it was a means similar to space jump, which should be an urban spaceship. Yang Hui understood what Sanai meant after the but. Since there is such an urban spaceship, will there be a second and third one? The other side has the technology of space jump, which means that reinforcements may arrive at any time. Now there is only one city, and the large forces are confined near Mars, which will not affect the operations on the other side. It is not certain when another group of people will arrive. What is Ribeir's order? Yang Hui asked Sanai. General Ribeir ordered Draghi Cruz and the Promise to set off immediately to Mars to meet with the 20th and 21st Fleets, and try to make a second contact with Pantacona. Yang Hui nodded when he heard it. The alien forces that just appeared found that there were unknown armed forces not far away. Subconsciously launching an attack may also be a stress response and a self-protection strategy. After all, alien races are different from Earth civilizations, with different languages and cultures, and conflicts are normal. Just like the ELS at the beginning, the human side regarded the other side as a mortal enemy, but it turned out that they were just playing. How can this be justified? Question mark. Since the languages and cultures are different, it is now the turn of Setsuna or Yang Hui to take the stage. In the Promise Corps, the two of them have the strongest communication and dialogue skills, especially Setsuna. I understand. I will urge others to rest well. Daily training will be temporarily stopped to give everyone enough rest time. Thank you. Sanai nodded and ordered, Leon, contact the White Fortress and Promise immediately. Captain Brad and Captain Buckaloo should have received the order. Contact the departure time. Understood. Yang Hui on the other side did not continue to stay on the bridge. The rest of the things were left to Sanai to deal with. He did not need to intervene. But not long after he left, Reynold Harding came to the door. Captain Sanai is abnormal again. Yes. Reynold Harding nodded and told Yang Hui all the abnormal conditions of Sanai during the battle. After hearing this, Yang Hui lowered his head and thought, frowning deeply. Colonel Yang Hui, what should we do? Chapter 1336 Yang Hui's Control? Guidance? Many people gathered in the cafeteria of Drestriga. The shortest one slept in his room for a whole day. When he woke up, his stomach was empty. The first thing he thought of was to find food. As a result, as soon as he arrived at the cafeteria, he learned that Drestriga had set off again, heading to Mars to meet with the 20th and 21st Fleets, and that a new alien civilization had appeared on Mars. Everyone was originally happy and planned to talk about the record of the last battle and compare with each other. As a result, after hearing this news, all moods disappeared, and the food in front of them tasted like chewing wax. It's a troubled time. Agi St. Claus sighed. Why are there new enemies? Isagi Shunichi complained. That's right. It's because there are too many hostile forces now that the Federation Army decided to eliminate the threats of Uluguru and the Zanskar Empire first. Just after winning a big victory, we heard this kind of news. Jun and Zhong also complained. It's hard to make people happy. Everyone shook their heads at the same time in tacit understanding. Stop talking sourly. At the same time, Graham also took his meal tray and sat down, joining everyone. Isn't this the nature of this unit? They run around when they have nothing to do, and they run around when they have something to do. This is an independent unit. Lieutenant General Xanagi St. Claus and others stood up nervously and saluted. Even the mature people like Jian Tai did the same. After all, Graham's rank was there, and his strength was recognized by everyone. "Don't call me Lieutenant General." Graham waved his hand and asked everyone to sit down and relax. He didn't like such serious occasions. After all, it was not wartime, But Lieutenant General. I told you not to call me Lieutenant General. That bastard Yang Hui is only a colonel. Calling me Lieutenant General is too disgusting. In terms of duties and status, he is Yang Hui's bodyguard. In terms of strength, he is the second under Yang Hui. Yang Hui is only a colonel. He is not happy when others call him Lieutenant General. Instead, he feels like it is a mockery, mocking that he can only rely on this special situation to suppress Yang Hui. Yes. X and everyone also knew that Yang Hui and Graham had a very good relationship. It was said that they were companions at the beginning and had fought side by side all the way until now. They had also been competitors, always chasing Yang Hui's footsteps and eager to surpass him. Graham. Mr. Ida Longsheng of the SRX team asked tentatively. "It's alright. Just call me by my name. Don't always care about these little things." Graham waved his hand. Then, "Mr. Graham, I'm curious about something." "Go ahead. I'll answer based on my mood." Graham smiled jokingly. After following Yang Hui for so long, who wouldn't be treacherous? Then. I asked. Sure enough, this familiar smell was when Yang Hui was treacherous to them? Those who are close to ink are treacherous. I can't support them. But Ida Longsheng was still too curious. He wanted to know, Mr. Graham, why did you join the Promise Corps? Was it just because of Mr. Yang Hui? Good question. X and the curious people all praised Ida Longsheng in their hearts. They were also very curious about this question. Not only Graham, but also other members. Although Graham did not exist in this world, there were a lot of Optimus Primes, Tops, and Aces in the Promise Corps, including Rebel. Why would such a person be willing to be left behind? Why were they proud of being members of the Promise Corps? Why had there never been a power grab or internal conflict? Well, Yang Hui does play a big part, right? Graham thought about it. Yang Hui's invitation was indeed one of the reasons why he joined the Promise Legion. After all, that bastard Yang Hui is the target I must defeat. If I didn't follow him to join the Promise Fortress. Oh, there was no Legion at that time, only a few of us, but it doesn't matter, it's all a small matter. In short, he went to other worlds to adventure, but I stayed in my own way. Wouldn't it be impossible for me to catch up with him in my whole life? Yes. X and everyone nodded. This really fits Graham's personality and style, and they look forward to the next part. Then, thinking about it, Graham's mouth curled up, and an arc of excitement appeared. If I hadn't joined the Promise Fortress, I wouldn't be able to go to various worlds to explore, and I wouldn't meet various exciting opponents. Oh, XNOK, another battle maniac, with a very iconic smile. Actually, I didn't know what Promise Fortress was at the time. Even Yang Hui himself didn't know. We were in the Gundam world, which is our hometown, and the situation was quite serious. Old man Iaria faked his death and established an organization called Celestial Being. Then, Graham told everyone what happened in the first stage of the Gundam world, just like telling a story, but everyone was fascinated by it, even Ken Tetsuya, Rima, Elzum, Zenga, and Ilum. This was a story they had never experienced, but it was exciting. In the end, this is how it is. A pioneer of change, how can such a grand undertaking be without me, Graham Aka? Haha, you are worthy of it. Then what? Then, I learned about the Promise Fortress, and then I joined. So that's how it is. X and everyone suddenly realized that there was such a past between Yang Hui and Graham. No wonder they could form such a deep bond. The same is true for Aeolia Hutchenberg, Wang Liumei, Setsuna, the Dailandi brothers, Aleloja, Tieria and others. Is it the same in other worlds? Elzum asked. This is a good opportunity to collect intelligence. Although the mission briefings of each world can be queried in the deep level of the central database with the authority he has obtained, listening to the stories of the parties involved is another angle, which can help Elzum better understand the Promise Legion. That's about right. Graham ate 2 or 3 mouthfuls of food and continued, Yang Hui is very good at using his identity to make plans, and he uses all the resources he can use to the extreme. He is also very good at bewitching people. Bewitching people. X and everyone was stunned for a moment. In the eyes of many people, bewitching people is not a good word. Most of them use means such as deception to confuse people and mess up other people's thoughts. But after being in contact with Yang Hui for so long, they didn't feel that Yang Hui was deceiving them. Although he taught them a lesson many times, it was all sincere. The strictness during training and teaching was also to help them grow. But he really likes to teach people. Did you all notice it? Graham smiled meaningfully. Many times, Yang Hui does nothing and says nothing, and he can make you act according to his ideas. All X and everyone raised their heads and recalled at the same time. It seems, that's it? That guy has studied people's minds thoroughly. He can give the most appropriate guidance at the most appropriate time, making you subconsciously think that what he says is right. Although most of it is indeed right, this will plant a seed in your subconscious mind, and when you act, it will just be in line with his ideas. Graham can be said to have suffered a lot from him, but he is also knowledgeable. He has seen too many people like this, and he himself is also one of them. In this case, aren't we being controlled by Mr. Yang Hui? Artie in the audience exclaimed. Stupid, that's not the case. Compared to his sister's naturalness, each kid is much more mature. He knows that Yang Hui is not controlling them, but, how to say it? Guiding? Or, leading the way? Of course not, because Yang Hui himself didn't notice it. Graham spread his hands and smiled casually. What does this mean? Everyone was confused again. He is a person. Graham drank his drink again and continued. He is a bit of a saint. He helps anyone he wants to help. Everything he does is the most appropriate action at the moment, such as comfort, encouragement, and teaching. He has never thought about how to guide a person to use him in the end, and he will not deliberately manipulate or force anyone, but the final result will become what he wants. Don't you think it's amazing? Awesome. X and everyone praised, especially Ken Tetsuya, Ryan Rima, Elzum, Zenga and Iram. Their thoughts are the most mature among all the people present. They use the most real and casual attitude to influence others, gradually let others agree with his point of view, and are willing to work with him. This is not something that everyone can do. If you say it is manipulation, it is indeed considered, but everything he does is sincere, not malicious deception, and it does not disturb anyone's thoughts. This should be the so-called sincerity is the ultimate skill forever, right? How can it be as amazing as he claims? Mr. Yang Hui Colonel. A familiar voice sounded behind everyone. Turning their heads, they saw Yang Hui and Ryu Kanasaki also carrying plates and walking towards them. Mr. Yang Hui, Ms. Ryu Kanasaki, please take a seat. Ida Takamori and Ando Masaki, who were sitting next to Graham, stood up and offered their seats to the two of them. The others also consciously made way for them. Graham was already surrounded by people and it was difficult to move. Then we won't be polite. Yang Hui smiled and didn't act pretentiously. After all, he saw that they had finished eating, and he and Ryu Kanasaki were still hungry. Colonel Yang Hui, what did you mean by saying that it wasn't that amazing just now? Elzum asked. His purpose was a little obvious, but he felt that Yang Hui wouldn't care either. After all, they had agreed on it at the beginning. Moreover, based on Elzum's understanding of Yang Hui, if this kind of thing was not suitable to be brought up, he would never allow Graham to sigh in front of everyone. Graham didn't seem like a person who spoke without restraint. It's very simple. Yang Hui looked around and said with a smile, the people who are favored by me are those who I think are likely to join us and become our companions. Chapter 1337 Storytelling. It's really hard to refute. Jian Tai also smiled bitterly and shook his head. He didn't join Drehi Cruz at the beginning, but now the members of Drehi Cruz, although they have distinct personalities, are all people who fight for the people and peace, even Aggie St. Claus who always uses the excuse of working to make money. People who can fight with this vision, don't they coincide with the goal of the Promised Legion? People with similar ideals will resonate with each other and work together towards the same goal. In this way, Yang Hui actually did nothing. If he had to say something, he did two things. One is to guide the weak as a strong person, improve their abilities, and make it easier for them to walk on this road. The second is to light a lighthouse to dispel the haze in their hearts and make their shaken original intentions firm again when they are self-doubting and confused because of various setbacks and hardships. Colonel Yang Hui, can you tell us about your past experiences? Husuo asked curiously. He was a precocious teenager, but still a naive teenager. He was also very interested in these legendary stories. Yes, that's right. Colonel, tell us. Not to mention Husuo, a member of the youth group. The members of the adult group were also very much looking forward to it. They either wanted to know more about Yang Hui, Graham, and the entire Promise Corps, or they were longing for the story of heroes. This is a very long story. Yang Hui smiled. There was nothing to hide about these things. Otherwise, these records would not be placed in the central database, and the permissions would be set to restrict people from reading them. This was also to prevent some people in the Federation from having abnormal brains. Although they would not become a threat, Yang Hui and his team did not want to cause trouble. According to Yang Hui's observation, there were no such people on the members of Drestriga. Everyone might become companions in the future. It's okay to chat, but this story is a little too long, and I don't know where to start. It's okay. Don't we still have 2 days? The training has been cancelled, so we're just fine. Pa. Stupid. Shut up. Ida Takamori accidentally told the truth, and was immediately slapped by the people around him, and thrown to the back with his mouth covered. This idiot, he finally got a good rest. Why did he mention training? Question mark. With Yang Hui's personality, when he heard you say you were free, wouldn't it be? Oh? So you guys are free? No. We're not free. Not at all. XN, isn't that right? The familiar sinister smile. If you don't give a chance, you'll suffer, not to mention that you've given the opportunity to Yang Hui. That's really a pity. No, not at all. XN, they agreed to have a good rest, so Yang Hui naturally wouldn't go back on his word, just joking, and then he began to tell them about their past experiences, starting from the Gundam Age world. Yang Hui's narration was vivid, and everyone's exclamations could be heard from time to time, especially at some exciting places. For example, at the end of the first stage of the Gundam world, Graham and Sergei teamed up to fight the Secret Angel and almost died together. For example, the Gundam Age world fell into a trap on the second moon and was surrounded by Isolkanda's army and escaped with difficulty. For example, Graham almost fell into the atmosphere together with his opponent in the Iron-Blooded Orphans world. And in the Gundam UC 1 Year War world, Yang Hui led 8 people to defeat the Zeon army at the beginning of the 1 Year War. There are too many wonderful and thrilling experiences in more than 500 years, and with Yang Hui's narration, they also understand that people as powerful as Yang Hui and others are not so powerful at the beginning. They have also experienced countless life and death battles and have grown up step by step. It also makes them understand more deeply that Promise Fortress has really achieved peace and stability when it goes to various worlds, and every world that has been harassed by war will eventually usher in an era of peace. Don't say they rule the world. Take the world of Mobile Suit Gundam 30 for example. With the nature of the original Earth Federation, they would be more willing to accept the Promise Corps ruling the world. In any case, what the Promise Corps needs is a stable rear area. They will try their best to maintain peace and stability in each world. As long as the people can live in a peaceful era, they don't care who the ruler is. It turns out that Mr. Flit has such a side. Elzim exclaimed. Have you seen Flit? Yang Hui asked Elzim. Well, Zenga and I came to this world, and the first person we met was Mr. Flit. Elzim recalled that they arrived in this world without knowing anything, and they jumped right on the face of the second fleet, which almost scared them out of their wits, especially when they saw countless ferocious gun barrels turning and locking themselves in Zenga's bodies, and a large number of unknown but high-end Ms surrounded them inside and outside. Who would be afraid? After the two sides cleared up the misunderstanding, Fleet personally received Elzim and Zenga. They all said Fleet was serious, rigorous, and meticulous. They never expected that they would be teased by Yang Hui in private. I was received by Mr. Gerhard. Iram said with a smile. He had a very high opinion of Gerhard. He looked gentle, but even with a spring breeze on his face, it was hard not to notice his capable temperament. Unexpectedly, Gerhard was actually an enemy of the Promise Corps. In the end, he was guided back to the right path by Yang Hui. I was separated from Axelin at the beginning. I happened to meet Mr. Kongain who was patrolling. After destroying the enemy together, he sent me to the Promise Corps base. After fighting there several times, I was escorted to Jilkustan. Nanbu Xiangji said. It's almost the same for me, it's just that Xiangji and I were separated. My birthplace was the Guinea Plateau in South America, and it was Master Barry and Mr. Kelly who sent me to Jilkustan, and then I reunited with Xiangji. Axelin raised her hand and said. The others also talked about their experiences when they first arrived in this world, especially the new members. They were all lucky.
They encountered the Promise Corps, a fleet, or a patrol team when they first arrived in this world. Although most of them encountered enemies when they landed, they were safe and sound. They successfully wiped them out with the help of the Promise Corps, and then joined the Federal Army to fight and find a way back. It's a pity that we haven't found a way for you to go back yet, and we haven't even found any clues. This is our fault. Yang Hui smiled and shook his head. It's okay, Mr. Yang Hui. Ida Takamori, who was thrown to the back by the crowd, squeezed to Yang Hui's side again at some point. Judging from his purple face and messy clothes, he looked a little miserable. Aren't there all kinds of threats and enemies in this world? We are willing to fight for the peace of this world, and Mr. Yang Hui, you have helped us so much, you must repay us, right? That's right. I support Takamori's point of view. Don't get me wrong, I just can't stand those enemies who destroy a peace. I don't want to repay you. The frankness of Lattice F. Pursuta and Gulen K, and that Sundar of Ando Masaki all support Yang Hui. Anyway, there is no clue to go back now, and it is also the duty of a soldier to make some contribution to the peace of this world. That's right. Although I am worried about the situation in the original world, we can't just watch and do nothing. With the SRX team and Ando Masaki taking the lead, the other visitors from the other worlds echoed and agreed, which also made the four adults, Ken Tetsuya, Ryu Raima, Elzum, and Zenga, laugh. Isn't this what they said at the beginning? Yang Hui did not do anything to deceive, he just expressed his thoughts in a sincere way, but everyone would give answers that met Yang Hui's expectations. Everyone are peace-loving people. Thank you, in that case, I will be more strict in future training to repay you. Yang Hui grinned, so sunny, but made everyone sweat. Please don't. XN. After chatting for a while, everyone dispersed. Although the story was not finished, it was impossible to finish such a long story in a short time. Yang Hui was also a busy man. They could rest, but Yang Hui had his own things to do. He was not just a MIS pilot and the commander of the MIS troops, such as. By the way, Elzum, Xiangji, Axelin, Ilim, Zenga, you come with me. I have learned about your machines, and I have some good ideas. I want to talk to you. Here it is. Mr. Yang Hui's upgrade and transformation gift package. Ida Longsheng exclaimed. When the members of the SRX team just joined, Drestriga, they were given a comprehensive upgrade gift package for their machines. This is not a benefit exclusive to the SRX team. Everyone on the ship has it. For example, the Gunblasta of the Shuriker team has been completely updated. The frame, armor, and weapons have been completely replaced, and the performance is 2 or 3 levels higher than the original Gunblasta. As for the machines such as Ando Masaki's Wind Demon, Elzishgar, and the 3 Magic Knights, it is because of the different technical systems that Yang Hui has not studied thoroughly, and it is not easy to start casually. The technical system of the PT and special machines in the world of Mobile Suit Gundam OG is very similar to that of MIS, so Yang Hui can start directly. Thank you, Mr. Yang Hui. Iram thanked him carelessly, and the other 4 did not refuse hypocritically. They also longed to have more powerful power. As for the reward, just work harder in the battle, and Elzum has talked to them privately. However, this is not a small project for Yang Hui. It is not a small project to carry out the most reasonable and appropriate transformation and enhancement in accordance with the style characteristics of each pilot, redesign the body and armament, and then manufacture and process. The batch of student soldiers of Drestliga has not yet been dispatched, and Yang Hui is not only responsible for this area, but also very busy, until. Why are you here? Chapter 1338 Luo's first shit luck, Chewer, come to the. Drestliga has arrived at the designated space area near Mars and reunited with the 20th and 21st fleets. Drestliga also welcomed old friends of Yang Hui and others. The moment he saw him, Yang Hui felt that his world was filled with light. Hey! Long time no see, Yang Hui. Luo raised his hand and greeted him enthusiastically, and even thought about doing a street-style cool combo. Who knew that as soon as he stretched out his hand, Yang Hui grabbed it and dragged him towards the production workshop of the hangar. Hey! What's going on? Yang Hui, what are you doing? The best tool man. Ugh. The assistant is here, and there is a job that needs your help. Yang Hui dragged Luo forward without looking back. He has been missing Luo these 2 days. Wait. You just said tool man, right? You said it, right. Luo complained while trying to break free from Yang Hui's pull.
But Yang Hui's strength was much greater than his. He stumbled and fell on the way, and the result became a scene of being dragged by Yang Hui. Tisk, 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 Luo's luck is really bad. Char looked at Luo, who was dragged away by Yang Hui, with a playful look on his face. No matter how Luo called for help, he had no intention of going forward to help. His hands folded in front of his chest were eager to move, and his mouth wanted to eat something, very much. It's no wonder. The boss's body and weapon design have encountered a bottleneck. Whether it is Mr. Zenga or Mr. Ilum, the weapons they are good at are not normalized weapons. In the words of the boss, the sadness of the academic school. Amuro spread his hands and handed Char a can of Coke. The melon and melon seeds must be gone, so just make do with it. That? Mr. Char, Mr. Amuro, who is that? Aggie St. Claus asked curiously. With Graham's precedent, the people of Drestriga changed the way they addressed the members of the Promise Corps, and no longer called them military positions. He, Luo Jewel, a genius mechanic and Ms. designer, is also the luckiest in the universe. Huh? And they could understand the first name, but what the hell was the second one? Worth a special mention? A space trash collector picked up 2 complete Mrs., which were also one of the most advanced at the time, and a bunch of spare parts that were enough to piece together 2 identical Mrs. In the subsequent battles, he was able to escape danger and find treasures just by walking around. What do you think? Kemu explained to everyone the origin of the best luck in the universe, with a blank expression. To be honest, not only him, but 99% of the people in the Legion thought that Law's luck was outrageous. If it weren't for the repeated physical examinations proving that he was of human blood, I would really doubt whether he was the descendant of an alien with good luck. Huh? And as for the genius mechanic and designer, here they come. It just so happened that Law's special machine, Red Dragon Hersteller, Maker, was just transported into the hangar. Except for being enlarged to about 20 meters, it was not much different from the original Stray Gundam Red machine. The real change was the backpack on the back, which looked like a rectangular box on the back, but Char and others had seen how outrageous this box was. Originally, Luo's machine was Red Dragon Gluck, Luck, but the connection between Luo and Red Dragon Gluck, Luck, deepened, and the bond between them became stronger and stronger. Red Dragon Gluck, Luck, successfully surpassed Yang Hui's Dawn Erstellan creation, and became the first Dawn series to awaken for the second time in the Legion, and was renamed Red Dragon Hersteller, Maker. The folding longbow on the left arm and the toolbox on the right arm all disappeared. There was no weapon on the whole body. It was just a simple machine carrying a large box on its back, but according to Yang Hui, this was a perfect work of simplification. In terms of combat effectiveness, Red Dragon Hersteller, Maker, Fleets, Year Speechern, Salvation, Kara's, Freedom Wash, Guardian, and Lara Singh's, Emmy Induction, ranked last among all the awakened Dawn series. But it cannot be denied that everyone behind them is at the strategic level on the battlefield, even in the big melee of Erstellan, Creation, and Abskneden, Cut. Luo's Red Dragon Hersteller, Maker, is the best among them. Red Dragon Hersteller, Maker, is integrated with Luo's magical computer, Zioba, and has a computing power no less than Pru. The box behind Red Dragon Hersteller, Maker, is a subspace. When the box is unfolded, it is no problem to build a construction base immediately. Then, Red Dragon Hersteller, Maker, can decompose and reconstruct any material on the battlefield, and make anything he wants to make according to his ideas, including repairing damaged bodies on the battlefield and replenishing ammunition. One person is equivalent to a large supply base. Of course, the ability to create out of thin air can also be done by Dawn Erstellan, Creation, and Setsuna's Gundamicals, and the ability to quickly repair the body can also be done by Flitz, Year Speechern, Save. At first glance, it doesn't seem like a big deal. But all of what Red Dragon Hersteller, Maker, does will not consume physical strength and energy. This means that as long as Red Dragon Hersteller, Maker, has any materials around him, he can provide unlimited logistical support for the army, instead of using his abilities like Yang Hui and others will consume physical strength and energy. However, if someone thinks that Red Dragon Hersteller, Maker, has no combat ability, then they are wrong. Not to mention that the original longbow is in the backpack and can be taken out at any time. The logistics base can immediately build anything for you. The power of a single body is not enough.
Luo will make an armed fortress for you on the spot, just ask if you are afraid. Question mark. Not only that, Amuro and Camille also popularized Luo's wild imagination for everyone, such as the high-powered double-headed beam sword made with Baku's head, the palm mine with leaked circuits, the red dragon backpack that combines attack and construction. Anyway, as long as it is a thing designed by Luo, it may not be practical, but it is definitely imaginative and is something that ordinary people dare not think of. This is too abnormal. Yet, XN the word is not very elegant, so Edge St. Claus did not say it out loud. It was said by Char, and it is none of his business. So, Zenga and Irem are blessed. Oh, by the way, there are you two. As he said that, Char looked at Al and other pilots who had not easily modified their machines because of their special machines and said, your machines may be upgraded. Even if the machine itself cannot move, many incredible moves can be added, regardless of whether they are practical or not. The corners of Ando Masaki's mouth twitched when he heard this. If the machine can be strengthened, they will naturally be happy. Who doesn't want to have more powerful power? But, the latter half of the sentence made them retreat a little. They didn't want to use some strange moves in the battle, except, please allow me to chat with Mr. Luo. Well, Al is this outlier. Not only is he not afraid, but his eyes are full of shining little stars. The fire of the robot is burning in his chest. He can't help but chat with Luo all night for days and nights. It just so happens that he also has a little immature idea about his favorite machine and the moves he uses. Now it was Char's turn to be embarrassed. He had been deliberately scheming against the others, just to see their expectant but fearful expressions, but ended up ignoring the oddball. Al. Can I? Al put his hands together and approached Char, standing on tiptoe in front of him, like a child asking his parents to buy him a toy. Yes, yes. Char broke out in a cold sweat, took 2 steps back, and nodded quickly. Great. Mr. Luo, wait for me. After getting permission, Al jumped up in surprise, bursting with the power of the wild in his body, and ran in the direction where Luo was dragged away. Oh, it started again. X and everyone covered their faces with a headache. Al was a good kid in every way, sensible, cute, kind, and quite capable, but once the topic of robots came up, he would enter an immersive state of selflessness and couldn't extricate himself. I really can't handle this kid. Char covered his face in frustration, secretly cursing why there were always a few freaks that he couldn't handle. Lala Zin chuckled. She still liked to see Char get humiliated. After all, Char was usually too deep, or he just liked to be mean to others. It was good to get humiliated like this, at least it proved that he was still a normal person. On the other side, Al quickly caught up with Luo and Yang Hui. Seeing that the two were discussing seriously, he sensibly did not interrupt them, but quietly took out his notebook and began to take notes. So, Luo asked after listening to Yang Hui's thoughts. What's your idea? Yang Hui asked Luo in return. It's very simple. Luo called up the data chart of Grungist 0, clicked a few times, and a huge ship-slashing sword replaced the knife in Grungist's hand. Several nozzles were added to the thick back of the blade. He clicked a few more times and replaced the blade with a high-frequency vibration blade. At the same time, it also came with a blade rotation system, turning it into a saw blade without saw teeth. Finally, a fold crystal was filled in the connection between the handle and the blade. Done. This? Are you sure he can use it? Yang Hui had a strange expression. There was no doubt that this weapon was very suitable for Zengjia. He had also considered this, but this ship-slashing sword, the Grungist 0 would have to shut down after only a few cuts, right? Especially the fold crystal, which could provide the ship-slashing sword with endless slashing capabilities, but the consumption was very large. Even the Dawn series, who had successfully awakened, did not dare to use the fold crystal easily. There were also side effects of force. Zengjia did not like light slashing, so every time he swung the ship-slashing sword, it was powerful and heavy. This sword, without the GN particles to reduce the effect of force, if it was swung a few more times, the body itself would not be able to bear it, right? Then increase the energy. Replace the rounded armor on the back with a flat one, add a few universal interfaces, and hang a backpack, right? Oh, by the way, hasn't that Elzum always assisted Zengjia in combat? It's okay to let his body carry it. You are worthy of it. Chapter 1339 Patience Exhausted.
Luo's arrival made the originally joyful body strengthening and transformation plan become a mixed blessing. Some people are happy, and naturally some people are worried. For example, Luo mentioned Elzem and Zenga. Zenga was naturally very happy. Seeing the ship-cutting sword on display, he determined that it was his destiny. Elzem, on the other hand, was depressed and resistant. Although he always put himself in the position of assisting Zenga in the battle, he was responsible for fire cover when Zenga rushed up with a sword, but he was not Zenga's full-time babysitter. His own combat ability was still very strong, right? Isn't it a bit too much for you to upgrade me to Zenga's power bank? Fortunately, Luo was not a stubborn person. After getting their opinions, he discussed and modified the plan with Yang Hui, and finally everyone was satisfied. After finalizing the plan, Yang Hui handed over the modification work of the ATX team, Irem, Elzem, and Zenga to him. Drastliga has been upgrading all the time, and now the production workshop can already produce large-scale reinforcement components and module parts. Although it is not as fast as the manufacturing speed of the military factory, there are only 5 bodies to be modified at present. Moreover, their bodies are different from those of the SRX team. They are all bodies with a higher degree of completion, so they are not in such a hurry. Yang Hui came to the bridge and saw that a video conference was being held, so Yang Hui naturally joined in. Commander-in-Chief. X2 seeing Yang Hui coming, Walken and Jeffrey saluted Yang Hui. Yang Hui and Jeffrey were all fine. Yang Hui had a high status when he appeared in the Macros F world. Soon after, he became the commander-in-chief of the entire army of the 25th Fleet. Even the members of SMS Company had to obey his command, so they were used to it. But Walken was full of emotion. Thinking back to when Yang Hui joined the Federation Army as a family master, he was awarded the position of major at the beginning. Walken was also responsible for escorting the 12th Independent Technical Force to Earth and watched the first battle of the 12th Independent Technical Force. Unexpectedly, with the passage of time, Yang Hui became his highest officer, and he was just a newly appointed fleet commander. Things are unpredictable. At ease. Yang Hui returned the salute and asked the two to continue reporting the situation. At the same time, he asked Reynold Harding for a copy of the meeting minutes to see what was said before. Commander Walken, Commander Jeffrey, in other words, the Punta Cana side has no intention of communicating with us at all. Asked Sanai Greywale. In my opinion, it is like this. Walken nodded and confirmed, after the first battle, we maintained an environment that restricted the opponent's actions and sent a special communication team, all composed of reformers. Although their communication ability is not as strong as that of the Commander-in-Chief and Lieutenant General Setsuna, they are also the best in the Legion. However, the opponent did not give us the opportunity to open the quantum communication field at all. As long as we get close, the opponent will immediately attack. Not a warning, but an attack. Yang Hui asked. It is normal for two forces that cannot communicate to use force to warn when they first come into contact, but if the warning is too strong and exceeds the scope of deterrence, it can be directly determined as a hostile force. Yes, it is not a warning, but an attack. Walken nodded with certainty. The opponent's attack is aimed at taking people's lives. This is not the scope of deterrence and warning. Understood. Classify the opponent as a hostile force and prepare to carry out suppression operations. Yang Hui directly defined Pentacona as a hostile force. Since you did it on the first day, don't blame me for doing it on the 15th. I gave you a chance and you don't want it, so let's go to war. Want to talk? Sure, sit in the loser's seat and talk. Understood. X3 Colonel Yang Hui, isn't this too arbitrary? Sanai Greywal suddenly spoke up, questioning Yang Hui's judgment. The other party is planning to kill us. If it's not an enemy, then what is it? Yang Hui asked Sanai Greywal. This. After all, the other party is an alien civilization, which is completely different from the Earth, and there is also the possibility of language barriers. The initial encounter is not very friendly, so I think we should be more cautious. Sanai Greywal explained. Then what is your suggestion? Yang Hui asked. If Sanai Greywal only questioned and opposed with a moral voice, but could not come up with an effective and implementable plan, then Yang Hui would probably use his authority to directly remove all her positions and powers and imprison her. It was not because Yang Hui was disappointed with Sanai Greywale, but because the Sanai Greywale that Yang Hui was familiar with was not such a person, including the attitude that had just questioned him was very abnormal. A person had undergone a huge change in a short period of time, and Yang Hui judged that Sanai Grewale had been controlled by that unknown existence. Sanai Grewale noticed Yang Hui's bad tone, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes, but he immediately calmed down. His brain was working fast, and he began to think about the correct answer, and then. The Earth is still carrying out important operations. The resistance shown by the Zanskar Empire is quite tenacious, and even the people of an entire city are used as hostages in a desperate way, which seriously hindered the counterattack plan of the Promised Legion. If a new battlefield is open now, it is likely to affect the counterattack. We know all this, please say something useful, Captain Sanai. Seeing that Sanai Grewale was talking freely, but not saying a word on the point, Yang Hui interrupted directly, and gestured to Graham with his hands behind his back, asking him to prepare to arrest Sanai Grewale. So my suggestion is that Dre Cruz and the Promise go to Punta Cana and continue the communication mission. Regardless of whether the other party is an enemy or a friend, we should find a way to determine the purpose of the other party's sudden visit to the solar system. The field of quantum communication can communicate with itself, and we can definitely figure out the other party's purpose. At the same time, Dre Cruz and the Promise are powerful and can protect you and Mr. Setsuna from the interference of the enemy to complete the communication. Mitsuha Grewale immediately gave her answer, and she became more and more uneasy. She didn't know whether her answer would satisfy Yang Hui and relieve her crisis. It was not until the depressing atmosphere gradually eased that Mitsuha Grewale breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that she had passed this level. What do you think? Yang Hui looked at the screen of the bridge and asked Bucky, Lulu, Brad, Joaquin and Jeffrey. I agree with Captain Mitsuha's suggestion. Bakalulu was the first to speak. Although the enemy has shown obvious hostility, the purpose of defeating the enemy is the top priority. There is also the enemy's military composition and specific forces. Zanskar's counterattack cannot fail. I have the same opinion. Brad nodded in agreement. It was not because Bakalulu was his mentor. Mitsuha Grewale's suggestion was indeed reasonable and highly feasible. Joaquin and Jeffrey also agreed one after another. On the one hand, they were just new fleet commanders. The two veteran commanders thought it made sense, so they naturally couldn't refute it. On the other hand, they did think it was reasonable. Okay, Brad, Nadal, get ready. Move towards Punta Cana in half an hour. Joaquin, Jeffrey, enter the first level combat configuration and prepare to launch an attack. Understood. X4 After the communication ended, Yang Hui looked at Mitsuha Grewale meaningfully and left the bridge. After Yang Hui took Graham and Ryu Kanosaki off the bridge, everyone on the bridge breathed a sigh of relief. The atmosphere just now was so depressing that they could hardly breathe. This was the first time Yang Hui was so dissatisfied with Mitsuha Grewale, and they were afraid of a head-on conflict. On one side was the captain they trusted, and on the other side was the instructor they trusted. If a conflict really broke out, they didn't know what to do. Captain. Sorry, everyone, I let you down. Without waiting for Reynold Harding and everyone to comfort him, Mitsuha Grewale took the initiative to apologize to everyone. It's okay, Captain. Yes, the captain's consideration is right. Colonel Yang Hui is not really angry. Don't you know him after so long? Maybe he is deliberately playing the bad guy to train you. Everyone. Okay, let's talk about the happy things later. Pass the order down and all departments begin to prepare. We will set off in half an hour and head to Punta Cana. Understood. XN. Yang Hui on the other side has always had a bad look on his face. Graham stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder and made his suggestion, do you want me to catch her later? No, don't be impatient. Yang Hui shook his head. Although its influence on Sanai is getting bigger and bigger, we haven't found a way to catch it, and what means it uses to influence others. Even if we catch Sanai, it will be meaningless if it escapes. Without Sanai, it may become someone else, and it will be more secretive. Now it is slowly standing in the light. If it hides back in the dark, it will not be so easy to find. Understood. Prue. Yang Hui did not speak, but took out a small device from his pocket and stuck it on the back of his neck, muttering to himself. I'm so annoyed, I'm busy. Prue's impatient voice sounded in his mind. Except for the first sequence project, put aside other projects for the time being, and focus on breaking through, AOS. My patience has been exhausted by it. Yang Hui said seriously. Grandpa. Although Prue's attitude towards Yang Hui has always been bad, he is just arrogant, And the things he is responsible for are indeed very tedious, which does not mean that he will not listen, especially when Yang Hui seriously instructs him to do something. No matter how bad his attitude is, he has to put it away obediently. I will explain to the old man that this thing must be found and solved, otherwise the threat will become greater and greater. I understand. Report all reports to me through Siegfried Network. Understood. After ending the communication, Yang Hui took off the small device on the back of his neck and put it back in his pocket, but he happened to meet Aggie St. Claus running towards him. Chapter 1340 Communication begins and it is determined to be an enemy. What's the matter? Yang Hui also guessed why Aggie St. Claus was looking for him, but he didn't point it out directly. Sanai. She didn't mean it. It was just the first time she encountered such a situation. She also considered the overall interests of the Federation, so she questioned her. Okay, stop talking. Yang Hui raised his hand to interrupt Aggie St. Claus, looking distressed. So I was so narrow-minded in your heart. What a failure, such a failure. Oh, Colonel Yang Hui. This wave of counterattack made Aggie St. Claus at a loss and stunned for a moment. And, after all, I have taught you a lot, right? Yang Hui approached Aggie St. Claus and smiled playfully, scaring Aggie St. Claus to turn around and run, but a pair of large hands pressed on his shoulders and turned him back. Mr. Graham. Aggie St. Claus' eyes were filled with pleading, begging Graham to spare his life. Bear with it, it will be over soon. Graham raised his eyebrows and answered Aggie St. Claus with his eyes. Aggie St. Claus. Also, I helped you improve the Fear Spurt 30 a lot, right? Your gratitude to me is not as great as the little grievance suffered by your girlfriend who you haven't even gotten yet? It's really so disappointing. No. Colonel Yang Hui. That's not what I meant. I didn't think so. Really? Yes. Really. I didn't. Really not. But I don't believe it. Aggie St. Claus, Cap. Ha. Just kidding. Yang Hui gave Graham a look, asking him to let go of Aggie St. Claus, but Yang Hui was dumbfounded. Aggie St. Claus didn't hesitate at all. When he let go of him with both hands, he turned around and ran away. Am I so scary? Yang Hui pointed at himself and asked Graham in astonishment. You just found out today. Graham laughed and scolded Yang Hui for not knowing himself. He asked him to ask Amuro, Brad, Young, Kashima Isama, Fort Rumphilo and the others. My reputation is ruined. Yang Hui spread his hands and sighed. He was obviously the kind and amiable person. Haha, if you are kind and amiable, I will let the sun rise from the west tomorrow. Then you have to work harder. Get lost. Graham cursed, then put away his playful mentality and became serious. But, we just finished a meeting, right? Let's check it out. Yang Hui didn't joke anymore, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It was indeed wrong. The meeting on the bridge had just ended, and Aggie St. Claus knew that Yang Hui and Sanai Greywall had some unpleasantness. The members of the bridge were not big mouths, and they would not tell others about what happened in the meeting. Otherwise, Yang Hui would have asked them to clean the toilets and replaced them with a group of people. Therefore, Yang Hui planned to let Char check who tipped off Edge St. Claus. If it wasn't someone who couldn't control his mouth, it would be. Haha, it's getting harder and harder to hide. That's good. Drestriga set sail again, heading for Mars together with White Fortress and Promise. Not only did they keep all the ship's weapon systems activated, but the Miz troops also went out in full force to guard on both sides. Even White Fortress and Promise were ready to transform. If the situation was not right, they would immediately launch a Macros attack. We are about to reach the cordon, everyone get ready. Bakalulu informed everyone. This was a joint operation between the Promise and Dreki crews. The person in charge was Bakalulu, who had a higher rank. It could only be Bakalulu. It was clear that Sanai Greywall was abnormal. Yang Hui could not trust her to give the command. Although Sanai Greywall issued a wrong order, the members of the Promise Corps would not execute it, but the members of the Drestriga did not have such a fast reaction ability. Even if they seized power immediately, they would have a few seconds. On the battlefield, 1 second was enough to be fatal. The members of the Drestriga were all people that Yang Hui valued very much. Yang Hui did not want to see any of them die in the chaos of an unknown existence. Beep, beep. The radar is reacting. It's a heavy fighter from Punta Cana. All troops stop advancing. Spread the GN particles to the maximum extent. Yang Hui.
Setsuna. Understood. X2 as Bakalulu issued the order, all troops except for the Drestriga and the unmodified units began to increase the output power of the GN solar furnace. The emerald green GN particles spread wildly throughout the universe, and soon dyed the universe with emerald green. Then, Dawn Ersterlin, creation, also moved, with its wings spread, and golden particles began to spray. When the golden particles came into contact with the emerald green GN particles, they also dyed them with the color of gold. The sacred and inviolable domain unfolded here. Yang Hui's eyes were filled with colorful streams of light, and a touch of gold was mixed in the colorful streams. Zero-time difference calculation was also turned on at the same time, and together with Dawn Ersterlin, creation, all GN particles were sublimated. It is not for the sake of appearance, but to enhance the communication performance in the field of quantum communication. The sublimated golden GN particles are much purer than the ordinary GN particles produced by the solar furnace. Setsuna. In Yang Hui's perception, all the GN particles in this universe have been sublimated, and the heavy fighters from Punta Cana have also entered the range of GN particle dispersion, and can communicate. Understood. Quantum burst mode. Before the voice fell, the wings on the back of Gundam ELS fell off and circled around Gundam ELS. At the same time, in the cockpit, the infrared scan swept through the colorful eyes. Start. Quantum burst. For a moment, Setsuna's consciousness extended with the golden GN particles, and immediately covered the entire universe. Where there are GN particles, there is Setsuna's consciousness. Who are you? Why did you come to Earth? Answer me. Damn it. Why is there a voice coming from my head? Who is it? Get out of my head. It must be a trick of the Earthlings. This damn inferior species. Don't panic. We have the protection of Master Porzelda. Go to hell. Earthlings. Surrender to Master Porzelda's might. His mind received all the information from the Punta Cana side. Although he failed to get deeper intelligence through the other party's brain, Setsuna understood that there was no need to communicate anymore. The other party's hostility was obvious. It could be confirmed that they were enemies invading the Earth. At the same time, he got a very important piece of information. The leader of the Punta Cana invaders was called Porzelda. Setsuna. At this time, Yang Hui's consciousness came into contact with Setsuna. Dawn Ersterlin, creation, did not need to rely on quantum burst. With the help of sublimated GN particles, it could also become the leader in the field of quantum communication. Yang Hui, move forward, let the quantum communication field cover the entire city, and find the person called Porzelda. Setsuna requested. No problem. Yang Hui nodded, and through the quantum communication field, he directly conveyed the order to everyone on the battlefield, confirmed that the other party is a hostile force, all machines begin to attack, Brad, Buggy Lulu, Macros attack standby, and advance steadily with Drestriga. Understood. And the next second, Yang Hui received everyone's response. In fact, except for a few people, everyone couldn't wait. If it weren't for Mitsuha Grewale's suggestion, there would be no need to open the quantum communication field and try to communicate with the other party. They have already taken clear offensive actions, so what is there to talk about? If we have to talk, we can talk after we kill them. The White Fortress, Drestriga, and Promise formed a triangle formation to advance. The White Fortress and Promise protected Drestriga in the center and were ready to launch macros attacks at any time. The secondary guns of the battleships roared one after another, and the missile launch bays all over the body roared. The ship's guns and missiles poured down like a downpour. The MIS troops were unwilling to lag behind and followed closely around the three battleships. The machines with long-range killing capabilities naturally would not be stingy with their ammunition. As long as they locked onto the enemy aircraft, they would pull the trigger without hesitation. The beam resistance is really high, and there is almost no lethality. Aggie St. Claus complained. He was originally still holding a fluke mentality. No matter how high the beam resistance was, it would not be much higher. As long as the firepower was strong enough, it could still be shot down. But when he saw that an ordinary heavy fighter had withstood the ship's guns of the White Fortress and did not suffer any damage, all the luck disappeared. Did we mention this in the briefing? Edge, don't be optimistic. Huso anxiously lectured V Gundam Unit 1 next to Ravenberg 30. Tisk, I was actually lectured by a young man, but I'm really not used to live ammunition.
The main reason why Edge St. Claus was optimistic was that he was not good at using live ammunition. Whether it was bullet speed, power or recoil, he was very uncomfortable. In fact, not only Edge St. Claus, but also Huso, who lectured him, was not very good at using live ammunition. Most of the MIS troops were like this. Although they were leaning on the firepower, their accuracy was worrying. Then don't show up. Follow the side of Drestriga. At this moment, Yang Hui was concentrating on the field of quantum communication. Although he could focus on driving the machine, he didn't have enough energy to observe the entire battlefield and command the MIS troops. Char naturally took over this responsibility. Don't stop shooting. Don't seek to annihilate the enemy, but disrupt the enemy. Understood. XN Great Demon, Feng King Kai, Real Gatoran, Grungist, Galleon, you are allowed to charge, but don't rush too far. Stay within the fire support range of the fleet. Understood. X5. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1341, Pacerta's Abnormality. Although the heavy fighters of the Pentacona have strong beam resistance, and even the secondary guns of the Macros class cannot cause much damage to them, the Landbell team on board has received intelligence in advance and is also very proficient in live ammunition weapons. Therefore, in this battle, in addition to the trump cards of the Promise Corps, the Landbell team, which has always been responsible for cover and support, has become the main force of the battle. Entering the range. The Dawn Ersterlin, Creation, and Gundam ELS protected in the center have extended the quantum communication field to the sky above Pentacona, covering the entire city, including the huge statue standing in the center. Found it, it's her. Someone has entered the battlefield from the other side, this feeling. In an instant, Yang Hui and Shana's consciousness in the quantum communication field suddenly came to a special space, not the familiar bizarre light, but an endless starry sky, and in the starry sky, a huge woman was floating in front of them, spreading her arms and overlooking the bottom. Beside Yang Hui and Shanna, there was another man they didn't know, but the man didn't seem to notice them, and his eyes burning with anger looked up at the huge woman. Where is this place? This is the gap between dreams and reality. Welcome to your arrival. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Dabamelid, two travelers from another world. Travelers from another world. The man called Dabamelid turned his head and looked to the side. He didn't notice that there were other people around him just now. Who are you? I am Yang Hui, the inspector of the independent unit Drei Crews, belonging to the Promise Corps of the Earth Federation Army. Earth Federation Army. Dabamelid was obviously unfamiliar with these words, which made Yang Hui guess that this person should also be from the Pentacona civilization, but like a resistance force, he should have just arrived in the solar system and didn't know much about the situation here. It's not important. Yang Hui shook his head and focused his eyes on the giant woman. She is Porcita. Yes. His attention returned to Porcita again, and the anger that had stagnated rose again. Old Ina Porcita, the dictator of Pentacona, the destroyer of various dynasties, the murderer who killed my parents. He also destroyed Yamen. Let's talk about it. Why do you want to be a dictator? Dabamelid questioned Porcita. I just follow the natural law of Pentacona. Porcita replied calmly. Can the extermination of an entire race be called the law of nature? Who would agree with your specious arguments? Dabamelid roared. Shauna wanted to interrupt, but Yang Hui raised his hand to stop him. There was too little information now. Porcita and Dabamelid were visitors from the same civilization, but they were in a hostile relationship. The questions and answers between them could bring more information. It would not be too late to speak after the information was collected. Before I ruled, the residents of Pentacona were people who were constantly at war. But there was peace. What's the use of a short peace? We, the people of Pentacona, have been given this world where the stars and the universe are incredibly intertwined, but we have not learned anything from this universe. We always fight for the interests of various dynasties and planets, and repeatedly defile the sacred Pentacona. I am the Son of God who gives people trials in order to govern this world. Is your trial killing and tyranny? Isn't it you ignorant people who made me act like this? Isn't it you fools? Yang Hui, who had been using mental waves to sense Porcelain's emotions, suddenly discovered that Porcelain, who had always remained calm and indifferent, suddenly had emotional fluctuations. If the previous Porcelain regarded himself as a high god and ignored everyone, the sudden appearance and rapid disappearance of emotions made Yang Hui certain that there was something wrong with this Porcelain, because when the word fools was mentioned, Porcelain's emotion was not anger, but sadness. It's fine that you dominate Punta Cana, but now you're saying we're stupid. Dabamelid wasn't as clean as the mental wave, and he couldn't detect the slightest changes in his anger. As Porcelain guided him, Dabamelid's anger became stronger and stronger. Punta Cana survived only in God's trial. The dictatorship used to test human beings is for good. Only those who can pass this trial are the true people who are qualified to shoulder a better future. Then did you come to this galaxy for the trial? For the better future you talked about. That's right. It's a pity, young man, you don't understand me, and even they don't understand me. As he said that, Porcelain's eyes finally left Dabamelid's face and fell on Yang Hui and Setsuna. Have I said enough? Travelers from another world. Haha, it's really boring, can't we just watch the show quietly? The other party had come to the door, so naturally he couldn't continue to watch the show. Yang Hui stepped forward, put his hands in his pockets, and had a cold smile on his face. I've heard about you, travelers from another world. What's the difference between what you do and what I do? Porcelain asked Yang Hui calmly. That's a big difference. Yang Hui spread his hands and said casually, at least we don't have a dictatorship. Under our management, there is no rebel like this young man. There are only ambitious people who intend to destroy peace. I think this kind of people will be dealt with first in any peaceful world, right? Haha, you are so flattering. Since you can't understand, then welcome your trial, travelers from another world. As for Daba, I will destroy your spirit. What? Boom. Just as the alarm in Dabamelid's mind was ringing, the two mental waves collided with each other, setting off a turbulent storm. If it weren't for the fact that Shanshan was not far away from Dabamelid and quickly grabbed him, the aftermath of the storm collision would have blown him away and he would have suffered a lot of mental trauma. Huh? Porcelain raised his eyebrows, feeling incredible. Surprising. Yang Hui had a teasing and mocking smile on his face. What makes you think you can use mental waves to destroy a person's mind in front of me? Poor Zelda stared at Yang Hui without responding, but slowly weakened her mental wave output. She knew that it was impossible to destroy Dabamelid's mind in front of Yang Hui, and Yang Hui frowned slightly. When he felt poor Zelda weakening her mental wave output, he also received a cryptic message asking Yang Hui to protect Dabamelid. This prevented Yang Hui from taking the opportunity to attack poor Zelda and also began to weaken his mental wave output. In the end, the storm dissipated, and both sides stared at each other, wanting to spy on each other's true self, but the next second, Yang Hui and Setsuna's consciousness left the gap between dreams and reality and returned to the field of quantum communication. Yang Hui. We are fine. How long has it been? Yang Hui replied, asking everyone not to worry, and asked, 5 seconds. How is the battle going? Yang Hui nodded and asked. At first, Yang Hui planned to annihilate Punta Cana directly, but now, Pacerta's abnormality gave Yang Hui a new idea. Perhaps, it would become a pawn in his hand. The enemy fleet has been completely suppressed and can be used for annihilation operations at any time. Baki Lulu reported to Yang Hui. The communication operation failed, and the whole army retreated a little. Retreat? Got it. Baki Lulu frowned, but did not question it immediately, and ordered the whole army to retreat in an orderly manner. Although she was also confused as to why Yang Hui gave up the victory he had achieved, she trusted Yang Hui and would never question Yang Hui's orders in battle. Retreat at this time? Are you kidding me? We are about to win. How could Colonel Yang Hui give such an unwise order? Follow the order and start retreating. Char shouted, interrupting the doubts in the communication channel. Although he was also confused about what happened, Yang Hui and Setsuna had just lost contact for 5 seconds. Something must have happened during these 5 seconds. Since Yang Hui gave the order, they must resolutely execute it. But everyone hesitated, not knowing how to act. Listen to Char and start retreating. Mr. Ryoma. Hu. Jideo. Zenga. Mr. Tetsuya. The great demon god, Grungist, Galleon, Shinjita Dragon and the King of Fangska, who were charging in the front, all returned. Compared with the immature others, Ken Tetsuya and others were more mature and understood the importance of following orders on the battlefield. Since the superiors gave the order to retreat, they must resolutely execute it. Yang Hui and Bakalulu were by no means incompetent mediocre people. There must be reasons for their orders. I'm also upset, but I believe in Yang Hui. Liu Longma said to everyone. Colonel Yang Hui must have his reasons for issuing the order to retreat at this time. Let's execute the order first, everyone. Tianhe, who also explained for Yang Hui. Understood. After XN's persuasion, everyone accepted the order, looked at Pentacona, who was suppressed by them and couldn't raise his head, gritted his teeth, gave up the plan to move forward, and slowly retreated beside Drestliga. Captain, retreat at this time. On the bridge of Drestliga, Reynold Harding found that Mitsuha Greywall's body suddenly trembled, and asked tentatively. Deputy Captain, what did you say? Mitsuha Greywall turned his head and asked Reynold Harding. Distracted? In the battle. Reynold Harding thought in his mind, wrote down the abnormality, and then asked Sanai Greywall again, isn't it inappropriate to retreat at this time? Colonel Yang Hui must have his own ideas. Ask him when he comes back. He will explain to us. Understood. Captain. At this time, Leon suddenly reported to Sanai Greywall, Colonel Yang Hui's order, Drestliga, receives the rebels from Pentacona. Rebels? I understand, send a telegram to the other party, join our army formation and retreat. Understood. After giving the order, Sanai Greywall didn't know what happened, and a feeling of surprise surged in his heart. I finally got the chance, Yang Hui, this way, the insiders will definitely question you, I just need to at this time. Chapter 1342, Heart Gap. Colonel Yang Hui, why is this happening? Yes. We are about to win. Since we are sure they are enemies, why don't we just destroy them? As soon as Yang Hui returned to the hangar of Drestliga, he was surrounded by Aggie St. Claus and others, asking puzzledly about the reason for the retreat. Of course, they certainly would not suspect that Yang Hui and Pentacona had any shameful dealings. Let alone trust in Yang Hui. What benefits could Yang Hui get from secretly uniting with Pentacona? Rule the Earth? Doesn't the Promise Corps rule the Earth now? Destroy the Earth? With the ability of the Promise Corps, if they really want to destroy the Earth has been destroyed countless times, right? How many super heavy quantum reaction cannons can the Earth withstand? How many MDE warheads can the Earth withstand? Can it withstand the wormhole energy ball of Dawn Erstellen creation? Not to mention the Dimension Devourer, which only exists in the data and has never been used. In addition to the above 2 points, what kind of goal does Yang Hui need to achieve before he needs to unite with Pentacona? But they really find it difficult to understand. Yang Hui also advocated the direct elimination of Pentacona at the beginning, but he chose to retreat at the critical moment, which puzzled them. I have my considerations. Yang Hui did not explain directly to everyone, which made everyone even more confused. In the past, Yang Hui would answer any doubts they had, but this time he did not explain it in an unusual way. Colonel Yang Hui. Aggie St. Claus wanted to ask more questions, because he thought of the previous conflict between Yang Hui and Sanai Greywall, and wondered if it was related to this matter. He was very worried about Sanai Greywall. But before he opened his mouth, Jian Ti behind him pressed his shoulders. Mr. Ti. Jian Ti did not answer, but shook his head. Yang Hui had already made his attitude clear, so he would definitely not tell them. No matter how he asked, it was useless. The atmosphere was already a little dull, and everyone was very depressed. Aggie St. Claus's questioning would undoubtedly increase everyone's suspicion, and it would be easy for a gap to appear between companions, and then the team would be dispersed. Yang Hui nodded to Jian Tai to express his gratitude. Regarding the matters of Pentacona and Pacerta, Yang Hui still had many questions that had not been confirmed, so it was not easy to explain to everyone. With his understanding of everyone would believe what he said, but once Yang Hui's guess was wrong and everyone believed it, it would likely cause immeasurable consequences, so there was no explanation. Colonel Yang Hui. At this time, Sanai Greywall also brought Reynold Harding to the hangar, with a puzzled look on his face. It was obvious that he was also here to question Yang Hui, but this was not the only reason Sanai Greywall came to the hangar. There was also, "Hello, I'm Dabba Melod. The white heavy fighter opened the cockpit door, and a resolute but slightly immature boy came from the cockpit to the ground and landed in front of Yang Hui and Sanai Grey Wall. Beside him was a small fairy. This is my companion, Lilith. Welcome to Dressliga, Mr. Deba, Miss Lilith. I am the captain of Dressliga, Lieutenant Colonel Sanai Grey Wale. Hello, Captain Sanai, thank you for receiving me. After greeting Sanai Grey Wale, Deba Mello looked at Yang Hui. In the gap between dreams and reality, he already knew Yang Hui, and Yang Hui, who was really standing in front of him, made Deba Mello feel the temperament of a superior. The iron-blooded fortitude hidden under the gentleness made Deba Mello believe that the real person in charge of this battleship was Yang Hui, not Sanai Grey Wale. Finally we meet, Colonel Yang Hui, thank you very much for your help. Deba Mello extended his hand to Yang Hui. He was still very grateful to Yang Hui. After all, it was Yang Hui who helped him in the gap between dreams and reality. Hello, Deba Mello. Do Colonel Yang Hui know Mr. Deba? Sanai Grey Wale asked, and in public, he deliberately raised his voice so that everyone could hear. As expected, the people around him whispered, frowned, and looked at Yang Hui with a little strangeness. Yang Hui glanced at Sanai Grey Wale and explained calmly, we met in the consciousness exchange space. I see, I was too nosy, Colonel Yang Hui. Sanai Grey Wale apologized with a smile. It's okay. Yang Hui waved his hand and turned to Deba Mello and said, Mr. Deba, I have some questions about Punta Kona and Pacerta that I want to confirm with you. No problem, I also want to understand some of your situation. After all, it is related to the future alliance. Deba Mello nodded in agreement. Please follow me. Yang Hui took Deba Mello and left alone under all kinds of gazes, but at the same time, Yang Hui also called Sanai Grey Wale and said to everyone, Captain Sanai, you come too. As for the detailed content, I will upload it in the form of the report. You can read it by yourself. Now everyone returns to their respective posts. Ms. Pilots, take the time to rest. Okay. When she was called, Sanai Grey Wale panicked for a moment, but still followed behind Yang Hui. She was afraid that if she dared to refuse, she would be arrested in the next second. Colonel Yang Hui, can you allow me to be present? Just as he was leaving, Aggie St. Claus stood beside Sanai Grey Wale and asked, his eyes full of worry. Come on. Yang Hui thought for a moment and agreed to Aggie St. Claus's request. Now everyone has a different emotion towards him, and Aggie St. Claus can just represent a Mecha unit to participate and be a witness. At the same time, considering the consequences of rejection, it will definitely increase everyone's suspicion. Once it reaches this level, the entire team will soon fall apart. Thank you very much. Aggie St. Claus bowed to express his gratitude and gave everyone a look. He would tell everyone what he heard after returning, so that everyone would not worry. When they arrived at the conference room, everyone sat down. Yang Hui got straight to the point and raised his doubts. Mr. Deba, can you tell us the details of Punta Kona? Regarding our information, I will open the central database to you. You can read it. If you have any questions, just ask me. Of course, no problem. Then Deba Mello told Yang Hui, Mitsuha Grey Wale and Aggie St. Claus all the information about Punta Kona, and Ryu Kanasaki recorded this information in detail and synchronized it with the central database. After about 10 minutes, Deba Mello finished speaking. Punta Kona is an advanced civilization from the outer universe. Its technological level has been able to travel across galaxies and conduct expeditions. As Porcelda said in the gap between dreams and reality, Punta Kona once had many dynasties, and wars often broke out between dynasties until Porcelda appeared and destroyed all dynasties with powerful force, unified Punta Kona, and implemented dictatorship with cruel and cold-blooded means. All royal families and nobles of all dynasties were executed, and none of them were left. The same was true for the people in the unified Punta Kona. Anyone who resisted Porcelda's rule would be directly arrested and executed. Where there is oppression, there will naturally be resistance. Rebel armies were established in various parts of Punta Kona, and Deba Mello was one of them. At the same time, Deba Mello's identity was not ordinary. He was the royal bloodline of a powerful dynasty destroyed by Porcelda, and he was a direct descendant. However, Deba Mello was afraid that Yang Hui and others would misunderstand, so he took the initiative to explain that he resisted Porcelda only to overthrow his dictatorship and was not prepared to restore his own dynasty. In other words, the Porcelda you know, is a man. Yang Hui asked Daba mellowed. Yes, this is not a secret. Everyone in Punta Cana knows it. Daba mellowed nodded in confirmation. Although poor Zelda looks extremely handsome and is considered a great beauty among women, he is indeed a man. He has publicly announced this. And I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. Although Punta Cana has been unified, some bad habits have been retained, such as favoring boys over girls. If poor Zelda was a woman, she would not have been able to build such a huge empire. This is very strange. The first contradiction appeared, and Yang Hui frowned. Based on my contact with her, poor Zelda is a woman, a real woman. This. Impossible. Could it be that you saw it wrong? I just said that I'm not referring to appearance. Yang Hui interrupted Daba mellowed and explained the reason for his judgment. I determined it through mental waves. Although it was pulled into the gap between dreams and reality, in theory it is still in the field of quantum communication. It is meaningless to directly sense it with mental waves but hide it in appearance. Excuse me, what is the field of quantum communication? Then, Yang Hui briefly explained the existence of the quantum communication field and told Daba mellowed that in the quantum communication field, unless the intensity of the mental wave is much higher than Yang Hui, no secret can be hidden. But it was precisely because of this that Daba mellowed was even more shocked. The poor Zelda who unified Punta Cana in one fell swoop and implemented an iron-blooded dictatorship, was actually a woman. Question mark. But, if she was really a woman, she couldn't have formed such a huge fleet, and men would not recognize her at all. Is there a possibility? The poor Zelda we know, was just pushed out to stand on the stage? There's someone behind her. Yang Hui guessed so, because that touch of sadness in poor Zelda's last exhortation made him connect. A woman who fell into the abyss because of love would have that kind of despair, helplessness, confusion, and crazy sadness. Chapter 1343 The Evil Plan Succeeds. Unlikely. Daba mellowed shook his head without thinking and denied Yang Hui's guess. It was not the first day he knew poor Zelda. With all his understanding of poor Zelda, he did not think that poor Zelda was the kind of person who could be manipulated by others. Poor Zelda is the most ruthless person I have ever seen. Anyone who resists her rule will be ruthlessly killed, and even her family will be implicated. How could such a person be manipulated by others? Yang Hui was silent, and did not give up his guess because of Daba mellowed's rebuttal. According to the information currently known, Daba mellowed's first contact with poor Zelda was today, and before that, he only knew about it from the news he heard from various sources. Compared with this kind of hearsay and strong personal emotional inference, Yang Hui believed in his own intuitive feelings and judgments more. It seems that we need to investigate it carefully. Yang Hui did not deny or agree, but chose the middle answer. After all, their understanding of porcelain was the same. If they wanted to be sure, they needed more intelligence and evidence. Is this city the only one that came to Earth? Are there any other urban-type warships from Punta Cana that have come to the solar system? In addition to this city, there are two more, but they are not on the same page with porcelain. Daba mellowed said, they are Sat and Parida. Although named after planets, they are actually the gradual expansion of artificial space fortresses. Sat is a neutral area. During porcelain's conquest of the major dynasties, it has not participated in any battles, but it has considerable power and is connected with the top leaders of Punta Cana. In addition, they have always abided by Punta Cana's laws and rule, so no troops were sent to attack them. Another point is that the residents of Sat are all women. After Sat was established, the administrator flat accepted a large number of female refugees caused by the war. I understand. Yang Hui nodded, as if he understood why the top leaders of Sat and Punta Cana could maintain close contact, but this was not the point. What about Parida? For the poor Zelda army, Parida is a very important military stronghold, but the permanent troops on Parida are mostly mercenaries, and the main residents on Parida are arms dealers, human traffickers, thieves, gangsters. It is a den of evil where all kinds of people gather. In fact, the poor Zelda army rarely stationed on Parida. Most of the time, they just replenish supplies when passing by and then leave immediately. Mr. Nadaba, you said you were a member of the rebels, so have other rebels also come to the solar system? Yang Hui continued to ask. Unfortunately, only my 3 companions and I came to the solar system. You know Lilith, and there are 2 others on our ship. I don't know if the others have come, but don't hold out too much hope. Are there any other intelligence that can help us? No, that's all I can think of.
Maybe I'll think of some new information in the future, and I'll tell you as soon as possible. Dabamelid promised. Hearing this, Yang Hui nodded and asked Rukinosaki, has the intelligence been uploaded? It has all been uploaded, and important marks have been made. Rukinosaki nodded. Send a telegram to Wang, Rebel, and Cruz, and send a diplomatic team to contact Sad and Parada to try to win them over to our camp. Let Cruz send intelligence personnel to infiltrate Sad and Parada to collect intelligence on the Punta Cana and Pacerta armies. Don't send anyone to infiltrate that city. Colonel Yang Hui, why is that? Sanigriwale asked. With a mental wave that can pull me, Setsuna, and Mr. Daba directly into the gap between dreams and reality, I don't think our spies can hide and obtain valuable intelligence with this intensity. Yang Hui said. Not to mention poor Zelda's abnormality, the powerful mental wave that can collide with him is real. I understand. Then Mr. Daba, I personally suggest that your companions can come to Drisliga, and we will send people to escort your warship to the nearest military port for berthing. Although it is a pity, your warship cannot keep up with Dreddy Cruz in terms of firepower and speed, and is not enough to provide help in the subsequent battles, and may even be a drag. That's no problem. To be honest, your warship is indeed a bit outrageous. Dabamelid was not embarrassed. What Yang Hui said was true. After all, the warship he was on was just a faster transport ship, and it could only transport one body. It was not armed, and its proud speed was not enough in front of Drisliga and Macros-class warships. Moreover, Dabamelid was also very curious about how a civilization that had not even left the solar system could have such an outrageous warship. You can check the relevant information in the central database. The information of the Promise Corps was a bit complicated, and it was also a very long story, so Yang Hui did not waste time and words to introduce it to Dabamelid one by one, and let him check it himself. If he had any questions, he could ask other people or ask him directly. Saki. Ryukin Osaki took out a brand new pad and handed it to Yang Hui, who then handed it to Dabamelid. This is a personal terminal used by our army. The permissions have been set for you. Thank you very much. Then Mr. Daba, you have come all the way here, please go and rest. We will also be responsible for the maintenance of your body. Okay, then I'll take my leave. Dabamelid glanced at Yang Hui, then at Sanigriwale, and understood that they had something to discuss alone, and it was not appropriate for him, an outsider, to be present. Dabamelid understood. After all, he had just joined, and the other two were also high-ranking officials of the unit. Judging from the performance of the hangar, there might be some conflicts, which was not something that a newcomer like him could participate in, so he stood up and said goodbye. After Dabamelid left, the room fell into silence, and the atmosphere became more and more depressing. It was not until a few minutes later that Sanigriwale spoke. Colonel Yang Hui, is there anything else? If you want to take sole control of Dreddy Cruz, I can satisfy you and leave Drisliga. Before Sanigriwale could finish, Yang Hui interrupted. This. Colonel Yang Hui, what do you mean? Sanigriwale's face darkened. Literally. Yang Hui glanced at Sanigriwale indifferently and said, put away your poor acting skills, Sanai, there is no one else here, and your acting skills are not up to standard in my eyes. Your behavior in the hangar is not just to deepen other people's suspicion of me. Colonel Yang Hui, Sanai didn't. Shut up, watch, you have the right to speak in this conversation. Yang Hui glared at Aggie St. Claus and told him to go away. He was originally agreed to come just to let him be an audience. Aggie St. Claus, who knew nothing and had strong personal subjective emotions, had no right to speak. Aggie St. Claus wanted to continue to defend Sanigriwale, but in the face of Yang Hui's pressure, he could only be forced to retreat step by step. The heavy pressure forced him to lean against the wall to stand. As for opening his mouth, his gums were trembling, let alone speaking. The person in the way is gone. Sanai, tell me your answer. Yang Hui turned his head and stared at Sanigriwale, and the detection of mental waves never left her body. I have never had this idea, Colonel Yang Hui. Sanigriwale calmed himself down and tried to remain calm while talking to Yang Hui. I just raised the doubts in everyone's mind. This is also my doubt. After all, there are indeed big problems with your order. So you use this to shake the morale of the army. I said, I don't have such an idea. Sanigriwale continued to deny. Everyone trusts you, including me, otherwise we would not follow your orders.
It's just that if this doubt is not explained, the repressed emotions will become more and more serious, and one day it will explode. At that time, the entire army will fall apart. I don't want to see the trust that everyone has worked so hard to build shattered. This doesn't explain your open questioning in public. You must know that this will increase everyone's suspicion of me. According to Colonel Yang Hui's habit, you will explain everyone's problems, except in wartime emergencies. I also thought you would help everyone solve their doubts and have no other intentions. There won't be a next time. Yang Hui looked at Mitsuha Greywalla for a few seconds before he stood up and left. Before leaving, Yang Hui warned her, be clear about what is important. It won't be so easy to get away with it next time, Captain Mitsuha. After Yang Hui left with Ryu Konosaki, Mitsuha Greywalla's legs softened and she fell directly to the ground. Mitsuha. Aggie St. Claus was not in good condition, but compared to her, Mitsuha Greywalla, who was directly under Yang Hui's pressure, was even more embarrassed, so he forced his weak legs to quickly come to Mitsuha Greywalla's side and support her, so that she didn't fall to the ground. AG. Are you okay? It's okay. It seems that I'm not very convincing. Sanai Greywall said with a wry smile, sorry, I let you down. That's not the case, Sanai, you did a good job. AG St. Claus comforted and supported Sanai Greywall from the bottom of his heart, and did not think that she did anything wrong, and did not think that Yang Hui was right. But Colonel Yang Hui, I stand on your side in this matter, Sanai, don't worry, I support you. AG. Thank you. Sanai. AG St. Claus certainly couldn't see that Sanai Greywall lowered her head, and the corners of her mouth raised a sinister smile of success. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.